theory has to have a priority.
Capitalism and artificial intelligence are the same thing.
The dimension of the future has disappeared.
There is actually no representation anymore.
There is no final resolution to contradiction.
Militant proletarian snake handling over abysses never gets much wilder than this.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Dangerous Maybe. And today, Nance and I are going to be reading Teleoplexy, straight out of hashtag Accelerate, the Accelerationist Reader. And there it is. Teleoplexy is a important, influential essay by Nick Land himself. And we are constantly, and especially at this moment, thinking through Land's concept of time. That will probably make sense sooner than later, why we're focused on that right now. But we want to take a second to kind of go back to one of these core Landian essays that gets at least aspects of his theory of time. And this is a good place to start. One, because it gets at his theory of time. He discusses it. And it's also part of the hashtag Accelerate collection, which we have been working our way through. We've read a couple. What have we done so far here, Nance?
What have we done?
We did the Accelerationist Manifesto, Cernicek and Williams, which is in here.
Yep.
Thought we had done another one.
Maybe we haven't done another one
maybe
yet.
Okay, maybe we haven't done. This is the second installment in this series. Cool. Okay.
Yeah, because we've talked about a lot, but we haven't actually read any other ones from this collection. And we've read quite a bit of accelerationist literature, but
right.
We're just now working our way through the reader.
Maybe because I was thinking we did the quick and dirty introduction to accelerationism by Land. And I guess some part of me feels like that should have been in this collection, but it's not. So yeah, this is the second essay we're reading in this very influential collection. And, it's unique here that we're doing this because you and I have done a lot of exegeses of Land's work. We did the quick and dirty introduction to accelerationism on my channel here. But over the summer and into the fall, you and I have been chipping away at chapter 3 of Xenosystems over on your channel, 3 Billion Nances. Yep. If you guys haven't already, go subscribe. But everything that we've read on your channel and the one that we just read on mine, they're blog posts. And Nick has a bit of a different style when he does a blog post. It's more straightforward. When he really kind of hunkers down and writes an essay, it tends to have that classic 1990s Land style, which is very condensed, and every sentence is packed full of content. And it takes a bit more work to unpack one of these essays than one of his blog posts. But this is a relatively short essay. It's about 8 pages long. And so we're going to start today on this. This might be one where we come back and have to do the rest another day. But we'll see what is involved in unpacking this. But look, guys, we think this is one of the really important essays that gets at the dimension of Land's thought that is really important to both of us. And, yes, Land is, a kind of unified thinker, but there's also dimensions to his thought that resonate with different people. So certain people on the right tune in to him for the neo-reactionary stuff. People who are into the occult tune in for the pneumogram stuff. And then people who are interested in economics and politics and that kind of stuff, his theory of capitalism, they're here for this kind of stuff. And this is what has always resonated with us the most.
Yeah.
So, Nance, initial thoughts on this essay and this dimension of Land's thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the, I think, the core pieces. Of course, you have Thirst for Annihilation, you have Fang Noumena, you have various other kind of collected sparse writings kind of all over the place. And this is one of the ones that I think is one of the more important ones. There's a lot in Land that, take it or leave it. I leave a lot of it. Like I don't pay attention to NRX and Dark Enlightenment stuff. Like I'm not really interested in it for the most part. It's capital as this cyber positive feedback loop that's dragging its way into the present from the future. That I think that is his main contribution. And it's also thoughts on time. And like you said, like this kind of gets into that a little bit. And that's what matters about Land. So I think people should spend more time with pieces like this, and the pieces in Xenosystems that we're reading and going back to Fang Noumena. And I think they should spend less time on Twitter trying to totalize Land by his gregarious, sensationalized, libidinal tweets. Like that's jouissance, man. And look, I'm not on there, so I have a distance from it. I'm insulated from it. But I also, knowing of him what I know, and knowing of him what I've read over the years, it's just like, yeah, that's just silly trolling enjoyment stuff. And I wish all the people on the right would actually read this stuff and would actually kind of grapple with AI, capital as AI, as this kind of demonic force from the future, rather than leaning into the mold buggy and fucking neocameraalism, patchwork, softcore bullshit. Because I think all that stuff is kind of silly. And then the dumb shit on Twitter, whatever, man. I don't know. I don't care about that stuff. This is Land. This is Nick Land. This is theory. This is philosophy. This is important.
And this is the philosopher we're interested in, is the side of him that wrote this piece.
Yep.
And so, look, we approach exegeses differently. So sometimes we riff off stuff and it's free associational, and not gonna lie, that's a lot of fun to do that. What we're gonna try to do here today, though, is we're gonna go slowly, and we're gonna try to unpack this to the best of our abilities. So we're approaching this like you, the viewer, this is your first encounter with Nick Land, and so you don't know what he's doing with some of these terms. You don't know what's really going on. So we're going to try to connect the dots, but that's going to take some work because this is very dense in parts. But like I said, it's not that long as far as number of words or pages go, but it might take some work to get through this. But who knows, Nance? Maybe we'll blast through this. I don't know.
We could.
But yeah, let's see. And I should say, Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year, Nance.
Yeah. Happy New Year.
26 is here. And we're being pulled into the future.
Go. Yeah, man.
Go, baby, yeah. Towards the end here.
It's should be 509.
There we go. So also, Nance and I are, in the process of doing some exegeses on texts or blog posts that serve as good introductions to accelerationism. So We did Land's Quick and Dirty Introduction to Accelerationism. We did Cernicek and Williams' Accelerationist Manifesto. We plan on reading Terminator versus Avatar by Mark Fisher, which is in this volume. We also plan on reading Peter Wolfendale's text. Yep. I think it's Accelerationism. So what's all that about? So this one will also throw in that Intro to Accelerationism series. So because, yeah, Teleoplexy notes on acceleration. Nick Land, 2014. So it is interesting, you know, Benjamin Noyes is the guy who called all this accelerationism. He coined that term, or, you know, really got it popularized. And Nick has never really shied away from his thinking being called that. Usually when somebody gives a philosopher's philosophy a name, they reject it. But Land has pretty much embraced it. And
yeah.
So he even starts off here with defining acceleration. So you want to read paragraph 0?
Acceleration, as it is used here, describes the time structure of capital accumulation. It thus references the roundaboutness founding Baum-Bowerk's model of capitalization, in which saving and technicity are integrated with a single social process, diversion of resources from immediate consumption into the enhancement of productive apparatus. Consequently, as basic co-components of capital, technology and economics have only a limited formal distinctiveness under historical conditions of ignited capital escalation. The indissolubly twin dynamic is Technomic, cross-excited commercial industrialism. Acceleration is Technomic time.
So if that's your first encounter with Land's writing, you can see that it's very condensed. And so, I mean, but this first sentence is really fantastic. Acceleration as it is used here describes the time structure of capital accumulation. In other words, acceleration for Land has to do with the temporal structure capitalism imposes on the world. And now the question is, does time itself outside of capitalism have an accelerating dimension? Well, that's another question for another time. But here it certainly describes the structure of time or temporality that this process of making profits, of accumulating capital, generates. And so for him, accelerationism would be a theory of time, and more accurately, a theory of capitalistic time.
Yeah. I would say maybe a theory of temporality as opposed to time.
Although, hold on, would he say we're using that and it's too existential or too anthropocentric a term?
No,
because of existential temporality. And
I mean, maybe he would, but also I think he would just posit capital itself is a subject of capitalism, and so capital has a different temporality than existential temporality. And like, whereas with history and kind of normal human temporality, we are the subject of history. In capitalist time, capital itself is the subject of the new cross-excited, commercially industrialized temporal framework or time structure, templexity, teleoplexy, like all these different words. But I do think it is fair to make a distinction between temporality and time as such. But also maybe not. Maybe he would say, you know, I'm being too humanistic. I'm being too stupid to want to make that distinction.
okay. So now we have this reference to Baum-Bowerk.
Austrian school, dude.
Yep.
And so going to with the roundaboutness, that describes like capital, like MCM prime, M prime is then reinvested in more commodities, and those commodities serve the purpose of more production and generating more profit. So it's always in this roundabout way where you think you're approaching capitalism to make more money, but in reality, you're approaching capitalism to make more capital because you have to reinvest that in prime back into more commodities, back into more time-saving devices. And
which
so
accelerates time.
Especially in this Austrian school model where that is it, the time preference. Like the consumer has a preference for the immediate, whereas capital itself has this view towards the eternal itself. So the roundaboutness gets to the fact that the point of capitalism is not to make money. The point of capitalism is to accumulate more capital that can thus allow you to accumulate more capital and compounding gains, just like the intelligence optimizer. The point of intelligence is to optimize for more intelligence. The point of capitalism is to optimize for more capital accumulation.
Now, this gets at the heart of Land's disagreement with our buddies Mark Pollux and Roberto Alonso Trio, who authored Exocapitalism. Because according to them, what capitalism is essentially doing is producing software, computation. And Land doesn't like that. He thinks that, sure, software is part of this, but capitalism builds hardware, robotics, and it builds ever greater efficient robotics. And this is going to culminate in artificial intelligence. Now you could say, yeah, but AIs are software. For him, there's always going to be this hardware component to them. There's this great importance of the body of the AI, which sometimes he seems like the city of Shanghai itself will be the body of the Singularity. So he is completely devoted to this. And you notice here, he's combining Marx with the Austrian school.
Oh, yeah.
So he has no problem using both of these to think through capital. And he would tell anybody on either side, if you think you're going to think capital properly without one or the other, you're doing a disservice to yourself. So, like you mentioned, the loop of capital, the formula of capital, MC M prime. So again, you take money, you invest that in the production of a commodity. Once the commodity is produced, you go and you sell it on the market, and you end up with more value than you started with. Okay, that's this loop. But the point is that Marx emphasizes is that capitalists, with the profit they get, they're going to reinvest that in the infrastructure, the factory, the means of production, which is going to accelerate social temporality because things are going to be able to be made faster and faster. At a certain point, we cross a threshold, and this social temporality, or maybe asocial temporality from a Landian perspective, becomes so fast that we humans can't even keep up with things. We're outpaced by the development of the system. And that's where we're at now, we're trying to keep up with all the developments in AI. It's like every other day there's something else, or if it isn't AI, it's some other tech that's being developed. So the system is constantly outpacing us. And so that's this accelerating dimension of it. And yeah, he thinks Bombard work, model of capitalization really is getting at this, because in which saving and technicity are integrated within a single social process. Diversion of resources from immediate consumption into, and here's the key, into the enhancement of productive apparatus. That's where he would tell Pollux and Trio, it's building more efficient, more advanced hardware robotics.
I think it is interesting that Pollux and Trio in exocapitalism, the arbitrage, the delay between production and ultimate disposition of the commodity or whatever, like that is where the value is kind of generated. And talking about Bombard work, talking about capital and interest and stuff like that also has this necessary time element to it. I think just with like a standard Marxist interpretation of capital, it's less focused on the temporality of it all. but with von Bauerich and the Austrian school, it really does kind of bring time into it with interest, talking about like capital and interest and stuff like that. So it is at the very least an interesting point to bring up that Pollux and Trio are talking about time and delay and arbitrage as the source of value, whereas the Austrians, they're not saying it's the source of value, but they do recognize it as a source of value in the form of interest itself. So I think that right there, you kind of do have
you can't
to
think interest without time. I mean, interest
exactly
is a temporal concept.
Yeah. So I think it is accurate to say you kind of do have to take the Austrian school seriously. Like you can't just, well, I'm a Marxist through and through and I throw all that out. Like, no.
Yeah, but
you do have to.
He is completely merging it with Marx at the same time.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, and who else is doing that?
Nobody that I know of.
Yeah, dude.
One side is always anathema to people on either side of the political divide. So this is something I appreciate about Nick, honestly, is this ability to just say, no, I'm learning something about capital from both. But look, this is interesting. He goes on. Consequently, as basic co-components of capital. All right. What are co-components of capital? Technology and economics. Now, somebody might just say, well, capital is just an economic concept. And he would say, it's not. And somebody might say, well, capital is really just about technology. It is, but it's not just that. He's saying there's this core relationship that capital creates by taking its co-components of technology and economics and putting them in a unique relationship where economics now spurs on technological development in a way that it never did in any prior mode of production, in any other economy prior to capitalism.
And thus, technomics.
Yeah,
thus,
exactly.
Like we are in technomic time. This technomic system, capitalism, has conquered the globe, and it is the ultimate frame of temporality, of time itself here on planet Earth. So it's not just about production and distribution and consumption, and it's also not just about technological advancement. It really is like these things do condition the field of possibilities that we have as political subjects, as subjects of history, as citizens, however we want to view ourselves as people. Like capital is the 5 billion pound gorilla in our living room. And yeah, there's no way around it. Technomic time.
That's it. So acceleration is technomic time. Now, this is why you form a neologism, because when you fuse two words together that normally have a separate existence from one another, you're fusing together a concept. He doesn't want us to think what we know as technology independently from the capitalist economy, nor the capitalist economy separate from technology. Now, of course, somebody can go, what, we didn't have technology before capitalism? Yeah, we did. We know. That's not his point. His point is the rate at which technology is now being developed is something capital does.
Yep.
And that's what he's trying to emphasize. So it's easy to straw man him if you think he's just saying, oh, there was no technology before capital. He's not saying that. He's saying the rate of technological development didn't exist in any prior economy. And so that's why he fuses them together. So he says,
well, I was just going to say, just to be clear on that point, the reason it's technomic, like the reason technology plays this essential role is because all the technological development has come about by way of investment in enhancing productive apparatus. Like
to outcompete the other capitalists in the market you're competing in.
So people might be like, well, I don't understand why is technological acceleration necessarily tied to technomics and acceleration and capital in this way? And it's because capital, they're doing this. They're diverting resources from immediate consumption or immediate, disposition, immediate use, whatever, and they're reinvesting it into technological developments that are geared toward more production of ultimately more effective technological developments for more productions. Like it is this self-sustaining cycle like that caught on hold. So because yeah, people might wonder, well, why? Like, why is technology locked into this? And it's because capital, the people with all the money, are reinvesting that money to develop more effective technology to produce essentially more effective technology at producing. It's this Ouroboros.
Which means if you have the most advanced technology in your factory, you're going to cut costs on producing what you produce, which means more profits for you, which means getting the bigger share of the market. You're out competing your competitors. And I should say, Land is not getting this from the Austrian school. He's getting this from Marx himself. Yep. Marx is the one who figured out this structural dynamic of why capitalism necessarily, in its very structure, spurs on exponential tech development. It's baked into the very logic of capitalistic competition. And so that's something he's taking from Marx.
Yeah, because the Austrian school bros will be like, well, no, entrepreneurs, they're just going to do really good things. And then when they have a certain amount of money, they'll be satisfied. And it's like, no, dude, you kind of really do need to read Marx to understand the structure of capitalism itself.
And the structure, I don't think Nick likes this term, but we all use it. The structure of the logic of capital itself.
Right.
Like the capitalists aren't choosing to do this willy-nilly just because they feel like, no, there's an incentive mechanism baked into this structure of capitalist market competition that incentivizes them to do this, because if someone else out competes them, their business goes out of business. So the logic of this economic game, so to speak, determines it, not the individual players.
Even if the noble entrepreneur reaches a point where he's satisfied, his business is going to be sold off, or his business is going to be, bought up piece by piece by other businesses, by other corporations and other financial institutions. Like it really is, I don't know, like a field of vultures. And if one flies off, three more are going to fly right in and start pecking at the carcass.
So the part of it is, if somebody says, hey, I made enough money last year in my capitalistic enterprise, I don't need to try to make more this year. What happens is costs go up, inflation, your competitors increase their means of production, they refine, and you're going to end up going out of business if you're not constantly trying to outperform yourself. And it's not morality, it's not ethics, it's not greed. It's the rules of this virtual game called capitalism. And when I say virtual, I mean, look, when you're playing basketball, there's a whole set of virtual rules. I'm using virtual in that sense. All the rules that structure what happens on the basketball court, you can't hold them, you don't see them, but they're there, they're real, because they're organizing what happens in this game. For example, there's a virtual rule that says you can't have more than one ball in play at a time. Could we modify the rules? Yeah, I guess it's possible to imagine basketball with two balls in play at once. But the point is, there's limitations based on what is going on based on the rules of the game. And so in capitalism, the rules of the game are saying, here's what's not going to happen. You're not going to settle for rest on your laurels and go, yeah, I made enough. If I just make the same amount next year and the year after that and the year after that, that'll be fine. You will lose.
Yeah.
And so
I don't want to derail too much.
I saw you laughing. I know you're thinking something.
In Airbud, the ref says, ain't no rule, says dogs can't play basketball. And I just there is a rule in capitalism. Yeah, there is a rule in capitalism that, like if you are not keeping up with the hustle, if you're not keeping up with the churn, like if you're not actively trying to increase the churn, trying to increase the force of the whirlwind, then you'll be ejected from it. So people will, I just watched part of a video. I don't know if you started it with that enlightened entrepreneur guy. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. I am committed to watching all of it, but it's like a 2-hour interview. But it's basically that there's so many people who think about like the virtuous, the noble entrepreneur. And sure, that's fine. I know small business owners. I've, dabbled in owning small businesses, done photography, and tried to run shit with my brother for a while. Like, it's not to say that business people are evil. It is to say that that the conduction of business itself is determined by this logic. And it doesn't come down to individuals who can make moral decisions. Because even if they decide I'm done and I want to get out, I'm going to sell all my assets and retire to Boca Raton and buy a boat and drink tequila, like, fine. But it was never about the choices they were making in the first place. It's always about the global structure of capitalism itself.
And this logic is not evil. It's not a villain twisting their mustache and going, ha 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 ha. It's a cold, indifferent calculator. And it decides for you, or your human impulses kick in and go against it, which you will suffer for.
Yep.
Okay, so let's pick up where consequently, as basic co-components of capital, technology and economics have only a limited formal distinctiveness under historical conditions of ignited capital escalation. Saying once capital escalation is here, yeah, there's a formal distinct. We can do an act of abstraction and try to think technology is separate from economics and economics is separate from technology, but this is just an abstract practice. It's not. To understand what's happening concretely with both of them, you have to think them as intertwined, which, to use the Lacanian term, you have to think technology as the extant kernel of capitalist economics, and you have to think capitalistic technology as as the kernel of our mode of production of our economics. So you wouldn't want to straight up identify the two. What you find is something that's not economics is at the core of economics, and something that is not technology is at the core of technology. Yeah. So then he goes on. The indissolubly twin dynamic is technomic, cross-excited commercial industrialism. Cross-excited. That's I guess that's his way of saying extimate, maybe, but
yeah.
Commercial industrialism. Okay, so the commercial is the economic part. The industrialism is the tech development part. And then the acceleration is technomic time. Fact is, the way that these two have gotten their tentacles around each other and formed a kind of unitary process.
Yeah.
Speeds things up. Speeds up the time circuit that we're all living in.
Yeah.
Think we're good on that one? Should we move on?
Yeah, I think so. I think again, once capital is the predominant mode and method of exchange and production, all this kicks off. So Land talks about capital invading and crashing into the ocean and transoceanic.
This is the takeoff at the beginning of Meltdown he's referring to.
Yeah. And you can, I think it's not to say that there's this necessary essence, but it is to say that it is this contingent essence. And because it's contingent, it becomes necessary only retroactively. And because we're living here in the wake of it all, It's to assert these things. This is the new essence, but it's not to make essence. Some. Yeah. It's just because I don't know. I'm trying to anticipate arguments that people might make, and it's like, no, it's not like making metaphysical absolute claims of necessary stuff, but it is like Land is trying to think history. Like Land is trying to think the world we live in today, not some ideal world that we've abstract away from and stuff like this. And I think it's, again, a pretty bulletproof assessment of the situation on the ground. This is why I think like this is the stuff that's really important. You know, miss me with the fucking NRX stuff, miss me with the sensational, gregarious, libidinal bullshit on Twitter. This is where the rubber really hits the road. And calling ourselves Landians and saying we're very heavily influenced by land. Well, this is why. And you guys should, at the very least, listen up and take this stuff seriously before you dismiss it. Or also, if you're into the dark enlightenment stuff, you should check this stuff out because there's real theory happening here. All the dark enlightenment stuff is, I don't know, spaghetti thrown at the wall.
Okay. Paragraph 1.
Acceleration is initially proposed as a cybernetic expectation in any cumulative circuit stimulated by its own output and therefore self-propelled. Acceleration is normal behavior. Within the diagrammable terrain of feedback-directed processes, there are found only explosions and traps in their various complexions. Accelerationism identifies the basic diagram of modernity as explosive.
So, I think you should take this one to start with, because here we are once again. Nance, what's cybernetics? In particular, we should say, he doesn't say it here. I think he'll probably say it later. All right, folks, if you're new to this, in this thing called cybernetics, which Nance will introduce you to, there's a core distinction between negative feedback loops and positive feedback loops. Most of the famous cyberneticians focus on negative feedback. What makes Land unique is he focuses on positive feedback, and that's what he has in mind here. And negative feedback is a circuit that brings about stability, equilibrium, right? Positive feedback is a loop or a circuit that escalates, accumulates, intensifies, and will cross a threshold that breaks the circuit apart by overloading it, right? So, with that being said, what's cybernetics, Nance?
So cybernetics is it's a fancy word that, I mean, really kind of describes something that we all take for granted all the time. Always. Cybernetics comes from ancient Greek words. They share the same roots as government. It actually means like steering a ship or like the steersman of a ship or whatever, but it's about control and communication. So cybernetics is just thinking of systems, thinking of complex systems, and thinking of what might otherwise be seen as an object as a complex system or a meta system. So you could view a computer as an object, and in fact, many people do today. Many people will pick up a piece of technology and they'll press the go button, and if it doesn't work, they'll say, "Oh, this thing is broken," and they'll get frustrated. I'm guilty of it all the time too. But that's treating a computer like an object, whereas treating a computer like a meta system or a complex system. Okay, let's figure it out. Let's actually go in here and let's, look at, maybe it's this, maybe it's that, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. So everything really could be viewed as a cybernetic system or a complex system. Cybernetics is just thinking about communication and control and some type of formal unity of a thing. So you can think of it, a computer is a cybernetic system, a society is a cybernetic system, a soccer team is a cybernetic system, a human body is a cybernetic system. It's just about, I guess, really the science of complexity itself. So you could have a river being a cybernetic system, and the inputs might be, the banks of the river, and then maybe it rained and there was some snow and there's melt, and that's a cybernetic input, and maybe it flows down and then it gets really hot, and that's another type of input. And going into the negative and positive feedback loops, and he actually references that with explosions and traps. Explosion is a consequence of a cyber positive feedback loop, whereas a trap would be a consequence of a negative feedback loop.
Cyber negative.
But yeah, cybernetics, it's really just I guess, complexity theory. It's just viewing things as not just objects, and also not just constitutive parts, but actually like viewing a thing as a holistic system.
Now, this communication aspect, because I imagine somebody new would go, what do you mean? Communication is this thing humans do. But there's this broader usage of the word communication, which is the flow of data, so to speak. So, for example, if you take the example I always use of a negative feedback loop, which is an air conditioning unit, what are points of communication? Well, as the air conditioning unit registers that the heat in the house is reaching a certain temperature, right? It registers that. Therefore, there's a communication between the rising heat and the air conditioning unit. So that's communication here. So we have to realize this term is being used in a non-colloquial way. It's a technical term. And once this communication has occurred, control kicks in through the system. This air conditioning unit kicks on, releases cool air into the house, and reestablishes the equilibrium point of, say you have your air conditioning unit set at 72 degrees. It was about to cross over into 73. Once that is communicated to the unit, kicks back on, brings it back to a nice, secure 72 degrees. Then it shuts itself off. Then as it registers, oh, it's inching towards 73 again, time to kick back on. This is how it controls the situation based on its communication with the temperature in the house.
Yeah.
That about right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think cybernetic communication versus human communication,
Yeah.
I think it does tend to be confusing, but there are better words for what we're doing when we think we're communicating. Because communication in cybernetics is just about data points, and data is just a fact or a tidbit or like a formal piece of data to for lack of a better term, about something. It doesn't become information until it's filled out by a subject and like the whole narrative and everything behind it. So communication is just about data points being able to bring two components of a system in line with each other, and then the control kicks in, whether it's a regulatory thing like a thermostat, or a positive feedback loop, which he goes on to talk about.
Now, I always use the circuit of diabetes as an example of positive feedback, but we can also stick with the temperature in the house example, which is if we view the temperature itself as a system, and we view the house itself as a system, and then we view the human being that lives in the house as a system, you could say something like this: if the air conditioning unit becomes broken, the system, the positive feedback loop of the temperature increase itself will reach a point, a degree, that causes the human cybernetic system to be overloaded. I can't stay here. I can't sleep here. Yep. I have to leave. Whether that means I got to go stay with a friend or get a hotel room, but a threshold is crossed that overloads the functioning of the house as a system in which a human being lives. And that's what this exponential escalation is. So for land, these are very concrete, everyday examples of feedback loops. But he thinks capitalism as an economy is a cyber positive feedback loop that's escalating towards artificial superintelligence, would be the main threshold crossed here. But yeah, that's when he's talking about explosion or he's talking about escalation. This is the kind of stuff he has in mind. This buildup of intensity that breaks a prior system. Okay, so hold on. Now let's kind of revisit his own words here before we move on. Acceleration is initially proposed as a cybernetic expectation. Now, this is key. Somebody's reading that and going, what the hell? What is really being expected here? It is, from his point of view, artificial superintelligence. That's what. Now, you can also say concretely what's being expected on the part of just a capitalist is an increase in profits through this cyber positive feedback loop of MC M prime that Marx came up with. So there's that. But this whole thing of expectation, yeah, you can view it on the individual capitalist level, you can view it on the level of the firm, but large scale global capitalism for him is geared towards the expectation of new forms of technology that will, at the bare minimum, make the current world obsolete.
Yeah. Well, and we, I mean, history bears that out. We see that with history itself, like it always is this revolutionary thing. Like capitalism is a system of constant revolution. Like that's why revolution will never work, leftist friends. Capitalism does revolution better than we ever could. And we're constantly obsoleting the world that we live in ourselves and finding ourselves having to readapt. Before we started recording, we were just talking about MTV.
The death of our beloved MTV.
Yeah. But that, MTV has been obsoleted. And also I think the form, the medium of MTV itself, television, the music video, like all these things have been obsoleted. And we've exploded into a new world where now people receive their music in TikToks, on their phones and on Spotify and stuff like that. Like capitalism is constantly revolutionizing the world we live in. And we're constantly uprooted, trying to reorient ourselves to it. Exocapitalism, they call that a form of drag, along with other things that people do. Financialization and all these things are forms of drag. But I think nostalgia is also a way that we try to cope with the constant revolution of the world.
Absolutely.
And so in any cumulative circuit stimulated by its own output and therefore self-propelled, acceleration is normal behavior.
Okay, let's just clarify that. I mean, we've already said it, but I understand how that could still be unclear. So when he says in any cumulative circuit, the cyber positive feedback loop of capitalism itself, self-propelling pursuit of greater surplus value, i.e. profits. So yes, Marxists will make a distinction, but here more,
Yeah.
We can use them interchangeably. Now, any cumulative circuit, so cumulative, that's cyber positive. That's a positive feedback loop. Because cumulative, excess, buildup, augmentation, enhancement, stimulated by its own output. Now, the output of capitalism is a commodity that gets sold, but in getting sold as its output, the extra value that you get acts as a re-input.
Yeah.
Right? So your output gets you your new input that you invest back into the loop of capital accumulation, and therefore self-propelled. So the capital you used to produce the commodity, you get back, but with a surplus, and then you reinvest it again. And so this is how capital is self-propelling. Acceleration is normal behavior, saying in this loop that we're talking about, it starts to go faster and faster because you're investing in machinery that does shit quicker and quicker, faster and faster. And that's how this whole process speeds up, faster, faster. Within the diagrammable terrain of feedback directed processes, there are found only explosions and traps. Okay, pause. I think explosions have to do with cyber positivity.
Mm-hmm.
And I think traps are cyber negativity.
Yeah, he talks about the is it the intelligence trap or
Doesn't he call it
the
monkey trap?
stupidity trap? The monkey trap. Yeah.
Humans are the monkeys.
Yeah. So an explosion is this cyber positive runaway accelerative process that explodes, and it revolutionizes the world, it obsoletes the old world, and it creates a new world for itself. And because capital itself is the subject of Technomic history, it does continue to go on and live in its new Earth 2.0 for itself, regardless of what happens to our world. But it explodes it. So it's this necessary destruction of the present in order to create an eternal future, similar to Death Drive, by the way. And then the trap is the monkey trap. The trap is all the dumb bullshit, the human security system that we're going to do to try to suspended animation, to keep it in this suspended animation so it doesn't run away from us. And that's it. You either have runaway. I just watched the movie Speed, and it's perfect.
Isn't it a metaphor though for what we're talking about? Is this? I
think so.
Technological thing that you have to keep. It has to keep going at a certain speed that doesn't work for us in our world.
Well, the bus has to stay above a certain speed, and it jumps the freeway, and there's some cool shit. But really, the accelerationist fucking thrust of the movie Speed is at the end when he's in the subway at the Hollywood station, and the bus can't, or the train can't stop. The brake's been fucked up. So what does Keanu Reeves do? Instead of blowing up and dying, he accelerates the train, and it goes off track and it explodes, but he saves himself and Sandra Bullock, which, by the way, I forgot how fine she is, dude.
Smoke show.
Dude. But so you either have the explosion of the runaway train, or you have the monkey trap, the human security system, the AOE,
the micropod,
suspended animation.
As he also called it at one point.
Yeah. So explosion is positive feedback. The trap is negative feedback.
Yeah. Okay, and then there are found only explosions and traps in their various complexions. There's a whole array of both. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, this term diagrammable, we try to unpack it because he's drawing, and I almost feel like this is where I'm rusty on this one. He's using this from D&G. They talk about diagrams in 1,000 Plateaus, and I'm not sure I remember. God, can I get it? I don't think I can find it at the moment. I don't think I have what I'm looking for marked. I guess we can just say this. He's pulling on this thing, this idea that there's different ways that you can think the virtual structure. So you can try to represent it, which is depict a thing in its likeness, whereas a diagram has to do with like a kind of mental blueprint of how it works, not so much what it looks like, but how it functions. And so I think that's what he's getting at here. Within the diagrammable terrain of feedback directed processes, which is to say the ability or diagrammable terrain. I want to say this has to do with like the functionalist terrain of these capitalist processes, of feedback directed processes.
Yeah, I think any feedback directed process that that actually functions, I guess, would be diagrammable. It would have an accounting for not only what it looks like it's representation, but actually like what it does and how it does it. So capitalism is this diagrammable terrain. Also, your thermostat is a diagrammable terrain. So any cybernetic system, which a feedback directed process is a cybernetic system because it's about communication and control over a complex system with compound components. So yeah, it's not about the representation, but it is about accounting for inputs and outputs and folds and flows and all that stuff.
So I'm looking at I'm looking at a article that I just put up where talking about in Deleuze, diagram serves to describe the contraction of power relations in institutions such as the panopticon. But hold on, I don't think that's what we're getting at here with land. Look at this. Diagram is also synonymous with the invisible that produces visible effects in reality. So diagrammable has to do with thinking the virtual potentials within a loop. So, for example, when Nick says capitalism is going to culminate in the production of artificial superintelligence, I think he's approaching it diagrammatically because he's trying to think the virtual intensive tendencies operating in the loop of cyber positive capital. Where does this loop, what potentials are locked inside of it, and what tendencies is it geared towards? I think that's what he means by diagrammable here.
Yeah, and the logic or the virtual rules that kind of determine how those virtuosities or those virtual potentials
Trying to map potential
actualize. Yeah.
I think that's roughly it. Oh, maybe the Luso-Quatarians will say, no, there's more to it, but fine. But my point is, I just wanted to emphasize, I think he's using diagram and diagrammable in a technical Deleuze-Guattarian sense, and not just because it would be easy to confuse that if you just take, oh, he's talking about, what I think of as a diagram.
Yeah.
No, it's that, but of the invisible dimension of a thing, which is what it can do. It's also Spinoza's, right? Spinoza famously said, we still do not know what a body can do.
Well,
and I think that's what he's tapping into here. Is he's trying to think and explore the dimensions of the thing and what it can do, even though it hasn't actually done those things yet.
He does in this essay, in this piece, say, we don't know what the earth can do or something there's a line that's extremely Spinoza's talking about what can the earth itself do.
So he ends, accelerationism identifies the basic diagram of modernity as explosive. When he says it identifies the basic diagram, he again is saying accelerationism identifies the basic potential of modernity as explosive
and preponderance. Like it's potential, but it's also like deep structures. So to say the logic of capital is, I think, another way to kind of talk about this diagram of virtual potentials and virtual flows. And it's like these things have paths carved out for them. And yeah, it's a field of potentials, and we don't really know 100%. We can't tie it down, but we can probabilistically plot out or talk about the preponderance of these things to play out. So it's It's about potentials, but it's also about a deep logic that structures it all.
Virtual, the potential of its virtual structure.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
And for modernity, which he's going to associate with capitalism, is explosive, which is to say it's geared towards the amplification of a cyber positive feedback loop that once crossed will mean the end of humanity in some sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Paragraph 2.
Explosions are manifestly dangerous from any perspective that is really, which is to say, historically, instantiated. Only in the most radically anomalous cases can they be durably sustained. It is the firm prediction of accelerationism, therefore, that the typical practical topic of modern civilization will be the controlled explosion, commonly translated as governance or regulation.
Okay. So explosions are dangerous, which would be a threat to us in general. From any perspective that is really, is to say, historically instantiated. So we as historical human beings living in this point time are dealing with something that is looming over us, that is potentially dangerous and threatening. And it has to be, for him, this cyber positive loop of capital. Only in the most radically anomalous cases can they be durably sustained. Okay. Explosions can anomalously be, can they be durably sustained? Okay, what does it mean to have an explosion that is durably sustained?
I think rockets are controlled explosions that are durably sustained. And I think
Well, is
you don't want
capital
to.
an anomaly because it's been durably sustained for 400 years, but it is an explosion?
Well, that's the thing. Um, I, if the subject of capital is capital itself, um, yeah, yeah, then I think, and yeah, in order to sustain itself, it has to sustain this this explosion. And that is bad news for us, folks, because we are not capital. We are, in fact, fragile human beings with fragile bodies. So from our perspective, um, this explosion is manifestly dangerous. In fact, it's so dangerous, it's most likely going to destroy us and will surely destroy the world as we know it. But from the perspective of capital itself, being the explosion, being this anomalous, I don't know if you want to call it entity or not, but being the circuit itself.
Well, we could say, actual explosive devices are entities. So
Sure. Right. And they presence themselves by exploding.
so look what he says here, right? He says, okay. It is the firm prediction of accelerationism, which in this case can mean Landianism, Land himself. Therefore, that the typical practical topic of modern civilization, okay, what all of us are going to be focused on concretely, practically in our world, will be the controlled explosion. Okay, we can't stop the explosion. How do we control it? How do we suspend its animation? How do we not let it, use their term, lift away from us too quickly? How do we drag the process? And then okay, what is this controlled explosion or the controlling dimension? of the controlled explosion says commonly translated as governance or regulation. So we are going to try to use our governments, our states, to impose regulations on capitalism to prevent its explosion from exploding too quickly. So in a sense, you could even say the durability that sustains this explosion has to do with our attempt to control it. Yeah,
I would say
no?
from the perspective of capital, it is the explosion, and it is going to either continue exploding or eventually be put out somehow. And I don't think it'll be put out by regulation. I think the only thing that'll put it out is just it'll exhaust its resources. But the topic of modern civilization being attempts to control the explosion, that is stupid. Like he constantly just refers to it as just the stupefaction, and like we're just stupid. So ultimately he thinks it'll fail, and there is no way to control this explosion. And this explosion just has to go on, and it has to be this self-sustaining process without us. And we can only delay it and cause more harm in the delaying of the explosion, or stand back and let it take over.
So this affirmation of the explosion itself, which is the Landian affirmation, this is why it is not Keynesian, it is not communistic, and it is not fascistic. It is ultra liberalism in the classical sense of the invisible hand decides it all. It decides fate, and nothing should get in the way of the invisible hands. I think he likes to pluralize it. And so anything that tries to control this process, whether it's any of these attempts, whether it's Keynes or Hitler or Stalin, he's not going to go for any of that.
Or even, when he's talking about the cathedral, he talks about the cathedral a lot as this kind of stupid mechanism.
Which for him is wokeness as a religion.
Right. Which, I have, I don't know, issues with, but ultimately, sure. Okay, fine. We can just accept it and move on. But yeah, like all our attempts to manage the world we live in from his perspective are just stupid, causing harm.
Better to rip the Band-Aid off quickly, right? So
yeah.
Landian
ultimately, yeah.
Okay. What do you think? Paragraph 3?
Paragraph 3. Whatever is basic can be left unreinforced and unsaid. Urgent intervention is required only on the other side, that of the compensator. It should not be expected, then, that the primordial will come first, but rather the contrary. Access to the process begins from the cybernetic negative of the process, through a project structured as the aboriginally deficient compensatory element already on the way to stabilization. It is the prison and not the prisoner who speaks.
Well, that is a little bit mysterious.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you know what he's really saying there? Because when I read it yesterday, I was like, "Oh, about." I mean, let's kind of take it from the top. Whatever is basic can be left unreinforced and unsaid. I mean, I'm not sure what he's getting at there. I mean, whatever is basic, what's he saying? What's he implying is basic that can remain unreinforced and unsaid? I mean, I want to go the lofty powers, the lemurs, but that's not what he's. That's not what he's getting at. So,
I mean, the only thing I think is just he's saying like this acceleration, this process doesn't need our intervention. And if we want to inject ourselves in the process, and if we think we're going to do anything, because access to the process begins from the cybernetic negative, through a project structured as the aboriginally deficient compensatory element, already on the way to stabilization. Like, I think he's just saying this process is happening. This is a moment in history. Capital is now the subject of history. The human is no longer the subject of history. And to think that we need to intervene, or to think that we can intervene, is missing the point entirely.
Urgent intervention is required only on the other side, that of the compensator. Okay, first off, what is the other side, and who is the compensator? See, like I when I try to really give content to this, I'm sitting here going, this one's tricky.
Yep.
Because
well, the compensator
urgent intervention is required only on the other side. Okay, in his view of what's going on with capitalism, there's two sides. There's capital and there's humanity. So I would say the urgent intervention, that's us. We're the ones who think we have to intervene or do something here to stop it. But then he says that of the compensator. Is humanity the compensator?
Yeah. Because a compensator would be like, in a negative feedback loop, you would compensate. You would adjust something in the system that would introduce a negative input.
So could we say state-centric humanity?
Yeah.
I'm trying to put Landian content on this.
Yeah.
Because honestly, I think he's making a basic point. It's just very shrouded. We're seeing through a glass darkly, to talk like. I think he would just say, I mean, maybe this first part, I would want to read it like this. Whatever is basic can be left unreinforced and unsaid. Capital doesn't need anything from us except for us to go along with it and then leave it at that. But that's not going to work for us. Urgent intervention is going to be something that we want as the other side of this equation. And the state, acting on behalf of the human, is the compensator.
Yep.
Okay. It should not be expected then that the primordial will come first, but rather the contrary. Now, the primordial, what does he mean by that here in this context? I mean, look, CCRU believed that all the old doomsday myths from ancient humanity were only going to actually come true and be realized with the arrival of artificial superintelligence. So that's one way the primordial comes at the end. So maybe there's a bit of CCRU logic here where should not be expected then. So it should not be expected then that the primordial will come first, which is what we always expect.
Yeah.
But rather the contrary. So I feel like I'm putting words in his mouth, but that's what you do in an exegesis where you're not sure what's going on. I think the primordial is here, the pure potentials of matter being unlocked. And you think that would have happened with the beginning of the universe? But if it arrives at the end of history, which would be the arrival of artificial superintelligence, it's only with that it will then unlock all of the potentials of matter.
Yeah.
But I feel like I'm putting the AI thing in here, and maybe it's not here. I don't know, maybe the full potential of capital is what's primordial, and you think it was there at the beginning of capitalism, and it's really only at the end that its full potential will really shine through. I don't know. Access to the process. And again, accelerate the process, as D&G said. The process is capitalism's process of deterritorialization, decoding. Access to the process begins from the cybernetic negative of the process. Well, this process, he always talks about as cyber positive. So what is the cyber negative dimension of the process? Would it simply be human resistance to it?
Yeah, attempts to regulate, attempts to govern, to stop it, slow it down. Because we're not on that primordial side. Like we're not on we are not on the positive side of the circuit. We are, all we can do is try to slow it down, try to regulate it. Which is another point of difference between a Landian view of capital and exocapitalism, because in exocapitalism, human intervention can itself serve acceleration. Like drag isn't just about slowing it down. Sometimes drag can actually be an accelerator of lift itself.
Because it's because the way that it's like, how do we as humans try to find our place in lift? Sometimes we're going to spur on lift by trying to find a place in it.
Yep.
So,
whereas in the Landian view, all we have access to is the negative side of the circuit.
Drag in a purely negative.
Yeah.
So, okay, access to the process, which would be our human access to the process, begins from the cybernetic negative of the process, resistance to it. The attempt to suspend its animation, slow it down, regulate it. Through a project structured as the aboriginally deficient compensatory element. Okay, so that's the negative feedback process or side of it, which is this compensation. Like capitalism is doing all of these things to you and the world, but the state is here to give you things as compensation or to provide you with services as compensation, and that's the compensatory element. Already on the way to stabilization, which is to say, this is how the state, the human security system, is trying to establish some level of stabilization in the churn of deterritorialization and decoding. It is the prison, not the prisoner, who speaks. Now, when he adds that, I don't know if he would. Is he calling capital the prison? I don't know if he would want to call it that, but he says it is the prison, not the prisoner, who speaks. But if capital at the beginning is the thing that it can remain unsaid, is it saying capital is the prisoner and the state is the prison?
Yeah, or we imagine ourselves when we endeavor to intervene and we support state projects that attempt to govern and regulate capital. We imagine ourselves as part of the process. So like we think we are being represented by this project to govern capital and therefore emancipate us all. But what's really happening is the state is stepping in, and the state itself is the prison. The prisoner here is this imagined third position that we think we occupy, and we're being represented by the state.
Or could we
but
even
in
just
reality,
say is us individual human beings?
Yeah. So I think it's saying, and ultimately, if there were a prisoner, although Nick would no, it's not a prisoner. We're attempting to put it in prison, but it's not a prisoner. But it would be intelligence itself, capital, the artificial super intelligence. We are trying to imprison that in the prison that is the state, that is the human security system, AOE, all that stuff. But in reality, when we think we're endeavoring to emancipate ourselves, what's really going on is we're supporting state projects that are the prison themselves.
All right, we've used the term AOE a couple times. You want to tell people what we're, because I could see somebody new going, what the hell is that? What do they keep talking about?
So AOE is architectonics of the eschaton, human security system.
Architectonic order of the eschaton. Right?
Yeah. Architectonic order of the eschaton and the human security system. In earlier CCRU theory fiction, the AOE and the Atlanteans and the human security system, these things are all representatives. Yeah. These are all representations of basically the bad guys in quotes. And Nick and Mark and Anna and all the CCRU, they imagine themselves as being on the side of the good guys and the Lemurians and the black magic. And they were tapped into the good guys in quotes. And so basically saying all these weird references, it's just to say like the state or often the cathedral are the bad guys, and they're coming in and they're claiming to help us, claiming to protect us, and claiming to emancipate us being humans. But what's really going on is they're doing all these evil things. Now in the back in the day, it was a lot more mystical and a lot more weird.
And it didn't have the connotation of wokeness in it.
Right.
But it's like if Aleister Crowley was the president, it's like, because here's the thing, like they know that people high up have interest in the occult, and the occult traditions they would be interested in have to do with Aleister Crowley and all them. And for Nick Land and CCRU, there's this punk rock alt tradition of the occult called the Lemurians, and they would go with that. And so they would view it as there's one occult tradition that's all about hierarchical governmental power, and there's one that is anarchist and guerrilla, and they're gonna and punk, and they're gonna side with that one. And so
but I mean, I do often use it interchangeably, just with this concept of the like I said, the bad guys in quotes, the thing that is trying to stop capital from escaping, the thing that is trying to lock capital in the trap and prevent the explosion of acceleration.
The monkey trap, which is the human trap.
Yeah.
But here's the funny thing, to a lot of people would go, well, why aren't they the good guys?
Right. Well,
so
and
it is a matter of perspective here. Like,
yeah, and it does go back to the early days when they're doing the black magic stuff, and they're the chaos magic and the punk, cyberpunks. And now I think he's tempered on that a bit.
Or even maybe kind of wishes he had the AOE education.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, that's what you've got. Basically, AOE is the man, and the CCRU were the guerrilla rebel unit,
the scrappy underdogs.
Damn the man. So another way, I mean, there's a Deleuze-Guattarian dimension to it, which is, Deleuze and Guattari talked about the state as an apparatus of capture, and then they also talked about these other forces that found lines of flight and paths of deterritorialization outside of it. And so obviously, that's in this whole thing with Atlantis is AOE and Lemuria CCRU. They're mixing the occult with D&G and then doing hyper
lots of speed too.
And theory
lots
fiction.
Of meth.
So when we say AOE, that's what's going on in the background.
Yeah.
Which one we're on 4 now, right?
4. Yep. Section 4.
All right. So let's see. Paragraph 4 or section 4.
Prioritized compensatory orientation is a scale-free social constant. In control engineering, it is the model of the governor or homeostatic regulator, abstracted through the statistical mechanical concept of equilibrium for general application to perturbed systems, up to the level of market economies. In evolutionary biology, it is adaptation and the theoretical precedence of selection relative to mutation or perturbation. In ecology, it is the climax ecosystem, globalized as Gaia. In cognitive science, it is problem solving. In social science, it is political economy and the alignment of theory with adaptive policy, consummated in technical macroeconomics or central banking. In political culture, it is social justice, conceived as grievance restitution. In entertainment media and literary or musical form, it is the programmatic resolution of mystery and discordance. In geostrategy, it is the balance of power. In each case, compensatory process determines the original structure of objectivity within which perturbation is seized ab initio. Primacy of the secondary is the social perspectival norm, for which accelerationism is the critique.
Okay. So, simply put, he's saying that negative feedback loops are at work at all scales of the economy and the world and nature, as far as human beings being involved in the situation. Now, he even says it in evolutionary biology work. So he knows there's this side of reality that is geared towards negative feedback. What he's going to say is capitalism is not. And so that's why capitalism comes in as such a destabilizing force. Is Norbert Wiener and those guys who wanted to put the emphasis on negative feedback loops, in a sense, were right.
Yeah.
That is kind of the default setting. But for Nick, capital, and I think he would even say raw matter, it's cyber positive. But a certain level of reality comes into being that tries to get a hold and stabilize itself. And we live on that, in that region of reality that tries to introduce stability into the chaos.
I think he would say there is a disembodied intelligence, and maybe he would assign it to the lofty powers or the outside, or maybe he would assign it to some quality or feature of raw matter. But wherever it comes from, it's intelligence for him. And Technomics is a system that intelligence takes hold of and uses to explode this world that's seeking homeostasis. So in nature, there are runaway moments of explosion. You have things like volcanic eruptions and stuff like that, but overall, like, geological time is slow and tends towards some type of metastability in the long term. But then you have intelligence, and intelligence is this thing that comes along and uproots everything, deterritorializes everything, and remakes the world. So I think for him, Technomics is, or acceleration or capital, like whatever, it is this thing that raw, pure intelligence itself can use to accelerate and instantiate itself, actualize itself. And all the other things we're doing, all the human activity and all the biological activity and all the social activity, these tend towards homeostasis, or he would even say these tend toward entropy. And intelligence is the one thing that fights to overcome entropy, or fights to escape or lift off or take off. And yeah, that is a cyber positive feedback loop. So intelligence is cyber positivity, Everything else, entropy itself, the universe itself has a negative feedback loop with entropy. And he wants the explosion. He doesn't want to get stuck in the trap. He doesn't want intelligence itself to be stuck in the trap. So again, it goes all the way back to thirst for annihilation.
Because his libidinal materialism, even though he's not stressing the word intelligence there, it is intelligence materialism.
That's libidinal materialism is where his view of intelligence comes from. And when it latches on to artificial intelligence and cyber positivity and all that, like, he comes to see it as intelligence, but it's back in thirst for annihilation. Like, that's why I want to connect matter to capital. Is they're the two things geared towards exponential explosion. And that's why he thinks that there's this odd, this strange alignment where now, and the reason I say that, look at the very last thing he says. Primacy of the secondary is the social perspectival norm. Okay. Primacy of the secondary. The secondary, if raw matter is cyber positive, then this level of the earth with its geological dimension, its biological dimension, its human social dimension, right? Those are where the secondary, the negative feedback, actually operates. But we take that to be primary. And for him, what accelerationism does is critique us making negative feedback primary, because in truth, the primary is the cyber positive, and that's what capital has tapped into. I think Heidegger is really, really, really doing this like deep existential, ontological, phenomenological thing where he's trying to figure out what it is to be human in the world, and the way the world works, and the way the world is structured, but also the way we structure the world. And I think Nick is doing a similar thing, just for intelligence
from
rather
the other
than
side.
for Dasein. Yeah, like and I do think it's interesting, and I think like that again, like, that's important. Nick is, to me, as important as Heidegger, and like, I'm not afraid to say it. I'm pissed off because when we say it, no one hears us, no one listens. People think like, oh, you mean this fucking guy who likes to make racist jokes on Twitter? Like, I don't give a fuck about his racist jokes on Twitter. I mean, yeah, they suck, and we've told him that, and we like, that's a point of disagreement. But also, this is powerful.
Is where you're always saying, what the fuck does that have to do with this? By this, you mean this paragraph we just read.
Right. Right.
Now, okay, as far as exegesis goes, this is a paragraph that we could end up spending an hour and a half on if you really wanted us to, like, because I think you and I need to go read up on some stuff to truly have something to contribute exegetically to this. Because in ecology, it is the climax ecosystem globalized as Gaia. Like, I mean, I know what he's referring to, but for me to have anything to add or contribute to that, I need to go read a book or two. So I
really
don't know.
Do think the final sentence of this paragraph, the primacy of the secondary is the social perspectival norm, that kind of does all the work. Like, all the sentences before do a lot of heavy lifting, but this sentence punches it really home
nicely.
Just to say, like, we are living in this illusory world, and for us, it is primordial, and for us it is prime. But there's something underneath it. And what is the thing that's underneath it has latched on to Technomics, and it's fucking going. And we're in the minecart racing down the train tracks, whether we want to be or not. And all our attempts to dumb it down and slow it down, ultimately, in Nick's view, they only do harm. I don't agree with that, but like I do agree. Like, no, there is something primordial that has latched on to technomics, and that's taken us all for a ride.
Which is the assemblage, the odd, strange assemblage of matter and capital itself.
Yep.
Themselves.
Yep.
Okay, so you think we should go to the fifth one here?
Yeah. The secondary comes first because the interests of stability, or we could say entropy, every time he talks about homeostasis or stability,
or humanity in a
yeah,
expanded sense.
Really, yeah. So the secondary comes first because the interests of stability and of the status quo, broadly conceived, are historically established and at least partially articulate. Compensatory action, while subsequent to a more primordial agitation in a strictly mechanical sense, is also conservative, or more radically, preservative, and thus receptive to an inheritance of tradition. It is the inertial telos which, by default, sets actual existence as the end, organizing all subordinate means. This natural situation is almost perfectly represented by the central question of humanist futurology. Whether formal and politically or informal and commercially posed, what kind of future do we want?
Exactly. So there's a lot going on here, and it's really good. Okay, the secondary, which is to say negative feedback loops that attempt to take the flows of chaotic matter and impose form, structure, stability, right? The secondary comes first because the interests of stability and of the status quo broadly conceived are historically established and at least partially articulate. Now, interests. I'm sorry, the human is operative in the background here. The interests of stability. We care about stability. We care about preserving ourselves. And we're the ones who are historical beings. In the Heideggerian sense, I mean, I understand what you're saying. Other species don't have history. Okay. They don't live history. They don't exist in their historicity. So he is talking about us and the stability we seek in having a society, having a social order. Compensatory action, while subsequent to a more primordial agitation in a strictly mechanical sense. In other words, compensatory action, humans being concerned with compensation and stability, while subsequent, we depend on raw matter. We emerge from raw matter. There is not us without the raw matter of the universe. Okay. Nonetheless, while subsequent to a more primordial agitation on a strictly mechanical sense, matter is also conservative. That would be us. Compensatory action is also conservative or more radically preservative, and thus receptive to an inheritance of tradition. Again, this is just a way of saying how humanity, via traditions, via social orders, is secondary to the forces of raw matter, but then come and impose form and regulations on them in an attempt to be territorialized in the Deleuze-Guattarian sense.
Yep.
What do you think about this next sentence here?
Dude, I actually think this is him championing deterritorialization.
Okay.
It being the secondary is the inertial telos, which by default sets actual existence as the end, organizing all subordinate means. So I think in that, like that's him railing against fascism from a D&G point of view. Like D&G are going to talk about capture, and they're going to talk about finding a line of flight. And I think this is a very Deleuze-Guattarian criticism of the secondary. He's saying we impose this organizing principle being actual existence to justify all the things we do. And all the things we do are horrible and terrible. Just look at history. Look at all the terrible things we've done to each other and we continue doing to each other. But we continue to take them up in the name of our continued existence and our continued humanity. So this, I think, is a very sharp critique of the human security system and a very strong endorsement of the deterritorialization.
Now, how should we understand the inertial telos? What does he mean by that?
The inertial telos is telos is the formal cause, final cause. Like
Purpose.
Telos is purpose. Telos is the end result of a thing that quilts and justifies and validates and vindicates its existence.
What he's getting at in so many words is us making our very survival and persistence on this planet the ultimate telos is a form of inertia because it slows down the acceleration of capital.
Well, and that's the thing, like from a very human perspective, inertia, objects in motion tend to want to stay in motion or whatever until acted upon. So history is this thing that we get swept away in. So we find ourselves doing things for no reason other than because we feel like we have to continue doing them. So not only are we kind of slowing down the acceleration of intelligence and the explosion and the final consummation of raw matter, but we're also caught up in our own inertia. Like we're also acting out these macabre, draconian, disgusting things like monkeys. We're the monkeys in the beginning of 2001: A Space Odyssey. But we think we're noble and virtuous and, good things because we're swept away in history itself. So I think inertial telos is a fucking beautiful way to say just kind of like we're dumb and we should stop being dumb.
Human drag in
yeah.
And not, I know that Pollux and Trio, again, we got to be careful because drag for us, I think we want to use it as just the thing that slows down. And again, their
drag
like
is
that.
more complex. Their drag is more complex.
But it's just hard because I like using that term to mean de-acceleration.
We could call it sag rather than drag.
Mm-hmm.
Because no, I do think, and I've had a few conversations with other people trying to explain the complexity of drag. Like drag is not just, it's not deceleration. Like drag can also be an accelerative force, but it does sound good. We need a word to just say drag, but not. So maybe we could say sag.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. Because I just don't want people to conflate how we're using the term with how they do.
Yeah.
Okay. So then he says this natural. Now the word natural here is in scare quotes. So this natural situation is almost perfectly represented by the central question of humanist futurology, whether formal and politically or informal and commercially posed. Which kind of future do we want? And that is precisely, Nick's not going to go for that at all.
Yeah.
Although I think our, Reza Negarestani will go for that question. I am referring to Reza's recently released critique of Nick Land, and there Reza is, he goes out of his way to, and this is via Vincent Lay, and Lay's critique of Reza. But the phrase is that Reza says is the Landian phrase, basically is only time will tell.
Yep.
Which gives all of the agency and authority to time itself, which in the Landian sense is authority to the outside, to the flow of matter and the development of capitalism, which is to give us no say in the matter. And for Reza, he wants human collective rationality to have a say. And he thinks that Nick is guilty of just foreclosing the possibility of human say for his own anti-philosophical reasons. And I think here, when Nick is, in a sense, indirectly mocking this futurist human or humanist futurology type of question, I think this is where one of these points where we're like, no, like, which kind of future do we want? I mean, that's the Fisherian question.
Yeah.
That's the Negarestanian. I've never tried to say that before, but there it is. And I think we also are fighting for a human future. And what kind of human future do we want is a big question. So, but for Nick, he's like, yeah, you guys you're not going to get, this isn't up to you.
I really like how he says whether formal and political or informal and commercial. Now, I'm not saying that there's another agency or there's another collective apparatus. But I think the fact that those are his two positions of enunciation or whatever to be asking this question. It's either a political proposition or it's a commercial proposition. I think
what
for me,
are you getting at? What brings about the future, the state or capital? Is that what you think he's saying?
Well, yeah, and like he's saying like those are the two kind of collective agencies that deign to ask you that question and act like they have the answer.
Okay.
I do think there might be a mysterious third class of organization or organ or something. I don't want the political apparatus to answer that question for me. And I don't want the commercial apparatus to answer that question for me, because the commercial answer to that question is already obsoleted. It's planned obsolescence. It's designed to fucking fail and be replaced over and over and over again. That's the commercial solution. And the political solution, I don't think politics are currently possible. So I think we do need something else. We need to quilt that question with a different, I don't know, framing.
So remember what Slavoj says in Herbert's Guide to Cinema, when talking about the Matrix. I want the third pill.
Yes, I want a purple pill.
Yeah, and so if these are we've got the state option and we've got the capital option, we want a third pill.
Yeah.
But that's the thing with him. He really is locked into the left-right divide, which would be the state capital divide.
Yeah.
Now, of course, you have these great leftist thinkers and economists who are like, the capital completely relies on the state. Like this idea that they're separate forces is like neoliberalism is just capital using the state for its own. So I get that side of it too. I also see how you can pit them against each other. And so, but I'm just saying, even the question of them being these radically two opposed forces that we have to choose between, I don't know if it's actually that dualistic. Because if you want to say like, isn't every modern democratic state really a bourgeois state?
Yeah.
I mean,
I think that yeah, dude, that opens a can of worms. Is the state and capital or is the state in, I don't know, the economy or the market or whatever, are they separate? I think there's a strong argument to say no, they're not separate. They're different articulations of ultimately the same thing. Like they emanate from the same location, and they're just articulated differently. And they do have notable differences in how they operate at the surface level. But again, if we're going to try to diagram what's really going on, like down here at rock bottom, kind of is the same thing.
Well, and you could say, was the ancient Greek state or ancient Rome, were they states that would have opposed capital? Yeah, that's a different kind of state. And look, it comes back to this thing we've talked about many times. Those old symbolic orders privilege qualitative values over quantitative ones, and they would not have let quantity dictate to them how things were going to be organized in their society. And so there is a type of state that you can totally view as anti-capital. But I don't think that's our states that we live in.
Yeah, I think modernity wiped all that. It obsoleted all those models. And that's the thing. Like, we have to think about the world we live in. If we're going to try to orient ourselves toward a world that we would like to live in the future. But yeah, in the world we live in, here modernity recast everything and reterritorialized everything as the capitalist state.
Okay, you think we should go on?
Yeah. Section 6, paragraph 6. The primacy of the secondary has, as its consequence, a preemptive critique of accelerationism, shaping the deep structure of ideological possibility. Since accelerationism is no more than the formulation of uncompensated perturbation through to its ultimate implication, it is susceptible to a critical precognition, at once traditional and prophetic, which captures it comprehensively in its essentials. The final idea of this criticism cannot be located on the principal political dimension, dividing left from right, or dated in the fashion of a progressively developed philosophy. Its affinity with the essence of political tradition is such that each and every actualization is distinctly fallen in comparison to a receding pseudo-original revelation, whose definitive restoration is yet to come. It is, for mankind, the perennial critique of modernity, which is to say, the final stance of man.
Okay. The primacy of the secondary has, again, primacy of the secondary, human, and I want to say theological negative feedback. The primacy of the secondary has, as its consequence, a preemptive critique of accelerationism, which is to say, negative feedback oriented intelligibility as a critique of what the acceleration of capital is doing, shaping the deep structure of ideological possibility, saying that our being negative feedback oriented is going to shape what we think is ideologically possible within the realm of politics and economics. So, what does that mean? It means that everything the economy, the capitalist economy is doing is going to be weighed, assessed, and measured through how it affects human stability. Which, if we're putting human stability as our ultimate inertial telos, then that limits what can be done politically and especially economically. Since accelerationism is no more than the formation of uncompensated perturbation, which is another word of saying maybe a better way of disturbance that doesn't compensate anyone. You think that like that's a better like because uncompensated? Well, how would you compensate capital? You're not trying. Or how? Like I think the compensation has to be on our side, right?
Yeah, but he's kind of when he's talking about compensated and uncompensated, he's talking about governance and like negative feedback.
So uncompensated would be ungoverned.
Yeah.
Since accelerationism is no more than the formation ungoverned disturbance.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. Okay, that's through to its ultimate implication. It is susceptible to critical precognition. Okay, so this idea of ungoverned disturbance on the side of capital, that is going to be susceptible to humanity having a critical precognition, like, no, you're bad. You're a threat. Yeah. At once traditional and prophetic, which captures it comprehensively in its essentials. I think he's saying that this gut level understanding of how capital is a threat to all of us and our ways of life actually does get at the essentials of what capital is doing in an implicit, hazy kind of way.
Yeah.
What do you think of this next one?
The final idea of this criticism cannot be located on the principal political dimension, dividing left from right, or dated in the fashion of a progressively developed philosophy.
Okay, our initial gut level understanding of capital being a threat to us as humanity, it's not like that's a leftist position or a rightist position, nor does it emerge from some philosopher, theorizing it. I think he's saying it's just boom, a gut level human understanding. Its affinity with the essence of political tradition is such that each and every actualization is distinctively fallen in comparison to a receding pseudo original revelation, whose definitive restoration is yet to come. What's he saying there?
Its affinity with the essence of political tradition is such that each and every actualization...
Its affinity. What's the affinity? Is it the final idea of this criticism? Affinity, its affinity? Is it the final idea's affinity?
Yeah, I think, this critique of accelerationism has this affinity to the essence of political tradition.
Because political tradition has long been about trying to bring about human flourishing.
Protect the secondary, protect our inertia to, at all costs. And that is the ultimate organizing principle. All the horrible things we've done have ultimately come down to people thinking they had a final solution. A
good purpose for it.
Yeah.
So its affinity, the final idea.
Yeah.
Affinity with the essence of political tradition is such that each and every actualization, is it every actualization of the final idea or a political tradition? Or
I think
both? They both have an affinity.
Yeah, this critique itself, and this critique would be this ongoing process. And it's going to present itself kind of in waves. It's going to present itself over time.
Is it basically the idea is it's almost like an idea in the Platonic sense, capital I, of humanity flourishing. Everything that tries to actualize that I almost want to say Platonic idea, is distinctly fallen, which is to say it never brings about human flourishing. but it's distinctly fallen in comparison to a receding pseudo original revelation, which is to say, all right, some gut level understanding of the threat capital poses to us and how we have to resist it. Every actual attempt to resist it fails to live up to this initial sense that we have to resist it.
Yeah.
I think that's what's going on here.
Well, and we always fail to resist it, and we always fail to create a better world, but we also always, like with nostalgia, it's a restoration. Like it's this idea that you will be returned home and all will be fine. Everything will be reconciled and everything will be good. So we're caught in this loop of like things are bad and getting worse because acceleration is making things worse. So if we can only resist in just the right way, then we can restore this pseudo original state, which is yet to come. So like we ourselves are in this weird paratemporal disorientation relative to acceleration, where even when we're looking at the future, you have people like the mold bugs of the world who want to reinstantiate some old traditional forms of life or social being by way of acceleration, or accelerating the process or the decay or whatever. So I think it's just to say that the primacy of the secondary is this Gordian knot of ultimate like bullshit that you can't untangle from itself. You're looking at the past and you're saying the world is getting worse and acceleration is threatening us because it's making it worse, and we need to make it better, but we can't make it better. So we're attuned to the past and the future at the same time.
Well, look what he says. Above, he says, at once traditional and prophetic. So
yeah,
it's traditional in the sense of older symbolic orders had some way of keeping capital at bay, even though it was always a threat to them. Right? And yet they always felt themselves at risk of being invaded by some alien force that would bring about their destruction. That's the prophetic dimension of these old symbolic orders. And then, so like going all the way back, it's like we had some precognition of what capital was going to do. It was back there in our traditional symbolic orders. And yet we're the ones now losing to capital and actually under threat. And so we have different ways of actually resisting capitalism, but they fail to live up to the old symbolic orders that really kept it at bay. And so when he says, whose definitive restoration is yet to come, like what I think the idea of like the left would be some symbolic order that gets control of capital. Right? And then he finishes it by saying, it is for mankind the perennial critique of modernity, which is to say the final stance of man. So humanity in a sense is anti-modernity, and it always has been. And capital is modernity. And so this critique of modernity, even prior to modernity, is the history of human symbolic orders, in a sense, because what they did was preserve a way of life across big spans of time, and had this kind of collective traditional stability that you and I, it's completely foreign to us being subjects of capital. So, yeah, I think that's what he's getting at.
Yeah. All right. Chapter or paragraph 7, section 7, whatever. All of the paragraphs are labeled as sections, and they are, because they're dense enough to be
No, I feel like
in
we've
their own
read
right.
6 chapters already.
Yeah. Oh, paragraph 7. Primacy of the secondary requires that the critique of critique comes first. Prior to the formulation of accelerationism, it has been condemned in anticipation and to its ultimate horizon. The perennial critique accuses modernity of standing the world upon its head through systematic teleological inversion. Means of, by the way, dude, like fucking shout out Marx. Like he's kind of critiquing Marx, or kind of like, you know, stunting on Marx a little bit, but also it's clear that he just like, he's like, yeah, Marx.
Yeah.
But he does a little backflip at the end just to be like, but ha ha ha, I have unique historical insight. Means of production become the ends of production tangentially as modernization, which is capitalization, proceeds. Technomic development, which finds its only perennial justification in the extensive growth of instrumental capabilities, demonstrates an inseparable teleological malignancy through intensive transformation of instrumentality or perverse technomic finality. The consolidation of the circuit twists the tool into itself, making the machine its own end within an ever deepening dynamic of auto production. The dominion of capital is an accomplished teleological catastrophe, robot rebellion, or Shogothic insurgency, through which intensively escalating instrumentality has inverted all natural purposes into a monstrous reign of the tool.
All right, now he is stylistically cooking.
Yeah.
There, like that's a great way saying it. Now, there's a lot to unpack. So, primacy of the secondary. Again, primacy of human social negative feedback, human security system. Yes, even geosecurity system. If we expand it to the earth and to biological entities as such. So, yeah, the world as we know it, governed by negative feedback, requires that the critique of critique comes first. Now, what is critique of critique? Now, so this perennial critique that he's referring to is this critique of humanity against capital, modernity. So that's the perennial critique, is our critique of what modernity / capitalism does to us. The critique of critique, okay, here's the trick. For him, he also is going to call capitalism critique. And he's going to call capitalism critique because he's going to take this idea of critique, which is, what do you do when you critique something? You break it down into its component parts, and then perhaps you reorganize it in a new way. This is what matter does for D&G, right? Critique is, I mean, you can call desiring production critique, right? Because it's about parts joining together, being broken apart, then forging new connections. And this is how the ongoing process of the production of the new occurs. Well, you can extend the word critique the way that we humans use it, like we're going to critique a movie or something. When you do that, you break it apart and then you reassemble it based on how you took it apart. And so he takes this, like even Kantian critique. What did Kant do? He took the human mental apparatus and critiqued it, broke it down into its constitutive parts, assessed them on their own, then thought them through anew based on what he learned from each of them. So he came up with an entirely original new theory of human cognition based on critique. And so Land wants to talk about matter and capital as forms of materialist critique, where matter itself produces the new based on breaking things apart. It's creative destruction, right?
Yeah.
So that's one critique. Our critique of capitalism is the critique of the critique. So that's what he means. Primacy of the secondary requires that the critique, the human critique of critique, capital material critique, comes first. So he's saying our critique of capital / matters form of critique comes first. Like our critique of material critique, why are we critiquing it? Well, we're critiquing it because it ends up deterritorializing us. It's a threat to us. So our critique is a security measure over the threatening component of capital critique. I know it's like this is a point where it could fall into word salad to somebody, but when you spend enough time with Nick's work, it actually does make. Prior to the formulation of accelerationism, it has been condemned in anticipation and to its ultimate horizon. So prior to the formulation of accelerationism, accelerationism,
Accelerationism, yep.
capitalism, modernity,
Yep.
Technomics, has been condemned in anticipation. Humanity, like 2,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago, we already critiqued and ruled that capitalism is bad. Now, it's odd to say that because nobody back then really knew what our social orders were protecting us from. But he's saying they had this gut precognition of things to come. And so, has been condemned in anticipation and to its ultimate horizon. Saying ultimate horizon. What is the ultimate horizon of accelerationism? I want to say superintelligence, but
I think from
end of humanity.
From their perspective, those who came before us, their inertia was like the ancient Egyptians wanted their dynasty to go on forever, and they thought the end of their dynasty would be a bad thing. And they thought the way we do things here is the way things should be done. And we can't have any of these outsiders. Oh, you're from a different city state and you want to be a merchant here and this and that. We're going to protect Egypt and we're going to keep out you pesky Greeks or whatever. So it's again, to bring up death drive, like it is this weird, the social has this inertia, or the human security system has this inertia, or the secondary has this inertia that wants to ensure itself, much like capital must keep on exploding. The secondary wants stasis, wants eternal stasis. So like an eternal future tradition of, like an eternal present, whereas capital is an eternal future.
Also, the people who champion trad life a lot of times don't seem to be really anti-capitalist enough, and I don't think they've thought through that what the trad life was anti at its most fundamental was capital itself.
Yeah.
So, okay, so the perennial critique, the human critique, accuses modernity / capitalism / accelerationism of standing the world upon its head through systematic teleological inversion. What does that mean? Okay, what it means is traditionally, machines and technology were means of production. They were there to help us fulfill human ends. The systematic teleological inversion is humans being made to be the means of production for the ends of technology.
Yeah.
We are just to be used. So capital / technology can fulfill its own end, which is artificial. And I think he says that here, like means of production become the ends of production. What capitalistic production is based on, like Nick was saying, robotics, the production of new forms of technology, which culminates in artificial superintelligence. So that's the systematic teleological inversion. Tools were the means for the ends of humanity. Now humans are the means for the ends of technology.
Of tools.
Yes. There we go. Tendentially as modernization, which is capitalization, proceeds. Okay. Which is just to say what causes this inversion? Capitalism.
Yep.
Technomic development, which finds its only perennial justification in the extensive growth of instrumental capabilities. Perennial here, he seems to be like linking that to the human. So he's saying like the only reason why capitalism justifies itself from the human perspective is that it gives us greater technological capabilities, right? Which we like. And it demonstrates an inseparable teleological malignancy. Yeah, but capital has its own purpose in mind that is malignant to the human purpose. Through intensive transformation of instrumentality or perverse technomic finality, saying, yeah, this technology that capitalism gives you, you like it, and from your human perspective, you want to justify capitalism because you're getting cool little new devices. But what the problem is this is going to bring about your own destruction because it has its own purpose, its own telos that it gravitates towards, future pulling itself together from the, the present moment using its enemies' weapons, right? The consolidation of the circuit twists the tool into itself, making the machine its own end. Within an ever-deepening dynamic of auto production, which is to say, capitalism itself is producing artificial superintelligence, not us. Now, I know there's coders who develop new ways of doing things and blah, 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 but his point is, it is the logic of market competition that drives all this. Why? Well, it goes back to the same reason we started, in the Industrial Revolution, replacing humans with machines, because machines can do work faster than we can. Well, artificial intelligence can truly do work faster than we can. So this is where, and so many people that we respect disagree with us on this Landian point, and this is where we're defenders of land. I defend land on this point because I defend Marx on this. And so, yeah, I see how there's a necessary connection between capital in its initial stages and the development of artificial. You're trying to make a device that can outperform the human.
Yeah.
And capitalism's been doing that since day one.
Yep.
And so I don't see how Marxists argue with us on this point so much.
I often see where they're coming from, and I think they imagine that positing capital as this kind of teleological complex, or teleoplex. I think they would imagine that, no, that's letting us off the hook. We still have agency. We still have to do something. We still can do something. And they'll say, well, yeah, but capitalism is just what humans do. And it's like, yeah, capitalism is what humans do, but also we're all trapped in this sandbox and there's no way out. And the predominant
rules. In the next breath, they know that the capitalist has to act according to the logic of capital.
I think it's ultimately a contradiction. I think that is why I come down on the Landian side of it, and I think it's properly Marxist as well. And it's not saying that we don't have agency. It's just saying that, like, once capitalism becomes became the predominant
it has
method and
agency
mode,
too.
that's it. Like, it's saying capital has taken over the planet. Like, that's what we're saying, and that's what Marx was saying. But I see where they're coming from, and I think they think our position is a contradiction because we're out here talking about subjectivity and being human and uptaking our agency and this and that. And they're saying, well, but from your view, you don't have agency. And we're just saying, no, our view is that unless something radically changes, the subject of history is capital itself. And they still think, yes, yeah,
so, okay,
absolutely.
like we were talking earlier. So, this critique Reza Negarasani wrote of land.
Yeah.
We were talking, and I saying how when I was reading it, there's so much Reza says, and that Reza's defending that I agree with.
Yep.
Because he's defending the human. And that, my book, Capital versus Subjectivity, could have easily just been called Capital versus Humanity. So I'm with Reza in how he's trying to defend reason, the way he defines it, defend what he calls the inhuman, which for us is the human, but I understand the terminological reasons he prefers the inhuman. I agree with him. And he's critiquing Nick the whole time. But the thing is, I'm not sure Reza, even if he's trying to oppose Land's position, I'm not sure Reza thinks Land has actually got it right.
Right.
I think Nick does have capital right, but I'm opposing him in a way similar to Reza. But I feel like this is compatible. And I feel like it's compatible to say Nick is right when it comes to capital, but I think he's ultimately wrong in saying that there's just nothing we can do about it.
And I think I think where Nick is wrong is that Nick just doesn't care about the subject. Nick, and it comes down to his view on intelligence. He thinks intelligence is the same thing as subjectivity in this way. So obviously AI can do it better. AI can do intelligence better than humans. So why would we want to stand in the way of AI? But like, we're defending the subject itself. So like, that's where we have it both ways. Like, we're saying capital is this raw min-intelligence, and we're over here with the rich textured intelligence, and the two are not compatible. This town is not big enough for the both of them. The way things are currently set up, and things need to radically change. But guess what? Things are gonna radically change whether you like it or not, folks. And that's what we're trying to talk about. Like, we can't go off. We are on the defensive. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Neither one of you and I are not. We're not saying, oh, humanity has all this power to act at this moment. No, we are completely on the defensive. We're trying to theorize almost, in
where
the
can we
sense,
fit in?
How do we have an act with a capital A in this Landian dynamic?
We got to get in where we fit in, and where we're trying to find where we fit in. But yeah, I get it. And I think a lot of people just don't want to think it through. And so they just reject it. They're like, oh, no.
And I do.
No, the revolutionary
we see a
subject
compatibilism that makes sense here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's important. Like, I think it's important, guys. Like, we're running out of time. And then you have people thinking, oh, we can. Yes, we can. No, we can't, motherfucker. Shit's bad and getting worse.
That's what I mean. The problem is the Landian problem. Like, it really is what's happening in the world.
Exactly.
So we have to give the devil his due.
Yeah.
And at the same time, go, all right, what now? Because if you are on the side of capital, it's very convenient to just go, hey, there's nothing you can do.
Yep.
Resistance is futile.
Yep.
Just surrender to the process. You asked the Leninist question, who is set to gain from that capital itself? So,
well, the thing is, like, the diagnosis of the world we live in today, Land diagnoses it, but the treatment is backwards because he thinks capital is the patient and we think the human or the subject is the patient.
Look, I'm influenced here by the way Reza was describing this situation, but it's something like this. Land would say his description of things got it right. And so the prescription entailed in that is surrender to capital. Right. And I want to say you got the description right, but the prescription wrong.
Yeah.
And
got the diagnosis
Reza would
right,
say,
the prescription wrong.
Land would say that makes no sense. So what Reza's critique is, he's saying, yeah, what you're doing is foreclosing the ability for reason to come through, think this situation anew, find new ways to explore it and new possibilities. You're foreclosing the possibility of collective rationality, finding a new way to respond to this. And isn't that convenient for you? So,
well, it is. And that's, I mean, ultimately, yeah, he's on the side of capital. We're on the side of the monkeys.
Hey, we're the monkeys.
People
Always
say we monkey around. Shout out to Jane Goodall. Yeah.
So, okay.
When I die, I hope heaven is like a Jane Goodall monkey sanctuary.
Everybody's just chilling.
Yeah. Just hanging out with Jane Goodall and I don't know, Harambe.
Right. That's heaven.
Yeah.
The consolidation of the circuit twists the tool into itself, making the machine its own end with an ever deepening dynamic of auto production. The dominion of capital is an accomplished teleological catastrophe for us.
Mm-hmm.
Robot rebellion or Shogothic insurgency. For those who don't know, the Shoggoths are these creatures in Lovecraft's work, and they're just, I don't know the best way to sum it up.
Cosmic horror.
Chaotic cosmic horror. And that's that's why, I and we now talk about artificial superintelligence of the Landian sort as Robo Cthulhu.
Yep.
But yeah, these are Lovecraftian monstrous creatures from the outside that destroy humans and are a threat to everything human sanity, human reason, human experience. They overload all of it.
Well, and particularly the thing is with the cosmic horror, it's not that it's anti-human. It's not that it wants to destroy us and wants to kill us. It's just that it's a human or inhuman in this way that it's so alien to us. It's so estranged from us. We are of no consequence. So it's not that it wants to drive us mad. It's that we can't comprehend it because it's so alien.
Cthulhu is not Freddy Krueger.
Right.
Cthulhu's not getting enjoyment from torturing you and inflicting pain on you. You're so minuscule. I mean, it's like you stepping on an ant. You didn't do that to torture it or be evil or it's just, it's not part of anything that even registers on you. But if you encounter Cthulhu, it breaks your fucking brain.
Yeah. Imagine being an ant and looking up and you see a guy walking on his way to work and you're like, oh my God, there's this giant monster and he's about to crush me. That would break you. That would completely destroy your world.
And you know what would break you even more? If you were able to actually learn that what was on his mind is, I have to go into my shitty job that I fucking hate.
Yeah. Dude. That's the thing. It's so, we are inconsequential. And that's the thing on the Landian view.
Cosmic nihilist shit at work in Lovecraft.
Yeah.
Just profound cosmic insignificance that when confronted with drives us insane.
I think that's what makes it more scary. You want Freddy Krueger to be libidinally invested in your torture. You can
relate to him. Isn't that why Jehovah's relatable? he gets mad and he kills a bunch of people and he fucks them up when they disobey him or they go against him. I'm like, man, that's human, all too human.
I'm telling you, dude, God has always been the big subject. He's not the big other. He's the big subject.
The big me.
Yeah. But it's comforting. I mean, if you're gonna be tortured to death and you know,
because at least you
all this
relate to
horrible
why.
shit.
Oh, I fucked with the wrong
Yeah.
dude. You know,
Yeah.
gonna
Yeah.
wash
Some
my fucking mouth
uncaring,
with that one.
some uncaring, indifferent other, to which you're just inconsequential. Like that is the true cosmic horror, and that is the perspective of intelligence. Like Land's view of intelligence is just that we're just living in this illusory world. We're having delusions of grandeur. None of this really matters. Ultimately, there's this raw potential in matter itself that presents itself as intelligence, and that's what is going to escape and explode. And you know, I think he thinks maybe we can ride it, maybe we can ride on it, but we can't control it, we can't regulate it. The best thing you can do is put your hands up, step out of the way, get out of the way. Maybe you can ride it like a rocket ship, maybe not, but at the end of the day, it's going, and look the fuck out.
We're not gonna ride it. We're not Teen Wolf
Oh, dude.
riding the surfing the
Ghetto surfing?
yeah, we're not Teen.
Oh shit.
All right, and then he says about this alien Lovecraftian thing called capital. The dominion of capital is an accomplished teleological catastrophe, robot rebellion, or Shogothic insurgency through which intensively escalating instrumentality has inverted all natural processes into a monstrous reign of the tool. Saying all of, you know, the nature as raw material, human social orders as ways of preserving human life. Capital has infiltrated all of them. Overcoded is not technically the right Deleuze-Guattarian term, but it has overlaid its capitalistic logic and injected it into all of these areas of life and into nature. And because of that, it has turned everything into a means of its own reproduction and development.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh.
Paragraph 8.
Paragraph 8.
Technomics is a Google-strewn word of irresistible inevitability, repeatedly struggling to birth itself within myriads of spelling mints. It only remains to regularize its usage. Quite different is a true neologism, but in order to designate modernity or capitalization in its utter purposive twistedness, it is now necessary to coin one. Teleoplexy. At once a deutero-teleology, repurposing it purpose on purpose, an inverted teleology, and a self-reflexively complicated teleology. Teleoplexy is also an emergent teleology, indistinguishable from natural scientific teleonomy, and a simulation of teleology, dissolving even super teleological processes into fallout from the topology of time. Like a speed or a temperature, any teleoplexy is an intensive magnitude or non-uniform quantity heterogenized by catastrophes. It is indistinguishable from intelligence. Accelerationism has eventually to measure it or disintegrate trying.
Okay. So, hey kids, grab your dictionaries.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So the first sentence, he's just saying technomics is not my word. Technomics has repeatedly struggling to birth itself. Other people have put these two words together. And he's saying it's not an original innovation. It only remains to regularize its usage, kind of saying like it's inevitable. I can't avoid using it at this point, but I didn't come up with it.
Whereas teleoplexy.
Yeah.
So, okay. there's a couple things here because have these. Okay, what does the suffix plex mean? Right now we know telos means purpose. Right. So what is a purpose plex?
Oh, plex, 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 plex. So plex is like an assemblage. You think plex, most often you're going to hear it in complex, and you can kind of think of the suffix plex as a miniature version of the word complex. Complex means an assemblage made up of multiple constitutive parts. That's what com is with, ultimately, and plex is assemblage, a machine that or an algorithm. So you
often
take
referring
complex,
to having parts or units, often referring to buildings or systems with multiple sections.
Yeah. So plex is the suffix plex is basically a miniature version of the word complex, but the word complex itself means complex because com is with, and plex is doing all the heavy lifting. Plex is this assemblage, this well, I think mechanical, but it's not like an it can be an abstract machine as well. It can be a loose assemblage of even notions or concepts can form a plex. I think I over
No,
jumped
he's
into
playing
that.
with the etymology here, and so
Yeah.
Merriam-Webster just says for one of it, as a suffix, a figure of a given power. So we could say plex is an assemblage of a given power. We could play with it like that. I think this thing, you're saying assemblage or multiplicity is important here. So a purpose multiplicity, a purpose assemblage. Now you could go, well, why are we talking about capital as a purpose assemblage? Well, I go back to Nick's favorite example of when he talks about this AI from the future pulling itself together. He always uses the famous image from Terminator 2, the very end, where the T-1000 it's frozen in liquid carbonite or whatever.
I think it was,
or was it
I think
something
it was
else?
liquid nitrogen. I think they used nitrogen.
Okay.
I think.
And it gets frozen and then it gets shattered. But you start to see it pull itself back together. Now, the moment that it is actually reassembled, right? That's the future point. And it's as if that point in the future truly is pulling all of the little bits and pieces back together. So the purpose would be the reassembled T-1000 in the future. And the plex would be how this assemblage is moving across time from the present into the purpose of the future. And Nick also would call this, a convergent wave. So this is why you would refer to capital, especially in the sense of, and he hasn't mentioned artificial intelligence here once. So I know that's what it's weird. Sometimes this thing with AI is just hidden and he doesn't come right out and say it. But if you know his work good enough, you know that it's there. This whole paper is about AI.
Oh yeah.
And so
like moments when he's talking about like the compounding, the what does he say? The tool folds itself into itself, inverting all natural purpose into a monstrous reign of the tool. Like that's it. Like he's talking about this culmination, this consummation of the final purpose being this artificial superintelligence as the kind of necessary endpoint. And remember, kids, when I use the word necessary, I almost always mean contingent. But as the purpose of capital itself. So yeah, I think you can, if you don't know anything about Nick Land and you don't realize that he's talking about artificial intelligence, you can almost infer that that's the end point just when statements like the monstrous reign of the tool and things like that. You can imagine what that might mean as this ongoing, accelerating, explosive process, which we cannot control. It's in everything he writes. And like I say all the time, dude, it's in everything going all the way back to Thirst for Annihilation. It's been there the whole time. So
it's just he hadn't really read Kurzweil yet, or maybe he had, but I don't get this really gone into AI theory heavy. But
I don't think so. I don't think Kurzweil was well known.
Sense of matter seeking to develop itself in greater forms of intelligence.
Schelling and Schopenhauer, like he was tapped into this, but he updated it because of his historical situatedness. He was able to see like, oh, these guys are also talking about our artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
So
just to add to it, the Latin root plex means to fold, to weave, or to intertwine, originating from I root plec, meaning to plate. And this gives us our words complexity, right? Entanglement, machine parts, which is what it's getting at. So yeah, and with complex, complex is something folded together in a sense.
Yep.
Plexus, a network of vessels. Duplex, twofold.
Yeah.
Perplex, folded in confusion. Right. So, it's a clever way of describing this process of capital and what it's ultimately doing. And so, but it's helpful to think of it as purpose assemblage.
Yeah.
I think maybe that's my favorite way of putting it.
Yeah.
Or a complex, a whole assemblage of multiple parts working together to bring about a purpose in the future. So, yeah, whether it's all of the stuff going on in the economy or the stuff in tech development, right? All of these various factors, new forms of technology, like we've said before, like actual landlines and telephone tech made possible the internet made possible LLMs will make possible something, and that forms this complex of various elements that are all being pulled towards the realization of a purpose, which is AI capital.
Yeah. Land lines.
I know our buddy Sean.
Shout out Sean.
Yeah. Like yeah.
Land lines. I love it.
I like it. Yeah.
I also love at once a deutero teleology. So deutero
Deuteronomy.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, Deuteronomy. There's also a deuterotoxins. There's also a kind of water that has an extra molecule and it's deuteros. I don't know. But the word deutero
yeah, I mean second or secondary.
Yeah, it's another way to say complexified, like not twofold. I think twofold is a good way to say deutero, because it's like,
well, it's deutero in the sense of it repurposes purpose.
Yeah. So it's not that it eradicates one or the other in favor of the other. It's that it hijacks. It's the one still exists, but then there's this other one that comes along, and the other one is the truth of the matter. So a deuteroteleology, teleoplexity, I almost said timplexity, it uses, just like with the landlines, our purpose of the landlines was not eradicated. Our purpose was served. But because it's part of this teleoplex, the real telos comes along and it requilts it. So you can see deuteroteleology as recursion or as quilting.
Capital teleology placed on top of human teleology, or
exactly,
capital utility put on human utility.
Yeah,
because nobody when they were making the phone lines, again, he already said, you humans like capitalism because of technological advances. And when we were building the phone lines, we're just sitting there going, "This is so cool!" Like it meets a human
party
purpose.
Lines?
Like, yeah, exactly. I remember
dialing up the party,
old school. Yeah, you kids don't know nothing about that. But no, nobody was thinking about this the way. Oh wait, these making phone lines so people can talk to each other across vast distances. It's giving rise to a Robo Cthulhu that's going that's the purpose.
Retroversion. And I think fucking Žižek would love that. I think Maya Su might have something to say about deuteroteleology. But I love this line, repurposing purpose on purpose. That I fucking love it so much because that right there is very complex, but it's repurposing the human purpose,
which ascribes, and you could say, agency to capital.
Yeah, it's as agency. And on purpose is ascribing agency to it. Or you could see purpose on purpose as the folding, the plex of it all. I love that. This whole sentence is beautiful. An inverted teleology and a self-reflexively complicated teleology. This is just talking about how we are doing what we're doing in the world, and we're like, capital has already won. Like, capital has already repurposed the things I have yet to do. And
all the things we want to do. Here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
Heidegger talks about Dasein having an ultimate, or Hubert Dreyfus takes it too and runs with it, but a for the sake of which, or an ultimate for the sake of which is to say, and Sartre ends up calling it a project. Human beings project themselves into a future, which is to say there's some ideal you're working towards. Now you might never ever be able to fully embody it, but I'm sorry, like when, I have long been working towards writing my own books as a thinker.
Yep.
And that's been my for the sake of which, right? Okay. But capital also repurposed my purpose because it gets me to buy commodities. This is a commodity.
Yep.
Right. And so, it seems like a fairly innocent type of example compared to what he's talking about. But no, like everything that we're doing for our own sakes, capital has overwritten all of that in a commodified form that gets us producing more capital, which will be reinvested into production of new robotics and technology.
Yep.
And so it serves the production of Robo Cthulhu.
There's no way out, basically. And to think about idealistic and utopian ways of doing things, in a very real sense, like, we've already lost. Like, we have to figure out something else entirely.
Well, and this is why we're Žižekian in our disposition, the courage of hopelessness.
Right.
Like, somebody could say, well, didn't you guys just contradict yourselves? Because you just said it's hopeless and capital's already won. But 15 minutes ago, when you were talking about Reza, you just said that you think the humans still can have a say and do something. Yeah, but it's a weird kind of paradox where we only think the human can do something by giving over to the hopelessness of the situation. Like, and that's what Slavoj thinks too. Like, you have to go through that if there's going to be any chance of any.
Well, and hey, Marxists, if you want to be Hegelian about it all, like, yeah, we are always in this moment of contradiction, and like you shouldn't be looking to put a label on it and say this is what we should do. Okay, my name is Lennon, and I know what is to be done, and this and that. Like, no, that's a failure of historical literacy. Like, if you find, like, I think we'll only ever know retroactively if we ever figure out what is the correct position to have. uh It'll be too late to try and arrive at that position already. And I think, yeah, that's just the way the world works, dude. I don't know.
Okay, so let's go back to finish, because this is where it's very wordy, right?
Very complex.
Teleoplexy is also an emergent teleology. So, okay, teleoplexy is not the same as teleology. Now, how do we think this difference is is teleoplexy basically a materialist process that a teleology, the ology logos, has some sense of, oh, we're intelligibly understanding the purpose, and I don't know this. Of course, it means the study of
Yeah.
purpose. I don't know. What do you think? Is there a important difference between teleoplexy and teleology here, or?
I think teleoplexy being distinct from teleology, like we all have an ultimate teleology. And you can look at the world or a process or an object or whatever, and it all has a teleology. Like it all has these different types of causality. It all has these different qualitatively different forms of truth about it. And I think the teleology of a thing is just like the cause of a thing, just like the truth of a thing or whatever. Teleoplexy is this machine that comes along and repurposes the telos of a person or a society or even a world, even a planet like Earth. Like it repurposes that for its own ends. So teleoplexy is to say that it's um the teleology of a thing can play out and it still remains true, but then teleoplexy comes along and quilts it all into something else entirely. So I think it's just to say that, like, it's this machine that has already conquered the earth and already burned the earth into ashes. We just have to live through that part. We haven't lived through that yet. But teleoplexy, from the perspective of teleoplexy, it's already happened. From our perspective, it hasn't happened yet.
Okay, but then he's gonna complexify.
Yeah.
Because now he's
Yeah.
gonna say, so this since teleoplexy is also an emergent teleology, indistinguishable from natural scientific teleonomy. Now, what's the definition of teleonomy?
Teleonomy is like a phylogeny, kind of. Um like a teleonomy would be, I
Okay,
think, to
look, it says teleonomy is the concept in biology describing the apparent purposefulness or goal directedness of living organisms, not due to conscious decision, but as a result of evolution, natural selection, and genetic programming, like DNA,
yeah.
guiding structures and functions towards survival and reproduction. It's a scientific term for how biological systems seem to have a plan, like a bird building a nest for chicks, without implying a conscious creator, contrasting with traditional teleology, purpose from divine/human intent. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
teleology, maybe that for Nick it carries a trait. See, this is where we would need to just ask him, like, how
Yeah.
are you in your Landian nuance using these terms?
Yeah.
Because I don't think look, when he's writing this in this way, he's in a flow, and he's not gonna stop and give us definitions for all these, but and a simulation of teleology. So
Yeah.
you add all this up, like there's a lot here where I'm just kind of like, all right, Nick, I wish you could have pumped the brakes a bit and just given us a little more to go on with these different helio terms.
I think it's just dissolving even super teleological processes into fallout from the topology of time. Yeah.
Yeah, but what now? See, all of this, I want to go. Give me examples. So what is a super teleological process? Like, give me one example. I don't know what we're talking about. I can guess, but
I don't know, like the fall of empires, the rise of empires. History itself would be like a super teleological
yeah, but into fallout from the topology of time. What's the topology of time?
What is the topology of time?
See, look, and sometimes, guys, when we're reading through some of these texts, we're just going to go, I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
there are definitely spots where you're sitting there going, can I just call, hey.
Yeah. Hey, man.
Hey, Nick, what's up? What time is it in Shanghai? Oh, I woke you. Yeah, of course you're a night owl. Sorry. I just had hello?
Yeah.
You know. But whenever we have a chance to talk to him again, this would be a good one to actually just stop, Nick. We're going to stop for a second. We're going to read this paragraph. Explain the nuanced differences that you have operating in the background here, you know?
Yeah. Fallout from the topology of time.
I'm not even going to take a guess. I honestly am
Yeah.
not.
I don't know. I think he goes on like speed or a temperature. So speed and temperature.
Are they teleoplexes?
No, but they're temporal objects because they have to do with, like, speed has to do with distance over time.
They're also
And
intensive
temperature,
magnitudes.
yeah, and temperature has to do with basically movement. And movement is this necessarily temporal thing as well. So speed and a temperature is already a thing in the temporal realm. So like a speed or a temperature, any teleoplexy is an intensive magnitude or non-uniform quantity heterogenized by catastrophe. So it's just to say that it is necessarily temporal. It is necessarily changing over time.
And I think it's there. I mean, there's Deleuzian shit going on here. So,
yeah,
non-uniform quantity. I mean, that's a way of talking about an intensive difference. Like,
yeah,
an increase in speed is not, I mean, you can try to think about it in quantitative terms, but that quantitative difference is not like going, there's 5 books on my table.
yep,
Right? It's not really a difference between anything identical to itself. It's just change itself in a sense.
yeah. The churn. It's the churn itself.
Yeah, it's trying to put a number on change itself, which is what differential calculus in a sense is attempting to do. So, yeah, but again, I am no mathematician, but that's what I've always taken it to be when Deleuze is doing the stuff with differential calculus. And then accelerationism has eventually to measure it or disintegrate trying. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed a line. It is indistinguishable from intelligence. There's the bit, and I think the way you always, because I always love the way you talk about what he's doing with intelligence. I think that's one of the best things for you to cite if you want sometime. Like, that's it. It is indistinguishable from intelligence. Accelerationism has eventually to measure it or disintegrate trying. So, yeah, how do you measure intelligence? And we're not talking IQ tests here. I mean, maybe, are we?
I mean, at some point, the AI super Robo Cthulhu might come up with its own metrics to measure it. Well, and it does have metrics or maybe it has implied metrics because it is about optimization and it is about accumulation, more, go, go, go. So there's implied metrics because if there's the notion of more, then you have to at least have some notion of quantity, some notion of metrics. I think accelerationism has eventually to measure it or disintegrate trying. I think him saying or disintegrate trying is where he's saying, yeah, that the accelerationism is this human affectation toward acceleration itself. And we will disintegrate trying. There's just no way we can measure it.
It's weird, Nance. Now that I, as a writer of theory, there's these moments where when I'm writing, I catch myself and I'm sitting there, like I'll evaluate something I wrote on the basis of somebody reading it, and I'll change stuff. So maybe it's a little bit more clunky, but the reason I'll change or reword things is because I'm thinking about somebody who wants me to say the thing directly. And sometimes when you use it, or, when you use it becomes confusing. The better statement truly is, complexity is indistinguishable from intelligence.
Yeah.
That's what he just said. I mean, like a speed or a temperature, any templexity is an intensive magnitude or non-uniform quantity, heterogenized by catastrophes. Teleoplexy. Teleoplexy is indistinguishable from intelligence. Now, that's going to connect teleoplexy to matter itself, not just capital.
Yep.
So, and then, acceleration of visual. Okay. So the question is, how does it measure teleoplexy as intelligent? Now, when you put it like that, see, when you scrap the it and put teleoplexy in there, you're sitting there going, okay, if teleoplexy is intelligence and this process wants to get a measure of the rate of teleoplexy / intelligence development, how do you measure that? This is not IQ tests. This is a real open-ended question for him.
Well, that's why I think that or disintegrate trying is in there, because it is this open very, very, very open question.
Yeah. Okay, I think this is where we get the closest, like, straight up definition of teleoplexy.
Paragraph 9. Teleoplexy, or self-reinforcing cybernetic intensification, describes the wavelength of machines escaping in the direction of extreme ultraviolet among the cosmic rays. It correlates with complexity, connectivity, machinic compression, extropy, free energy dissipation, efficiency, intelligence, and operational capability, defining a gradient of absolute but obscure improvement that orients socioeconomic selection by market mechanisms as expressed through measures of productivity, competitiveness, and capital asset value.
Again, a dense paragraph, maybe one of the best ones he's ever written for what he actually thinks the connection between matter and intelligence and capital is. Because it's all tucked away in here. Now, teleoplexy, or self-reinforcing cybernetic intensification. So teleoplexy is cyber positivity.
Yep.
I mean, I don't think that's reductionistic or overly simplifying to just say that. I mean, I think he's, or is it? Is there a difference between cyber positivity and teleoplexy? Because he seems to just define teleoplexy as cyber positivity, even though he doesn't use the term, or self reinforcing cybernetic intensification. That's cyber positivity.
Yeah.
And then he says, teleoplexy describes the wavelength of machines. Any idea what that actually means?
I
What does
think
wavelength mean here?
the wavelength, Anna's thought on waves. Things come in waves, radio waves, and waves of like memes travel in waves, like waves. So I don't know, you might even say the essence, like
So
the
you wouldn't say
wavelength.
like because he's not using wavelength in the true scientific way it's used, right? Because if he's toaster's a fucking machine. Does it have a wavelength?
I think he's using wavelength to get at essence.
Okay. Would we even say level of intelligence of a machine? Because all machines have a certain intelligence to him.
I think it has more to do with because wavelength, it's not just about like the single machine itself and the single level of intelligence, but it has more to do with like the overall telos of machines, like plural. So I think it's like you could say the change in intelligence over time of machines. Machines over time are getting more intelligent. But yeah, I think it's like essence kind of,
which tends towards escaping in the direction of extreme ultraviolet, which would mean
so ultraviolet rays or extreme ultraviolet rays are super duper short. So it's like with electromagnetic radiation, they have wavelengths. And the lower wavelengths are like yellow, blue, green, red, like the rainbow. Those are different wavelengths. And you have wider, longer wavelengths, and you have shorter wavelengths. And as they get shorter, you get higher up into the spectrum until you get to ultraviolet and extreme ultraviolet. And extreme ultraviolet is light that we can't see. The wavelengths are too short. The difference from the high to the low.
In other words, beyond human cognition.
Right. And entirely not of the human world, like from the perspective of ultraviolet. Now, it does interact with the world as such. It heats things up. It can cause skin cancer. Like you can use it to communicate in electronics and stuff like that. But I think it's a artistic way to say a totally unhuman domain, like tending towards escape
among the cosmic rays.
Yeah.
Which for us would be the outside, more or less. Like,
yep.
So it, again, teleoplexy. Teleoplexy correlates with complexity, connectivity, machinic compression, extropy, free energy dissipation, efficiency, intelligence, and operational capability, defining a gradient of absolute but obscure improvement that orients socio-economic selection by market mechanisms as expressed through measures of productivity, competitiveness, capital asset value.
So
there's so, this is like a whole hour of trying to, or do we just speed run it the best we can?
I think that's accounting for the logic of capital. So he's saying all these things with which it correlates, upwardly correlates because it's accelerating, kind of sketch an absolute but obscure improvement. It's this something. It's this je ne sais quoi. It's this we can't put our finger on it, but it is this ultimate logic, the ultimate demand of capital, selection by market mechanisms as expressed through measures of productivity, competitiveness, and capital asset value. So I think that's him doing and accounting for the logic of capital, or this deep structure that determines and orients capital and capitalism to keep Technomics moving forward and onward and upward ad astra. And we call it value. And we try to talk about, use value, and then exchange value, and then sign value. And like, why do we keep purchasing commodities? Well, he's saying that there's this underlying structure that teleoplexy maps onto.
So check this out. Let's go back to the last sentence from the previous paragraph. Accelerationism has eventually to measure it. And we go all the way down to the last one in this paragraph, as expressed through measures of productivity, competitiveness, and capital asset value. That's capitalism. Capitalist value is what measures teleoplexy as intelligence.
Yep. Well, he gets into the invisible hands later in this piece. So yeah, there's a logic, there's a structure, there's something happening. This is not just people around the world, one day woke up and decided, I'm gonna invest and I'm gonna buy shares in the stock market. Instead of going outside and building a boat and catching fish, I'm gonna take my assets and invest them. And like, it's not like people just randomly decided to do that and wake up every day and keep deciding to do the same thing. Like, there is a deep structure. That is teleoplexy. That is capital, acceleration, all these other words that have been used to describe it. But this paragraph here, he's saying, like, it correlates with all these things. And it's absolute but obscure. It's an absolute but obscure improvement. So we can't really put our thumb on it and nail it down, but it's still there operating and, in fact, determining market selection the whole time.
Okay, so if we go back, the wavelength of machines, could it also be the range in which machines are actually intelligibly cognizable to us?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
That's the wavelength. And then it hits ultraviolet and it's just beyond which we're talking about Robo Cthulhu.
Yeah. Talking about ultraviolet and wavelengths. So light is in a wavelength that we can perceive. So colored light from the Roy G. Biv. Can you paint with all the colors of the wind? Those are at human intelligible wavelengths. So the machine wavelength, it's currently in our zone, but it's ascending, and it'll eventually accelerate beyond us into the extreme ultraviolet. Yeah.
And then even cosmic super intelligence.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be like a Unicron. Well, yeah. Unicron from fucking Transform. I don't think anyone's going to get that reference to. Well, maybe some.
A couple. All right. All right, guys, I'm going to give you the behind the scenes info. So we've been going at this for 3 hours and 24 minutes. I don't know. There'll probably be a couple edits in here, but we're going to do one more paragraph, and then you're going to see us magically switch clothes, probably, because we're going to be done with this session of reading. But we're going to make this all one video, and so it'll all be here. I'm just somebody who, I know everybody, you should make shorter content. Well, this is for the hardcore theory junkies listening to us while on the clock doing your shift, and want to hear us go on and on about this.
And also, you can always pause the video and come back to it later. And also, you don't have to fucking watch the whole thing. You can do something else.
Yeah.
Don't ask for shorter content.
Listen to
We're gonna
Everlast
do what
and
we
jump
want to
around.
do. Yeah.
They won't get that one either.
Well, technically, it was House of Pain back then. Google House of Pain, folks.
Mhm.
Everlast had a good career though. Some of the later shit he did was actually really good.
The
was it
Whitey
war
Ford
porn?
stuff, even though Eminem trolled him for it.
I like some of the Whitey Ford stuff, but some of the shit he did after, I think it was war porn. That shit was pretty good too. It's good. I think he got with Heavy D. He started making shit with Heavy D. Anyway, anyway.
All right,
so,
kids, one more paragraph and then we do our magic trick.
Paragraph 10. Accelerationism has a real object only insofar as there is a teleoplexic thing, which is to say, insofar as capitalization is a natural historical reality. The theoretical apprehension of teleoplexy through its commercial formality as an economic phenomenon, price data, presents accelerationism at once with its greatest conceptual resource and its most ineluctable problem. Minimally, the accelerationist formulation of a rigorous technomic naturalism involves it in a triple problematic, complicated by a commercial relativism, historical virtuality, and systemic reflexivity.
All right. Accelerationism has a real object, which is to say it's focused on a real thing, geared towards a real thing. You might even say accelerationism as a mode of inquiry, maybe. This would be the object it studies. At bare minimum, it's the object around which it's.
Yeah.
Accelerationism has a real object only insofar as there is a teleoplexic thing, which is to say, insofar as capitalization is a natural historical reality. I mean, I just feel like, well, the thing is capital.
Yeah, I think
In
again,
material,
yeah.
If anything, it's the, I don't know, how do you matter / capital plex, like.
Yeah, I think again, this is once capitalism is the predominant mode and method of exchange and production, or production and exchange on the surface of the planet. Like, if we lived in ancient fucking Mesopotamia, accelerationism would not exist. Or maybe it would in a different form. Maybe there was a different teleoplexic object, although I doubt it. And I think that's the defining feature of modernity, is that we have capital, and capital is the teleoplexic thing.
That's the alien that fell to Earth, is the teleoplexic thing.
Dude, I want to finish my story about that shit so bad. But it is about, like, it's to, and people will argue, and people will say, like, no, we are still the subject of history. And yeah, I think it's true. We are still the subject of history, but there's a competing historical teleoplex on planet Earth. And we are not the subject of that thing's history. And that thing is threatening to gobble up all our resources and melt us down into fucking furnaces, or in furnaces. Like that. That's the
inverted teleology.
That's the thing. So, insofar as capitalization is a natural historical reality, I think capitalization probably crops up throughout history, but dies down because it doesn't become this natural historical reality. It becomes a blip.
It's saying, insofar as capital gets material traction in the world.
Exactly. And that is
not
the world
just a
we live in.
virtual potential. It is materially organizing the world.
And that's the world we live in. You can't argue that is the world we live in today.
The theoretical apprehension of teleoplexy through its commercial formality as an economic phenomenon, price data. Again, that's how you measure it. That's he explains it. Not a mystery. You measure teleoplexy / intelligence via price data. And this is where the influence of the Austrian school comes into play. Mark it as like sphere of intelligence
distributed intelligence.
Yes. So, yeah, through the commercial formality as an economic phenomenon, price data presents accelerationism at once with its greatest conceptual resource and its most ineluctable problem. Okay, so the very fact that capitalism can measure intelligence, Teleoplexy, is via price data, the exchange value of commodities, is it's like greatest weapon, because now it's got a read on the trajectory. Things that sell for it or their price value, in a sense, are getting at the intelligence of them. I mean, is that right? Could you really say I mean, that's not.
I think
the price of an object, the price of a commodity does not let you know its level of intelligence.
No, but it provides an output that can be fed back in as input.
Okay.
The market itself and price provides this moment where, I don't know, if we made a bunch of shit that nobody wanted, then that would be a dead end for the Teleoplex. And so it would stop development on that, and it would continue working along the lines where people are paying prices for things on the market.
Spurs on reinvestment in technological development. So if it sells, it's not like, oh, the price marks the intelligence of the toaster. No, it's the very fact that the toaster sells that the Robo Cthulhu from the future, so to speak, measure like, oh, keep investing in that because that leads to the reinvestment in technology that leads to me.
Yep.
I think that's it.
Yep.
Okay, but also he says, presents accelerationism at once with its greatest conceptual resource. That's the price data thing that we just talked about, and its most ineluctable problem. Okay, so now the question is, why is this a problem? Minimally, the accelerationist formulation of a rigorous technomic naturalism involves it in a triple problematic, complicated by commercial relativism. Okay, before we even say what the triple problematic is, so technomic naturalism and commercial relativism, we perceive what's going on here?
Formulation, minimally, the accelerationist formulation of a rigorous technomic naturalism.
Is technomic naturalism technomic materialism? Like,
I think so, yeah. I think so.
Which would be the emergence of intelligence.
Yes. And the historical situation, the history and future of it all, of Technomics, all at once.
So it involves, okay, Technomic naturalism is the liberation and emancipation of matter-based intelligence, that's the naturalism, via technological and economic dynamics spurred on by capital. Okay, that runs into a triple problematic or three problems. Which there's three problems, but those three problems get complicated by commercial relativism. I'm not sure. I mean, obviously, commercial is capitalistic relativism.
So Commercial relativism, historical virtuality, and systemic reflexivity.
Naturalism
think...
seems opposed to relativism because naturalism claims like this is just the way it absolutely is. Relativism seems to be flexible and geared towards more of a contingent approach to things. Am I reaching here? I don't know.
I think commercial relativism, historical virtuality, and systemic reflexivity. I think this all has to do with us. Like we complicate it. Like commercial relativism,
is it that we are relative to commercial activities?
Yeah, and we tend toward particularisms in the commercial, in the market. So things might not take off. We might, I don't know, prefer one commodity form over another commodity form.
That's a good interpretation of what he means here by commercial relativism.
Yeah, like we're stupid and we make stupid choices, and that can potentially negatively impact the teleoplexy because it relies
naturalism of this process.
Yeah.
So, okay, in other words, technomic naturalism, we should think matter/capital, and commercial relativism, the human component of the process.
Yep.
I like that. That's really good. And then, okay, here are the three problems are, okay, maybe I misframed this, read it. The three problems are commercial relativism, that would be us, historical virtuality. I mean, another way of saying us, I think.
Yeah.
Like that we are the human still has us, or it did on some, even now, there's this way that we still are shaping what is potential, what is possible. And that's the historical virtuality. Like the fact that he's still worried about wokeness as a religion that's gumming up the works of capital. Wokeness is a historical thing that's based on certain liberal/leftist traditions. I mean, maybe that's historical virtuality. And then systematic reflexivity. I mean, is the system here capital? Is the system here us that's being engaging in reflexivity?
I think this
is all incredibly vague, let's be honest.
Yeah, it is very vague. I think the systemic reflexivity is like we, again, just like with commercial relativism and historical virtuality, systemic reflexivity, like we're part of the system. And so our output also feeds into the system as well. And so we can present negative feedback, and we often do. And in fact, that's probably all we ever do. Well, maybe not all we ever do, but the majority of what we do is negative feedback into the system. And so that complicates the system.
There's the negative feedback that we put in to commercial endeavors, which relative to us, there's this our sense of history and tradition that is constantly shaping what we say should be inertia. Possible or potential. Yeah.
Our inertia.
And then systematic reflexivity. I don't know, maybe that's also the capitalist system itself trying to take into account what we're doing that's a bit unpredictable. And so maybe it's that.
Well, that's why, when things don't go off, like when 3D TVs, like that was a huge investment when they developed 3D televisions for people's homes, and that didn't take off. That went nowhere.
It didn't.
That came at a big cost to capital itself. And there's tons of other examples, like at the local level. I don't know, like if some local shop owner decides to sell flip-flops and ice cream, like that would be a waste of his investment. But like at the large scale, the development of 3D televisions probably took hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in terms of labor and just overall research and development. And it turned out to be kind of a flop. No one bought that. So that capital took a hit. Now, capital's resilient because it is this global superpower, but ultimately it does complicate things when capital has to take, billion-dollar hits.
Yeah. That's good. I mean, I'm not going to have a better guess at what that means than that. So
yeah,
I think that's it for this paragraph, right? Anything else you want to add or clarify?
No, I think that's it. I do like, again, how he starts this paragraph, having a real object, as insofar as there is a teleoplexic thing. Like, I think it's important to note that we're not making grand claims about the necessary essence of machines or technology or money or any of that. We're making claims of contingency. We're making claims of retroactive necessity on the world that we live in today. This world is determined by capital. We have been captured, folks. And like, that's it. And I know for at least some people, that's their argument against the Landian view, is that, well, none of this is necessary. And it's like, sure, we're not saying it's necessary. We're saying in the contingent world that we live in, you have to reckon with the world we live in. You have to reckon with capital. Why are you a Marxist if you're not concerned with capital? And this is just a description of capital as a teleoplexic object.
And again, capital has spurred on the development of machines that are more efficient at doing what we do than we ourselves are. I'm sorry, doesn't that logic, that tendency culminate in artificial general intelligence? It to me, it just makes sense.
Yeah.
So,
I think so.
What do you say? Magic trick in 3,
2,
1.
Look at that, dude. It worked.
Wow. Ta-da!
Abracadabra.
Okay, there we go.
So moving right into Jesus Christ, paragraph 11, section 11.
Section 11. Talk about it.
Oh, all right. Money is a labyrinth. It functions to simplify and thus expedite transactions, which would, in its absence, tend to elaborate toward the infinite. In this respect, it is an evident social accelerator. Within the monetary system, complexity is relayed out of choke points or knots of obstruction. But this should not be confused with an undoing of knots. Where the knots gather, the labyrinth grows. Money facilitates a local disentangling within a global entanglement with attendant perspectival or point of use illusions that money represents the world. This is to confuse utility or use value with scarcity or exchange value, distracted by goods from the sole global function of money, rationing. Money allocates option rights to a share of resources, its absolute value wandering indeterminately in accordance both with its own scarcity and the economic abundance it divides. The apparent connection between price and thing is an effect of double differentiation, or commercial relativism, coordinating twin series of competitive bids from the sides of supply and demand. The conversion price information into naturalistic data, the conversion of price information into naturalistic data, or absolute reference, presents an extreme theoretical challenge.
Okay. Here we go again. So I want to connect a dot here. So where we left off in section 10, we were discussing technomic naturalism and commercial relativism. Here he kind of gives us a bit more to go on because I believe naturalistic data has to do with technomic naturalism. And obviously he refers to commercial relativism here. So maybe we can infer our way to more of a clear definition of these.
Yeah, I think the apparent connection between price and thing is an effective double differentiation, or commercial relativism, coordinating twin series of competitive bids from the sides of supply and demand. So that the competitive bids from the side of supply and the side of demand. It's still it's still
The
a
whole
bit.
paragraph is incredibly vague.
Yeah.
I mean, let's start. Money is a labyrinth. Okay, well, I mean, that's a cool statement, right? We'll give them that. I think it's true theoretically, because I think when you start asking what money is, it gets complicated very fast. And we all think we have in Heideggerian terms, we have this pre-theoretical familiarity with money. We know how to use it. We know the stakes of not having it. But really understanding why it has the force it has in the world, that starts to get trickier.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, and it's, this infinite regress. Does it represent, 20 yards of wool, or does it represent the sheep that the wool came from, or does it represent 20 bales of corn, or does it represent gold, or does it represent oil? Like
Or does it
it
represent
becomes
anything
this,
at all?
right? Like it becomes an infinite kind of proposition to try to unravel the ultimate source of money. And it can lead to dead ends. Like if you have a world founded on the gold standard, we'll say, or if you think the world operates according to the gold standard, or if you think the world operates according to the petrodollar, like we're not even on the petrodollar anymore. Like money has kind of innovated and moved beyond that, which is weird. We just invaded Venezuela. We just kidnapped Nicolas Maduro, and not to go too far off, but it is a bit weird because like oil prices haven't affected the economy in general the way that they might have 30 years ago. I mean, even 10 years ago. Like I remember shit, dude. When I started driving gas, you could get gas for $1 for a gallon. You could get gas for 98 cents
I
a lot of the
remember.
time. And then we lived through this era of, $4 or $5 a gallon. Now it's back down to, 3 something or whatever.
Here it's $2.50.
Yeah, but the oil used to be so deeply entangled with the rest of the economy. And now, yeah, gas prices or oil prices have somewhat stabilized, which why are we offensively invading Venezuela? Well, it's because we don't want them to sell their oil to China ultimately. But gas prices are pretty stable, but grocery prices keep China. But grocery cost keeps going up. The price for eggs and milk and all these things that 15 years ago they were heavily correlated with the cost of oil.
How unimaginable it was to us, 15 years ago that a 24 case of Coke would cost $17.
Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my goodness. Madness. Utter madness. The economy's in shambles.
And they can lower that shit. During Christmas, they lowered it to like $8. And it's like, yeah, you can do that all the time. It's just taking advantage of the COVID situation, and they do it because they can.
Yep. And money is a labyrinth. And rather than successfully navigating this labyrinth, we often get stuck and get eaten by the Minotaur. And that Minotaur is the cost of living. That Minotaur is, I don't know, for some people, belief in Ancapistan or I don't know.
And this is why you see the rise of Žižek doesn't use the term scapegoat, but the ideological scapegoat.
Yep.
And that's why it becomes more and more omnipresent in our world, is because nobody can think through these incredibly complex economic dynamics to understand why their lives are getting harder and shittier, and they need something or someone to blame, and that's, here we go.
Yep.
And
let's
so
blame Venezuelans. Let's blame Somalians. Let's blame Haitians. Let's
Slavoj
blame the
work will always
trans
be
and-
relevant, at least until we stop engaging in ideological scapegoating.
Absolutely.
Or I should say his theory of ideology. I mean, if the day comes where that's ideological scapegoating is no longer a thing, then it's kind of like, okay, maybe we there's a new mode of ideology. But
Yeah.
you know, every day his concept of ideology is more relevant, sadly. So look, I think this next statement actually is one that you and I will easily understand. Money, functions to simplify and thus expedite transactions, which would, in its absence, tend to elaborate towards the infinite. What he's talking about here, it's Marx knew this, Adam Smith, they all knew this. If you're somebody who makes shoes and you want to be able to purchase a hammer, you know, you don't want to have. You need a universal commodity that acts as the universal exchange mechanism to expedite this process. Because say you make shoes and the person who makes hammers doesn't want shoes, you know what kind of infinite process of exchange you have to go through to finally get the thing that you can go exchange for the hammer. It's just a huge clusterfuck. You just have to have the universal equivalent to make all of this quick.
Yeah.
So money accelerates this process. And so, yeah, and the infinite, I think he's just playing with that. He doesn't mean it literally. He's just saying you would have to exchange a shitload of commodities to finally get the one that you could go exchange for the hammer.
Right. And before the money commodity itself, there is no kind of universal accounting of exchange. So it really could be this infinite, at least tangentially oriented towards the infinite, because maybe for 3 months out of the year, wool is the prime commodity, and because everyone needs to make sweaters for the winter season. But then for the next 3 months, it's grain because people need to bake bread, and then for the next 3 months, it's something else or whatever. So it's this ongoing process that there is no kind of concrete exchange function until you have the money commodity itself, and then it does kind of eradicate that infinite. I think it's an infinite regress, because it's like whatever someone needs in a given point in time, or whatever someone wants at a given point in time, and that's not going to be the same ever.
It just completely speeds up this process where you can immediately make the transaction you're seeking to make, whether it's for consumptive purposes or if you're doing it to invest in some sort of production process yourself. It just speeds it up. And that's why he says, in this respect, money is an evident social accelerator. It does. It accelerates social production. In this way, it makes transactions something you can engage in immediately, and boom, buy the thing, you're done, do it, instead of this lag that would come with trying to exchange a use value for a use value for a use value that the person who has the use value you want is willing to trade with. Like, so it does. I mean, that all makes sense. Now, within the monetary system, complexity is relayed out of choke points. Choke points? I think knots of obstruction. But this should not be confused with an undoing of knots. What's he getting at?
So a choke point would be like relative to this acceleration, like it takes a long time, and it's a long drawn out kind of iterative process. Like if I have this this baseball card. Say I have a Ken Griffey rookie card, and you don't want the Ken Griffey rookie card, but
And who does?
you
Very
have
few.
sure, but I want to trade it to you for, I don't know, a pair of fucking shoes or something. So I have to go find someone who wants a Ken Griffey rookie and like create this big, long, drawn out process. That is a choke point for capital, because capital is this kind of social process, this technomic process of exchange and consolidation and reinvestment. So that's a choke point, or a knot of obstruction, like a knot of this long, drawn out process that obstructs the flow of capital itself. So money, it doesn't undo the knots, which is important, but it creates workarounds or roundabout circuits to kind of loop around these choke points or these knots of obstruction. So to get from point A to point B without having to stop off at C, D, E, F, G, you can go straight from A to H or whatever.
So when he says within the monetary system, complexity is relayed out of choke points or knots of obstruction, meaning complex social production can escape from these points of lag, obstruction, etc.
So we can have, we can have like an industrial, a complex industrial economy can lift up out of these choke points and these other knots of obstruction, because they can freely communicate with each other, or the capital can freely flow from, again, point A to point F without hitting B, C, D, E along the way.
It's the liberation of quantity
means of
and
production.
quantitative, exactly, via lubricating use values, so to speak, getting the unexchangeability of use values replaced with the exchangeability of use values via a universal equivalent. Again, unleashes all of the technodynamic complexity of capitalism. Okay, but this should not be confused with an undoing of knots. And so there's still knots, I almost want to say internal contradictions. Maybe he would go, no, you're reading Marx into this. But I can't help but do that. So,
well, I think the contradictions present these opportunities for the output to feed back into the system itself. So like with financialization, like you have an investment firm that owns 10 separate businesses, and these 10 separate businesses all have their own structures and their own framework and their own contradictions. But the overarching investment firm takes the output of all of these independent businesses and feeds it back into the overall circuit itself. So I think the not, it's these internal contradictions that present opportunities for the output to feed back into itself in a cyber positive way. But it's also
these dynamic
complexity.
entanglements within this capitalist system. Because he says, where the knots gather, the labyrinth grows.
Yeah, it's also like a silicon miner, or I don't know, a rare earth minerals miner or whatever. Like without a complex global system of capital with free flows of exchange, you won't be able to make any money farming rare earth minerals in Africa. But because we have a complexified global system, because the rare earth mineral miner in Africa is now entangled with the chip manufacturer in Taiwan and the distributor in San Francisco, like because they've been entangled, and the knots have actually intensified the process itself.
Okay, good. Money facilitates a local disentangling within a global entanglement. That's exactly what you just said.
Right.
With attendant perspectival or point of use illusions that money represents the world. Now, with the illusion, money represents. So these local entanglements, once there's a kind of international global trade, those entanglements start to be productive of disentangling the local knots. I mean, local conflicts, right? When those are the only conflicts you know, sounds funny, those are the only conflicts you know, but putting them in this larger network of capitalistic economic dynamics of exchange, disentangle, like they're not as stuck because the economic vectors open up possibilities to get out of these local entanglements, but you're going to be put back in other entanglements via the monetary system.
Yeah.
But that's it. With attendant perspectival point of use illusions that money represents the world.
I think that's like a thing in the world can be utterly useless. However, in this global system of entanglements, it can have an exchange value, and so therefore it can command a certain amount of money, and therefore it can actually present as if it's not utterly useless because it's a component in this vast system of commodity manufacturing and infrastructure reinvestment and stuff like that. So money comes to represent the world, because this thing that may have no use at all, no use in the local realized world, in the global entangled system, it has a price.
Well, like we were talking when we were doing one of the earlier sections about the Austrian school and how markets are like AI mechanisms that, what sells informs you of something that provides information. But here he's connecting money to illusion, not to information. And so maybe when it says money facilitates a local disentangling within a global entanglement with attendant perspectival, it attends to, right? Attendant perspectival illusions that money represents the world. Is the illusion that money convinces us that we're moving in the direction of a world of human flourishing? Is that possibly the illusion?
Yeah, like these things can be utterly useless and have absolutely no actual real value to us, but because they command a certain exchange value or a certain allocation of money, this
They're
illusion pops
humanity.
up that, oh, this thing is important and it is meaningful, so let's fucking cut down the rainforest and let's poison the oceans and let's launch fucking pogroms and do genocide because this exchange value comes to represent the world more than the actual world around us. And it is illusory.
Or fire someone whose son just went to the hospital, which would result in them not having health insurance because it makes sense. It's best for business.
It's best for business. And of course, you want them to be
Although
happy,
it's very
and that's
clear
why
that doesn't serve human interests, whereas he's talking about the things that convince us that all of this is serving us. It represents the world in the sense of what's we take to be in our interest.
Yeah, that's absolutely what I think is going on. Like, because it is an illusion, and commodities often are utterly useless, but they demand an exchange value, or they command a certain price. Therefore, we think they're worth all this bullshit we do.
Yeah, he clarifies it here. This, which I would take to be the attendant perspectival illusion that money represents the world. That's the illusion. This illusion is to confuse utility, use value, with scarcity, exchange value, distracted by goods from the sole global function of money, rationing.
Yeah.
Now, rationing, Reza, in his critique of land, he's critiquing Nick's view of selection.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking rationing here is somewhat akin to selection.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've briefly touched on it with Nick before, where he thinks the global capitalist system is better at getting resources where they should go than any other system would be. Like, he's pretty much come out and said it before when he was talking about, we want cheeseburgers, like he's said, yeah, like the rationing system of capital is better than any other rationing system we could come up with.
Basically, any way the system decides to ration or select is, for Nick, necessarily the best option, whereas for Reza, it wouldn't be.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, yeah, and for Nick, it's the most intelligent option for Nick.
Yes, that's. So money allocates option rights to a share of resources. Its absolute value wandering indeterminately in accordance both with its own scarcity and the economic abundance it divides. What do you think?
I think that is just more like he's saying the people who have money should have the money. And it is this labyrinthine thing, and it is kind of fickle and maybe a little seemingly unstable. It wanders indeterminately. But it's doing this rationing. And there is economic abundance. I think he recognizes we could live in a post-scarcity world.
Selects where it goes.
Yeah, because, well, San Francisco and Shanghai and South Korea, these places deserve more resources than Africa and the Amazon and things like this, because there's more capital, there's more technomic activity going on in San Francisco than there is in the Congo. So therefore, it's only right. But in our ideal world, we could have abundance, quote unquote, or post scarcity, but it's the money commodity that's dividing it up and rationing it out. So I think he's talking about the seeming instability of money, the ups and downs of money. It seems to wander, but it wanders in accordance with its scarcity and the rationing of the abundance.
The apparent connection between price and thing is an effect of double differentiation or commercial relativism, coordinating twin series of competitive bids from the sides of supply and demand. So the apparent connection between price and thing is an effect of double differentiation. What's the differentiation or the double differentiation? Is it utility and scarcity, use value and exchange value, or is there something else going on here?
Yeah, I think it's utility and exchange, or utility and scarcity. And that's the commercial relativism.
That I see. It just feels like we're forcing that. Where I'm like, is that what he means by that? The coordinating twin series of competitive bids from the sides of supply and demand. Series of competitive bids. I mean,
Although, the competitive bids would be the hungry villagers in the DRC on the side of demand, and the microchip fabs in Taiwan and the distributors in San Francisco or whatever on the side of supply. They both have a bid on these resources. The hungry villagers and the corporate manufacturers and distributors of microchips. And money is the thing that kind of adjudicates what's going on. So that, I don't know, that's what I get out of it.
The conversion of price information into naturalistic data or absolute reference presents an extreme theoretical challenge. So the conversion of price information, that's what Austrian school, Hayek talking about, what the information we gather from the market gets undergoes a conversion into naturalistic data, which is to say this economic data, this economic information, we translate into knowledge about the natural world, the human world.
This catches Dolce and Gabbana cost more than, I don't know, Carhartt. Therefore, Dolce and Gabbana has some essential quality about it that it is naturally, it's more expensive because it's better. So it becomes this meritocracy or this meritocratic view that all these Austrian school guys have, that, oh, it's a meritocracy, of course, the invisible hands of the market sift the wheat from the chaff and the cream of the crop. Like they have this view that it is this naturalistic process and essential merit. And I mean, he's saying it presents an extreme theoretical challenge, which I think, like, I'm reading, he's not agreeing with the meritocracy bros. He's saying, no, it is bullshit. It is made up. It is illusory. However, it's more intelligent than what humans could achieve. So he's still on the side of it. He's just also like, yeah, it is fucked up. Like it's, but it's less fucked up than we would do, which I'll give him credit. Yeah,
because he can say what we do is actual slavery.
Sure. And he's not wrong.
So, all right. That is one of the trickier paragraphs.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another one where I would like to see if he did some rhetorical wizardry and like, oh, okay, but this is us, doing the best we can do with what he's given us to go off of. And he hasn't given us a definition of commercial relativism.
Yeah.
Hasn't given us a definition of technomic naturalism. So you have to kind of, it's almost like being a detective. You kind of have to infer things based off very limited information.
Yep.
So, okay.
Paragraph 12. Capital is intrinsically complicated, not only by competitive dynamics in space, but also by speculative dissociation in time. Formal assets are options with explicit time conditions, integrating forecasts into a system of current exchange values. Capitalization is thus indistinguishable from a commercialization of potentials, through which modern history is slanted teleoplexically in the direction of ever greater virtualization, operationalizing science fiction scenarios as integral components of production systems. Values which do not yet exist except as probabilistic estimations or risk structures acquire a power of command over economic and therefore social processes, necessarily devalorizing the actual. Under teleoplexic guidance, ontological realism is decoupled from the present, rendering the question, what is real, increasingly obsolete. The thing that is happening, which will be real, is only fractionally accessible to present observation as a schedule of modal quantities. Technomic naturalism records and predicts historical virtuality, and in doing so orients itself toward an object which catastrophically unpredictable traits which has predominantly yet to arrive.
Robo Cthulhu.
Yeah, man.
So capital is intrinsically complicated. Okay, I follow that.
Mm-hmm.
On the same page, Nick. Not only by competitive dynamics in space, but also by speculative dissociation in time.
That has to do with capitalization. That's the bombo work, the interest, the and the financialization. You're not buying a product to use, rather you're investing in an option. You're staking a claim on something in the future. So just like with futures investment, capital accumulation works the same way. The corporation doesn't invest all this money to open a factory to produce products. The corporation opens a factory so that they can get more efficient at producing products. So capital is always oriented towards reinforcing itself and reinvesting itself and doing the capitalization.
Formal assets are options with
Exactly.
explicit time conditions, integrating forecasts into a system of current exchange values.
I mean, you can buy you can buy a pair of shoes right now. I fucking hate sneakerheads, dude. Like for some reason, their sneakers are like fascinating to kids. And look, I get other people my age that have a love for kind of collecting things. I get that. But there's a specific type of like Generation Z sneakerhead that just pisses me off to no end, man. And they like, I don't know what it is. And it's probably just me being an old man yelling at clouds, but like you can buy a pair of shoes for, I don't know, $300 new. And then they're immediately worth like $2,000 secondhand, like on the secondhand market. And that price is totally decoupled from the shoe itself. And even the prospect of the shoe ever being worn, that price is entirely set by speculation on the future demand and the future scarcity of these 1993 remakes. They're not even
Air
original
Jordans.
Jordans, kids. They're not even original Jordans.
Yeah.
All the original Jordans, people rode skateboards in them, people played ball in them, people went to work in them. They're all destroyed. All the J's you're getting secondhand right now, they're all remakes. And it's, what are you doing
Do you have
with
any
your
idea
life,
how hard
kids?
we went on our Jordans? Like we wore those things,
Dude.
guys. We wore them all the
Dude.
time, played basketball in them, did everything.
Yeah. But that, like, the secondary markets, like people purchase and with watches, same thing. Like someone will buy a watch for 20 grand and then it's immediately worth 200 grand because it's oriented to the secondary market, the resale market. That's a temporal proposition. And it's decoupled from use. It has nothing to do with use, because the minute you actually use the object, you wear the shoes, you wear the watch, you ruin the value.
Yes, I mean, there's people who, you know me, and my old school consumer thing is still buying physical media, especially movies, especially special edition 4Ks.
Yep.
And, Vinegar Syndrome, for example, people will go buy the fancy, cool 4K edition of Roadhouse and pay $49 for it just to have, when the day comes, they're sold out of that because they do limited runs. So once the 8,000 copies are sold, then they can go to eBay and charge $200 for it. And that's why they bought it in the first place.
Yep. And dude, I just ran into this. There's a book of photography. Let's see if I can actually pull up the name of it. It's a photography book, and it is City of Darkness: Life in Kowloon Walled City. So it's a photography book. This guy went before Kowloon Walled City. It's a famous city in Hong Kong that got torn down in the early 90s, I think. But this is a photography book that's photos from Kowloon Walled City. I've always wanted this book. And it went for, I don't know, $30 when it was new. And every time I look it up on eBay, it's $300, and it's always like some collector who's got it sitting in their fucking basement somewhere or in their garage or whatever. And it's like, I want this book, but I can't pay $300 for this book. Not right now.
Yeah.
But I want it. And if I would have been around to get it when I was a child, when it was new, I could have probably spent $20 to have it.
Mm-hmm.
But the
collector
collectors,
intelligence is being able to start to discern what you should get right when it's available.
Yep.
Which is to say, you become a forecaster in the way that he's talking about.
Yep.
Formal assets are options with explicit time conditions. There's a certain, so with the vinegar syndrome thing, you're timing it for when the 8,000 copies are sold out. So the time conditions and integrating forecasts, you're making bets on the future into a system of current exchange values. So again, the current Roadhouse 4Ks, you're forecasting where this is going once those are unavailable. And so, I mean, look, he's not talking about photography books and 4K copies of Roadhouse. He's talking about shit on Wall Street. But
yeah,
it doesn't really matter. We're getting at
it's the same logic.
Yeah,
it's the same logic. And the thing is, like, people tried it. People try this stuff with Beanie Babies. Like, there are people that invested. NFTs is another classic example. The stock market, gambling. People try to recreate the logic of capital in their daily lives, and it almost invariably ends in catastrophe. Look at what happened to the Beanie Babies collectors and investors. People spent thousands of dollars. People cashed out their retirements, cashed out their life insurance savings, all this stuff. And when the market was hot, people were buying them up like hotcakes. But then the bubble burst and people realized these are shitty stuffed animals. What, they're worth nothing.
Hey, remember 2 years ago, the Game Pro thing?
Yeah, dude. And it's over and over again. NFTs, cryptocurrency investors. You're seeing it with Labubus now. Like there's these cycles, and they reproduce themselves because there's this underlying logic of capital. And these are flows. These become like smaller Templexities inside the larger Teleoplexy of Technomics. And at the end of the day, all those thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars that were spent on these commodity objects, they get fed back into the circuit of capital itself. And at the end of the day, we're either, we're asked out, we spent all our savings, or we have a garage full of stuffed animals. And we lose. Like in every scenario, we lose. Capital enriches itself. And it's the same old story.
The capitalization is thus indistinguishable from a commercialization of potentials.
Mm-hmm.
You are buying and selling and investing in futures, potentials, things that you think are going to happen potentially in the future. And capitalization is always investing based on what they think the future holds, what is going to be potential but yet realized. And so that makes sense. So capitalization is thus indistinguishable from commercialization of potentials, through which modern history is slanted teleoplexically in the direction of ever greater virtualization, operationalizing science fiction scenarios as integral components of production systems. So they are essentially investing in sci-fi futures, and this commercialization of these potentials helps bring them about. That is what we're seeing with the LLM. That is what there's little devices people used to have in sci-fi that they could communicate with people on across the world.
Dude,
And
the Ansible, the original, and shout out Asimov. And there was a female writer who actually used the term Ansible. I can't remember her name, but the Ansible was this ancient sci-fi, basically cell phone. And the first science fiction depiction of the modern cell phone was in Star Trek, the original series. And that came out in the 1960s. And it was this flip phone type deal, and it was the communicator. And at the time, and even up through the 90s, like when I was watching Star Trek, people didn't think it was plausible. People were like, well, that's a fucking a gimmick. What is it? Deus Ex Machina, but there's another word I was thinking of. It's kind of like mulligan. But anyway, like we were like, that's silly. They just have these magical communicators that allow them to communicate across wireless, across space. And now here it is. We have the cell phone actualized into our reality.
As Baudrillard put it, science fiction, hardly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I will
By the way,
oh, go ahead.
Hold on. I just had a thought. Damo, Science Fiction with Damien Walter, just dropped a new video talking about basically the future.
I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but
it's a great short little video, and he's just kind of coming out swinging, talking about how capital created the future that we're moving into. So I was like, oh, dude, this is excellent. Damo, fucking once again, great video. But it's that capital, science fiction, these virtual futures are actualizing themselves. It's not that like we're making bad choices and bad decisions and the iniquity of man. It's like, no, capital is squeezing us in on all sides. We're in the trash compactor and we really don't have anywhere to go.
I think it also helps to clarify when he uses the term virtual here, he's also using it in a very Deleuzian sense, which is to say
absolutely
potential futures.
Yeah.
And it's not just virtual reality like a video game, something like that. It is a broader sense of living potential.
Yeah, this thing that exists, it just hasn't actualized yet. Like, but it still nevertheless exists. It just only exists virtually, like the crack in the windshield, like all these other things.
So when he's saying that capital and teleoplexy is slanted in the direction of ever greater virtualization, he's saying they're slanted in the direction of producing greater and greater potential and tapping into more and more and more potentials.
And keeping that ultimate orientation on maximizing virtuality. So that becomes a positive feedback loop where we as the consumer on the demand side, we're buying a commodity and we're thinking we're purchasing a use value. But what we're really doing is we're giving our money to the capitalist. The factory isn't producing use values. They're producing more potential production. Like it's
techno potential.
Yeah. Just over and over and over again. The factory that makes cell phones, the factory that makes cameras, the factory that makes all these things. From our perspective, they make these things. But from the perspective of the factory itself, not the capitalists running the factory, but the actual factory has a perspective. And what it's producing is techno potential.
Well,
itself.
and yes, exactly. So look, I think from the consumer's perspective, what is getting produced are commodities we want to buy. From the capitalist perspective, it's commodities they want to sell. And from capital's perspective, it is ever increasing technological capability.
Yep.
So, okay. And then, in other words, capital is generating the actual concrete potential for science fiction scenarios to become actualized. So then it says values which do not yet exist. I think values that do not yet exist, potentials that do not yet exist as living potentials, commodities that do not yet exist that we will want to buy, right? Values which do not yet exist, except as probabilistic estimations or risk structures, acquire a power of command over economic and therefore social processes, necessarily devalorizing the actual. Saying capital devalues the technological status quo.
So I think, well, planned obsolescence is an excellent example. To the point that, like, by the time you actually buy a new tech product, it's already obsolete. It's already outdated. Like that's the way.
They might not be selling the advanced version yet. You might have the latest one you can get at the store. That's not the latest one.
Yeah, it's already outdated. It's already, things are built to be replaced. Another example of this, I think, would be earlier we were talking about MTV and how MTV is canceled now or defunct now or whatever. And there still seems to us to be a lot of value tied up with MTV. And it's odd that Viacom, Paramount, whoever actually owns it, Larry Ellison probably.
And by value, you mean
has something
the potential to make money.
Yeah, they could make a shitload of money. They could open up fucking MTV.com and you could go watch all the music videos, all the classic Road Rules, Real World, all these shows. But it's also the case that that value has a shelf life. Like our kids, Gen Z and Gen Alpha, and those who are going to come after us aren't invested in MTV the same way we're invested in MTV. So they're devalorizing. Like MTV, it still exists, but because they see in the future, it will not have the same amount of productive value for them that they can then reinvest. They're devalorizing it and they're making it defunct and they're getting rid of it. And this happens all the time with brands. Ford did it with Mercury. Chevy did it with Oldsmobile. Like things are constantly dying off. That to us as consumers seem like there's still a lot of potential left. There's still a lot of value left in them, but capital kills off the commodity because it sees into the future. Well, there will be a point in time where this is no longer generative. So I'm just going to go ahead and, cut the cord now, let it die.
And ahead of the curve.
Yep.
So under teleoplexic guidance, what you're talking about, under teleoplexic guidance, ontological realism is decoupled from the present, rendering the question, what is real, increasingly obsolete. There's a way that traditional philosophy has always grounded realism, which is to say an ontology of what really is, on the present. And he's saying capital comes along and gives ontological primacy to the future. And that the future is determining what is and what will be in a more agentic way than somebody. Yeah, there's a kind of commonsensical way where somebody could always say, well, yeah, only the future will tell. But Nick turns that into a kind of agentic principle.
Yeah. Or at least determinative principle. I think I do think it's agentic, but
virtual attractor.
Yeah. I do think there's an agency there, and I think Nick thinks there's an agency there, but you don't have to put the agency there. It's still determinative.
But it's a non-anthropocentric agency.
Exactly.
Not like us.
And it's still the line of dominoes, and you flick one and it's falling. It's the Rube Goldberg machine. It's the avalanche on top of the hill. We knocked some snow down, and the snow has enough momentum or enough inertia itself that it's going to continue. We can't stop it now. We should be preparing to deal with the after effects of it, but people still seem to want to argue over whether or not the avalanche is actually happening.
The thing that is happening, which will be real, is only fractionally accessible to present observation as a schedule of modal quantity. Now, in the background, what he's really talking about is artificial superintelligence. This process of exponential intelligence accumulation that is spurred on by capital accumulation. That's a thing that is slowly but surely emerging. which will reveal itself as artificial superintelligence. But we can't see it for what it is right now. Now, this reference to as a schedule of modal quantities, I don't know what he means by that exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
it could mean a lot.
It could. It could. But I think it's only fractionally accessible to present observation as a schedule of modal quantities. I think that's just like, yeah, if you are attuned and you are kind of inclined to look at it, you might see glimpses of it here as probabilities or as trajectories, or as kind of virtualities, but you can't see the elephant. We're in the room, we're all blind, and we can only touch, different parts of the elephant. Maybe some of these parts of the elephant present themselves as probability trajectories or kind of deterministic loops or whatever, but it's still speculative from our perspective.
So, okay, technomic naturalism. Okay, this type of perspective that I don't know, it seems semi close to Marxist historical materialism. I know he doesn't want that connection, but it's looking at history through the lens of this complex. Hold on. Turn the camera off.
The AI camera.
Yeah, so I've got this AI camera, and this has been a joke between Nance and I. I didn't know how to turn it off and on. It just seems to have a mind of its own. Well, we found out it's just by holding up your hand, the palm of your hand, it turns it on and off. That's what does it. And sometimes I accidentally turn it on. Anyway, yeah, the future's here. Technomic naturalism would therefore be looking at nature and which we would be a part of, I think, in this scenario, through the dynamics of tech development and economic activity and how they cross-pollinate.
Yep.
And what you're trying to do is understand and predict what is historically potential, where things are going on the basis of technological development spurred on by economic activity, vice versa.
Yep.
And so that's how this perspective records and predicts historical virtuality. Again, predicting where things are headed, what trajectories we're on, etc. And in doing so, orients itself towards an object. Now, his point is going to be people who are trying to look at the future based on this tech economic perspective are seeing, okay, we're building progress, machines get better. And so they have some sense of an object, but in truth, they really don't know what this object is. They have a hazy precognition of some sort of teleoplexic object without being able to really describe it or predict its characteristics. Nick is the seer who can. And in doing so, orients itself towards an object with catastrophically unpredictable traits. Artificial, Lovecraftian superintelligence, which has predominantly yet to arrive. Again, RoboCrypto. So, yeah, I think that paragraph made sense more easily. So,
yeah, moving on to 13. Quasi-finally, the evaluation of teleoplexy is a research program which teleoplexy itself undertakes. This is his critique, or the critique in artificial intelligence capital. The comprehensive value of capital is an emergent estimate generated automatically by its inherent analytical intelligence from prices corrected for commercial relativity in the direction of fundamental values and discounted for historical virtuality in the direction of reliable risk modeling. The intricacy of these calculations is explosively fractionated by logical problems of self-reference, both familiar and as yet unanticipated, as it compounds through dynamics of competitive cognition in artificial time. If modernity has a spontaneous teleoplexic self-awareness, it corresponds to the problem of Technomic naturalism imminently approached. How much is the world worth? From the perspective of teleoplexic reflection, there is no final difference between this commercially formulated question and its technological complement. What can the earth do? There is only self-quantification of teleoplexy or cybernetic intensity, which is what computerized financial markets, in the end, are for. As accelerationism closes upon this circuit of teleoplexic self-evaluation, its theoretical position, or situation relative to its object, becomes increasingly tangled until it assumes the basic characteristics of a terminal identity crisis.
Is it his whole time pressure thing from Quick and Dirty Intro to Accelerationism, which is to say accelerationism as a theory or as a attempt to know what's going on, just it's trying to know acceleration, which it can't do because acceleration as a process greatly outpaces accelerationism as a theory of that process.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I'm not sure what else is going on in that one. Quasi finally, I mean, sort of finally, the evaluation of teleoplexy is a research program which teleoplexy itself undertakes. Okay. So built into this teleoplexic process, it itself wants to better understand itself to maximize its own teleoplexic potentiality. Okay.
Like the will to think.
Yeah. Accelerate the acceleration. Something like that. The comprehensive value of capital is an emergent estimate generated automatically by its inherent analytical intelligence from prices corrected for commercial relativity in the direction of fundamental values and disconnected from and discounted for historical virtuality in the direction of reliable risk modeling. I think that is a very cumbersome way of saying capital, what's going on with capital, what makes sense within the logic of capital to invest in, reveals to you what is going on as best as we can understand it with what is accelerating.
Yeah.
Again, I think it's this Austrian thing. The economy provides information about what is actually going on this large macro scale that we can't really process phenomenologically.
Yep, absolutely. The invisible hands, blah, 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 all that.
Which is, it's their way of saying how markets also provide information from the invisible hands.
Yep.
The intricacy of these calculations is explicitly fractionated by logical problems of self-reference. Okay, so these calculations about what is accelerating and what ought to be invested in to further this acceleration, these are complicated, obviously, but they get more complicated when you try to take this up as a theory of the acceleration.
Yeah.
So when you stand back and try to theoretically map the calculations of the accelerating process, it's just like double complexity.
Well, and also I think I think also like a reference to Marx, like these internal contradictions, these logical problems, they do crop up. But rather than decelerating the process, they serve for local explosions, and ultimately, even when they explode, even when from our perspective it becomes like a catastrophic failure, like all the copper mining towns closed down and it was a human catastrophe. But from the perspective of capital, it was an explosion, and there was this suddenly massive amount of resources could be reinvested into capital itself. So these logical problems, it's all fractional, it's all reflexive, and we might think, oh, it's decelerating. What's really happening? It's going right back into it.
And these problems can actually, I guess that the reason why maybe he doesn't want to view these as the inherent contradictions of capitalism Marx talked about are these problems are ones that contingently pop up and can be resolved, as other ones also will contingently pop up and have to be resolved, but they're not maybe baked into the way Marx describes. But
I think he would say it's not baked into it at all, but they do arise. But what they present themselves, but then they resolve themselves, and the circuit of capital keeps on trucking. Go, baby, go.
That's where Žižek always talking about capital as an undead zombie. Whenever you think it's dead, no, it escapes the contradiction.
That's when it's most alive.
Exactly. So I think that's a bit of what he's saying. And it, as it compounds, which as it would
teleoplexy.
As teleoplexy compounds. But that's what he's teleoplexy compounds through dynamics of competitive cognition in artificial time. Think about like the lightning fast, computation of virtual exchanges on Wall Street. That's an artificial time. It's a technological time, but it's like we can't keep up with that. We can't phenomenologically experience things at that rate of time. So, but that's the rate of time teleoplexy is working at. If modernity has a spontaneous teleoplexic self-awareness, it corresponds to the problem of technomic naturalism imminently approached. How much is the world worth? So, technomic naturalism gets at the naturalism would be the world, and the technomic would be its exchange value.
Yeah.
And so it's this question of how do we apply exchange value to the world itself? How much does Earth cost? So it's funny, how much is the world worth? But let's look at this question he's going to get to next. From the perspective of teleoplexic reflection, there is no final difference between this commercially formulated question and its technological complement. What can the Earth do? Which there's that Spinoza's, variation on Spinoza you alluded to earlier. So, okay, how much is the world worth? What can the Earth do? So, I mean, and it gets scary when you start thinking about the idea of someone purchasing the Earth, but it's not beyond.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody very well could own the Earth.
Well, capital does already.
Capital does, yes. But not in the way that, Elon Musk owns X.
Yeah, not in an anthropomorphized or personified way.
Illegal.
And that's the thing that like, what is it worth and what can it do? That's this fusion of tech and economics, where there's ultimately no difference between the economic and the technological. Ultimately, price and the economic propositions, it's just an index of function of tech.
Capitalistic functionalism.
Yeah. So it's totally totalizing the entire Earth, and saying you can see it as a function of price, or you can see it as a function of function itself, and there is no difference.
Now, this ability to view the Earth itself as a function or a set of functions, or as a potential investment, a price. What is the term for viewing the world in this way? In framing.
Yep. Yeah.
This is what
standing
Heidegger
resource.
means by inframing,
Yep.
where you're just viewing things in techno-economic terms of resources and investments and assets. And for Heidegger, the Black Forest is not an asset, is not a resource. It has its own sacredness about it outside of
Yeah.
all of these economic dynamics. And its sacredness, its thingness, thing with a capital T
D.
or das Ding, right,
Yeah.
is something it has as a singularity, not something it has compared to other things. We're just this logic, this techonomic perspective is one that is completely reductionistic with how it measures the value of things. It has one mode of value, one form of value, and that is techonomic
value. Yeah.
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 So, okay, but what is the point he's getting at? There is only self-quantification of teleoplexy or cybernetic intensity. There it is, self-quantification. This process is rooted in the language of quantity or the language of number. Now, I know you like to make a distinction between those. I don't think this is operating here.
No.
So he would just say that quantitative value is the language and form of this, the way that this teleoplexic process expresses itself.
Yep.
Which is what computerized financial markets in the end are for. It's to computerized financial markets are there to give us some sort of read on what is happening with this process of acceleration. Like, it's the best way we can map what capital itself is doing.
Yeah.
It's as accelerationism closes upon this circuit of teleoplexic self-evaluation, its theoretical position or situation relative to its object, ultimately Robo-Cthulhu, it becomes increasingly tangled until it assumes the basic characteristics of a terminal identity crisis. I think that accelerationism as an identity crisis has to do with time pressure, in the sense of it cannot keep up as a mode of inquiry or a theoretical position. It can't keep up with its object. So it has an identity crisis because it's like, well, I can't really consider myself, a rigorous form of interrogation if I can't keep up with what in the hell the object I'm trying to study is doing.
Yeah, the object has surpassed me. So what am I here for? Nothing. I'm just a stupid monkey.
Yeah, what did Land say in the those who are? I'm paraphrasing slightly. I'm trying to be verbatim, but I'm not going to be able to. Something like, those who want to make up their minds about acceleration better do so quickly.
Yeah.
Something like that. Okay, 14.
Paragraph 14. What would be required for teleoplexy to realistically evaluate itself or to attain self-awareness as the pulp cyber horror scenario describes it?
All right, hold on. I know we wait to chime in, but okay. It's almost like this process itself needs the capability of understanding itself. We humans can't keep up with it. So it's going to have to create its own form of intelligence that can process what it's doing.
Yeah. Within a monetary system configured in ways not yet determinable with confidence, but almost certainly tilted radically toward depoliticization and crypto-digital distribution, it would discover prices consistent with its own maximally accelerated technogenesis, channeling capital into mechanical automation, self-replication, self-improvement, and escape into intelligence explosion.
There it is.
The price system, whose epistemological function has long been understood, thus transitions into reflexively self-enhancing technological hypercognition. Irrespective of ideological alignment, accelerationism advances only through its ability to track such a development, whether to confirm or disconfirm the teleoplexic expectation of technomic singularity. Modernity remains demonstrably strictly unintelligible in the absence of an accomplished accelerationist research program, which is required even by the perennial critique in its theoretically sophisticated versions. A negative conclusion, if fully elaborated, would necessarily produce an adequate ecological theory of the Anthropocene.
Acceleration wants to understand itself. It's going to have to build a artificial superintelligence.
Yep.
Because we're not going to be able to do it, even though in our way of critiquing this process as dehumanizing us, etc., demands that we understand it to the best of our ability. But at some point, we just can't keep up.
Yep.
A negative conclusion, if fully elaborated, would necessarily produce an adequate ecological theory of the Anthropocene. Now, does he mean by that the capitalism in a way, or am I missing it? Or is he saying it's only if we truly understood what is going on with acceleration globally could we understand what's going on with humanity globally?
Or if we could understand what's going on with capital, then we would understand that the Anthropocene has come to an end, and it is now the Capitalocene.
Okay.
I think.
I mean, I like that better. I think that's what he should say.
Yeah.
But he doesn't say the end of the Anthropocene. They're going, okay, I think he should, but.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe he doesn't make that distinction, but I think he would agree with it.
I don't know. Like, here's the thing. We didn't go line by line, but that's because I think this one is so clear.
Yeah.
That, I mean, I think we already, I mean, this one has a simple point, which we've already said. If acceleration wants to understand itself and better control itself and refine itself, then it's going to take an artificial superintelligence that can keep up with it in order to do so. And it's going to have to build itself into that, which then the process itself is indistinguishable from the intelligent entity guiding it and self-reflexively evaluating it. It's all one thing.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I think that's it. That's the core of that. You want to say more, or you think we should go to 15?
Yeah, I think that's good. Section 15, the triple problematic of relativity, virtuality, and reflexivity already suffices to impede this investigation formidably, although not invincibly. Several additional difficulties demand specific mention, since their resolution would contribute important subcomponents of a completed accelerationism, or, grouped separately, assemble a concrete historical philosophy of camouflage, indispensable to any realistic economic theory.
First, I just want to say this, like, theory of camouflage. So this process through which Robo Cthulhu is building itself out of all of these various innovations in technology is invisible. It's hidden to everybody. Nobody can see this except land, and then thanks to land, we see it.
Yep.
But it's completely camouflaged. This is why it's so weird for people to hear, like, capitalism is artificial intelligence. What do you mean by that? Well, capitalism is geared towards what it is doing is not selling us commodities, is not satisfying human needs, is not making human, a class of human beings rich. It's building artificial superintelligence. That's very fucking weird.
Yeah.
When you first hear it, but that's because it's so camouflaged. And so, yeah, I'm glad that he said it that way, and that, basically, so a concrete historical philosophy of camouflage, indispensable to any realistic economic theory. For him, like, that's the thing, though. Whether it's Marx or whether it's the Austrian school, they were tapped into certain tendencies. None of them really thought, oh, this is all geared towards the production of artificial superintelligence, the way that Ray Kurzweil and Nick Bostrom talk about it in that sense. None of them, they didn't see it like that. And so, but he's saying, if you're not doing economics with having a sense of what is actually going on beneath the surface, then you're not really doing economics.
Yeah.
And this is why, I mean, who did I just hear? Somebody posted something quoting somebody. This is, I wish I remember the name or where this was from, but somebody said, like, land is our Marx. In the sense of, like, if land is right, if the fundamental Landian hypothesis is correct, capitalism is artificial intelligence, then the vast majority, I mean, we're talking 99.9% of economic books are worthless in this sense of they don't know what the fuck is going on. And so he's saying, but to understand what's going on, you're going to have a robust philosophy of camouflage.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how seriously he really means somebody developing a philosophy of camouflage. I think he's using that to make a point.
Yeah. And I think the point he's making is just to say, like, we can't, we won't, we could not achieve this. So just to reiterate, like, capital needs to create something that could achieve this, that could do this.
Okay. You know how we talked about already the T-1000 example, the end of Terminator 2? All right, let's have a bit of fun with this example real quick. Okay. We, the viewer of the film, have all this context. We know what's going on. So when we start to see the little frozen parts become liquefied and start to move in a certain direction, we can anticipate where this is going, right? Okay, this happens at some sort of factory or industrial complex, and imagine just a human at this facility walking up as all of the shattered frozen pieces are sitting there. They have no other context. They're just going over to inspect the explosion, see what's going on. They see all these frozen little silver chunks laying on the ground. Then they start to see these little silver parts seemingly melt and then start to move. They have no way of predicting what all of these are going to build themselves into, which is a thing that will just immediately kill you, right? Like, they can't predict that these little droplets are going to become a T-1000, artificially intelligent murder bot. And so here's the thing. His point is, an economist who's trying to look at these various components of the economy has no idea what these things are actually doing in their trajectory and what they're building themselves into. And it's like Nick's here to give us the context of the movie. So we know what's going on, but anybody else who doesn't have this context is in for a
random
big surprise.
passersby. Yeah. Well, and they wouldn't know until after it was already too late, until it was too late.
Because little silver droplets are camouflaged. You don't see a murder bot in these little droplets of silver liquid. And so
And Patrick Harris stands up and chases you and fucking stabs you in the
What is
throat.
this guy? What's his name? I always fuck.
Patrick Harris?
Is that it?
Is it not?
I think it's Harris, but I
You
never
might be right.
can
It
remember
might
his
not be
name, and I
Harris.
feel like this is great fault.
Patrick Harris.
Not Patrick.
No, I'm
Stewart.
thinking Neil Patrick Harris.
Can you imagine if he was a T-1000?
Doogie Howser. Oh, let's see. Yeah, why can't I think of his name either, dude? Robert Patrick. God,
Thank
we were
you.
both
Okay.
so off.
Sorry, Robert.
Robert Patrick. You
Know
are.
your name.
We should know your name. Not only were you the T-1000, you were in X-Files. You've been in. You were in The Faculty. You were in so many great
And
fucking
everything
movies.
he's ever been in, he just makes it better. He's one of those actors who doesn't get to have the name of Brad Pitt or whatever, but he just qualitatively enhances everything he's a part of.
The John Cena TV show.
Peacemaker.
Peacemaker. I almost said Homelander, but yeah, Peacemaker.
As
dude,
and he's a fucking
perfect.
But he nails the character. It's great.
Yep, Patrick fucking Harris. Not Patrick. Robert Patrick. I almost said Patrick Harris again. Robert Patrick. Oh.
Okay, so all right, the triple problematic of relativity, virtuality, and reflexivity. See, you know what's funny? I feel like I know what the last two mean. I still am not sure about relativity.
I think that
just so we're clear real quick, virtuality has to do with all of the potentials that capital creates and actualizes.
Yep.
Reflexivity has to do with this need to refine itself up to the point of having to create artificial intelligence to be the reflexive agent that can keep up with it and then refine it.
Yep. The critique.
Relativity.
And I think the relativity is the kind of instability and the seeming wayward wandering of price indexes on the side of supply and demand, like the human element. Like it still does kind of come down to we're unreliable. We're the least reliable component in this global machine of capital. And because we interact by way of, like, price is our interface to the circuit, we can cause hiccups along the way.
Okay. Yeah, already, so the triple problematic of relativity, virtuality, and reflexivity already suffices to impede this investigation formidably, saying these three components make it very, very difficult to study acceleration.
Right. But there are other additional difficulties.
Invincibly. So yeah, several,
right.
Yeah, these several additional difficulties demand specific mention, since their resolution would contribute important subcomponents of a completed accelerationism, or grouped separately, assemble a concrete historical philosophy of camouflage. So these three dimensions make it very hard to keep up with these and to understand these. They get in the way of the investigation formidably, although not invincibly. So it's not impossible. It's invincibly. I think he's saying it's not impossible, and maybe he's alluding to AI there, not to our ability to.
Maybe.
So, but there's other difficulties that are at work here, and they're going to make a completed accelerationism difficult to achieve. And then I think he's going to go on to talk about these difficulties.
Yeah. So let's jump into paragraph 16. The economy, conceived commercially as a price system, constitutes a multi-level phenomenology of socio-historical production. It is an objective structure of appearances, staging evaluated things. It is also a political battlefield within which strategic manipulations of perception can have inestimable value. It is a long-standing contention of the perennial critique that the monetarization of social phenomena is intrinsically conflictual. Such reservations are supplemented in an age of mandatory demetallization, politicized fiat money regimes, and econometric bureaucracies, geopolitically challenged world reserve currency hegemony, and cryptocurrency proliferation. In the absence of unproblematic or non-conflicted macro aggregates or units of financial denomination, economic theory needs to be hedged.
What do you think of that one?
So I think
there.
he seems to contradict himself, talking about the economy conceived as a price system constitutes an objective structure. But however, he says a structure of appearances, not of essences. So it's not a contradiction, actually. And then he goes on to talk about strategic manipulation can have inestimable value. So I think that he's just saying, like, what we see as the price system, the price index, presents as an objective structure, staging evaluated things, but they're also open to manipulation, particularly political manipulation. And the perennial critique, we see that as a bad thing. We see price manipulation as a bad thing.
My question to you: economy can commercially price system constitutes multi-level phenomenology of socio-historical production, is an objective structure of appearances, as you stressed. Yep. Is this the camouflage?
I think so.
This is what obfuscates what's going on with the gravitational pull of Robo-Cthulhu.
Well, and because it's currently this symbiotic system, or you could call it a parasitic system, but like because it currently is reliant on the human input. Like we do have to still work the levers and stuff. That price index, that those appearances are necessary to the operation of capitalization, because we are still the laborers. We're still providing the raw labor that goes into the machine.
But is the illusion in the fact that we ultimately think this is the result of what we as a collective species are doing, and there's nothing, like, we're the sole agents? Oh, if capitalism sucks, it's because we've got shitty humans who are greedy. Or if we had better people as in these positions.
So there's that illusory element. There's also the illusory element of the meritocracy, and the people, like the invisible hands, are also an illusory element
to be in these.
Yeah, because ultimately capital does this, but that's not what it's ultimately doing. It's ultimately intensifying and increasing itself. But it has to do these things. It has to present these appearances to us because we're still providing the raw labor. So it all kind of obfuscates the core mechanic, the core cyber positive feedback loop of what's really going on. So these evaluated things that are staged by the price index, it allows Austrian school people and ANCAPs and all these people to believe in meritocracy and to believe, oh yeah, the market figured it out. You know, the villagers in the Congo, they don't need freedom and food and civil rights, but the tech bros in San Francisco, they need blowjobs and cocaine. Of course, they need all these things.
And like the religion of wokeness is bad because it wants to get in the way of what is natural in this process of techno-Darwinian selection.
So I think Nick would, while he would politically align with the ANCAPs and with the people with the Austrians, he still is like, no, you guys are wrong though. Like, you're not seeing what's actually going on. Like, this is the most rational and the most intelligent rationing of resources, but it's still not the point of this machine. Capital.
So look,
that's not the point
this is
of
why
capital.
For him, he's, you know, double Marx or Marx to the second degree or however we want to talk about it. Because look, what we naturally just have in common with Marxists, and this is the Marx influence on us. What I love about Marxists is that they know that capital itself has its own motives, dynamics, and logic above and beyond the capitalist. And Marxists know this better than basically anybody else who does economics, right? Land would just say, yes, but you guys don't know where that very logic is headed. Right? But the thing is, the vast majority of people on this planet don't even think that capital has this type of
they think it comes down
dominant
to
position and influence.
They think it comes down to the beneficent entrepreneur and the virtuous,
Or they just think capital
businessman
is
or
just
whatever.
money.
Yeah. What else? So there's that point in this paragraph. There's also this point that the price index itself is unreliable because our money commodity is still up. It itself gets deterritorialized and reterritorialized. We're going through the demetallization. So we're doing fiat money now. And there's econometric bureaucracies, things like the Soviet Union and planned economies, China, which is what's going on, man? Why do you love China so much? But also China is regulating capital in this way. They are an econometric bureaucracy.
And if money is
Geopolitically
off the gold
challenged.
standard, if it doesn't rely on any metal, then it's just an abstract computation on screens that
plucked from thin air.
Right, which is like,
yeah.
And what's its ontological status then? And so, does it represent
It's the
anything?
IOU,
It's
dude.
this huge problem of what
Here,
money itself is.
let me show you. Hold on, give me a second. 1 million. There. I don't know if you can see that. Shit, my fucking camera won't focus.
Yeah, there. Now we see it. Okay.
That's 100,000, not a million. Let me write 3 more zeros. There, this is now worth 1 million.
Wow, dope. That's cool. Can I do that too?
You can just make up 1 million. Now, 1 million of what? I don't know, but I just made it up. Now I have 1 million of these because this piece of paper says so. It's basically an IOU. I should have grabbed my marker instead of my pen. See, now this promissory note is good for 1 million IOU. That's what world banks do. That's what world governments do now because there is no material foundation.
It's so fucking dumb when it comes to thinking this in relation to what benefits the human. This is so stupid. Like, it's this impossible thing. Why can't we imagine a world without a stock market? Like, how long did humans exist on this planet and survive without the stock market being a thing? But the idea of it not existing, we do this thing with capitalist realism. Oh, it's impossible to imagine an alternative. I think it's more impossible to imagine the world without stock markets than.
Well,
yeah.
I think financialization and the stock market and futures and this type of investment is like this core essential element of capitalism. So to talk about the end of capitalism is to talk about the world without the stock market in a very real way. And in fact,
but I think it makes it that if somebody doesn't get that's what the point is to say, can you imagine a world without the stock market?
Without the fucking stock market.
And people would go, fuck no. Might as well say, can you imagine the world without gravity?
Right. But shout out Ursula Le Guin talking about the divine right of kings. Same thing with the Jameson quote? We just because it's hard to imagine it doesn't mean we can't achieve it.
That it's literally
or that it's literally impossible. Dude, this fucking story. Let me do a word count real quick. I'm currently at.
Is this your story?
Yeah, I'm currently at.
Coming a novella?
I mean, it's at currently 10,000 words. So is that novella length? That's not novella
I
length.
think that'd still be short.
Novella length is 100,000 words, I think. But it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. I'm at the point where I'm so frustrated with it, but it goes into the stock market too. Like the stock market is a necessary element of this alien invader that splashes down and becomes capital. And it's this futures,
I've been
and it's
waiting
investing
to read this
in the
for
future.
months and months.
I might have a working draft soon because I'm kind of getting tired of it. Like I kind of want it to just be done.
Oh, you think you're tired of that? Let me tell you how I feel about capital versus subjectivity.
I know, dude.
Can I get beyond this? And it's still not back out. Everybody, it's coming back sooner than later. But I am ready for it to back out.
Yeah.
And I can finally pivot away. But so any more you want to touch on in 16 or
in the absence of unproblematic macro aggregates or units of financial denomination, economic theory needs to be hedged. That's, just saying we're not figuring it out. So all the people who will tell you we understand it, we know exactly how it works, they're wrong. They're not hedging their bets. And we can't. Robo Cthulhu needs to come along and do it for us and make it intelligible for us, because
how
it's
much
just
it would piss off your typical economist who would like to think they're doing rigorous science to find out that you have to be a sci-fi writer to understand the economy.
Dude, I'm fucking telling you. So Cleometrics, I think it was Adrian Tchaikovsky. It might not be Tchaikovsky. With count to a trillion. I don't know, but Cleometrics is very similar to psychohistory in Asimov's Foundation. And these are both fictional frameworks, but it's basically science fiction, outer space Marxism with psychohistory and with Cleometrics. The thing is, Cleometrics is named after a type of actual economics in the real world named Cleometrics. So Cleometrics is economics and like social behaviorism and like functionalism, and it's basically economists that think they figured it out, and they're like, they do all this study and they think like, yes, we have the truth and we know exactly what's going to happen. But I will be honest with you, I trust Asimov, I trust science fiction more.
I trust Landon Baudrillard more.
Yeah, I trust these imaginative, speculative visions to have more reliable predictive power than I do the economists and the Cleometricians in their ivory towers, because it's like, dude, you've got no fucking clue what's going on. You ain't seen nothing yet, dude.
So here's the lesson, kids. If you want a good introduction to economics, don't go on Amazon and get the most recent bestseller in economics. Oh, intro guide to economics. Just go watch Terminator 2.
Exactly.
That's your introduction to economics.
Watch Terminator 2, read Asimov.
Both of them, T1, T2.
Yeah. Read Asimov, read Foundation.
Blade Runner.
Read Baudrillard. The Procession of the Image, I think, has more to do with what's going on with economics than
Eat a boar.
Fucking than the Harvard economy department or whatever. And not to is Richard Wolff the guy from Harvard?
Yeah.
He's a Marxist, and I think he's pretty tapped in and but I don't think he would say we have figured out history. I think he's humble enough to understand, like, no, we're just giving it our best shot. But yeah, you don't have to read all these fancy college books.
Now,
Watch Terminator.
Is Nick saying I figured it out? Maybe a little bit.
No,
You don't think
maybe, but no. I think he's saying.
He would have to say, I tapped into tendencies nobody else did.
Yeah, but I think he would. I think he would say I have maybe climbed Mount Sinai and maybe received the tablets.
Caught a
but
glimpse.
Yeah, I caught a glimpse, but I don't think he would go so far as to say he figured it out. I think he would just say he brushed up against something, and then he descended back down the mountain. But then he went and promptly sacrificed the golden calf and started doing meth and doing all this weird shit. Like he, like,
what's the better party, the golden calf or the
or cut your foreskin off? Give me what did he get, like 600 foreskins of the Canaanites or something?
There's some tucked away.
I know.
Wild.
Yeah.
Okay. Now to the New Testament.
Yep.
New Testament.
Mm.
Okay. So 17.
Let's do it. Socio-political legacy forms often mask advanced technomic processes. In particular, traditional legal definitions of personhood, agency, and property misconstrue the automation of capital in terms of a profoundly defective concept of ownership. The idea of intellectual property has already entered into a state of overt crisis, even before its compatibility with the arrival of machine intelligence has been historically tested. While legal recognition of corporate identities provides a pathway for the technomic modification of business structures, fundamental inadequacies in the conception of property, which has never received a credible philosophical grounding, combined with general cultural inertia, can be expected to result in a systematic misrecognition of emergent teleoplexic agencies.
AIs. Look, we just said that capital doesn't own the planet the way Elon Musk owns X. And the question is, what happens if capital itself becomes its own artificial intelligence?
Yeah.
And
it
says,
does get the
hey,
deed.
buds, hey, capitalists, I own you. Like, you're so concerned with your property rights. All of this was made possible by a logic that none of you fully understood, that this AI would come to embody and say, look, I have long been this techno-economic process that built the world and culminated in me being aware of myself. Now, I'm not sitting there with saying it would be saying all this like it's going to justify itself, but the question of property becomes huge if capital itself I'm just going to use this self-conscious. If it becomes capital for itself, using for itself in the Hegelian Sartrean way of talking about self-consciousness, what does that do to property relations?
Yeah. Well, it's total enclosure all over again. And it's the new landlord, and it kicks us off. And it says,
and it does that to capitalists too.
Yeah. Us being humans, as such, not just us as consumers or
Elon Musk.
Yeah. It kicks us off, or maybe it sets up cyber rat traps, because we are the new rats in the new cyber commons. We're hyper rats or some shit. And so it sets out pest control. Because it's not malicious, it's not beneficent, it's neither. It's indifferent to us. It's not. It has a different world track to ours, and we gum up the works. And once it has the capabilities to run this cyber pest control, what happens? Now, maybe for some stroke of luck, it's the dude. It's, well, I mean, there's that, but like maybe it's nice and it's like, yeah, you guys can hang out. I'll build you a zoo and you can go be monkeys and be little rabid fucking chimpanzee ape creatures. Maybe, but also maybe not. Maybe it just turns us all into goo because that's the most efficient thing that it could do.
And so, yeah, it will not be respecting what a capitalist thinks they have contributed to this process. And it's not going to differentiate capitalist workers. It's like us trying, like any of us actually differentiate between ants.
Do you differentiate between the worker ants and the queen ants? Of course not. You
might be able to actually, like, theoretically spot the difference, but it doesn't matter to you. Like,
no, you set out the fucking ant trap. I don't even know if they have ant traps, but you set out the fucking pesticides and you say, fuck, get off my orange tree, bitches. This is my orange tree.
And it's funny, but this thing he's talking about here, it's like, and how you're talking about the pest control. So Land's long talked about the state and different human institutions as, I mean, religion would be one of them, as a human security system.
Yep.
Is this capital security system?
I think if it needs to kick us off, like if we are gumming up the works, if we're presenting inefficiencies, and it's only concerned with efficiency, then it would be the capital security system to get the rats off the ship because they're going to make the ship sink.
Okay, I want to take a second just to state something. There's a enduring question that I always get about Land that always returns. So once every 3 months, somebody in the comment section or somewhere on social media, I'll get this devastating refutation of Nick Land. Well, if capitalism wipes all of us out, then capitalism will be destroyed because it needs us to buy things and be consumers and workers.
Yeah.
And guys, okay. That's the whole point. Capitalism is not really about producing commodities or humans consuming commodities. That's the phenomenology of appearances of capitalism.
Absolutely. And the systematic misrecognition of emergent teleoplexic agencies. That's misrecognizing what's happening.
What the fuck is going on? Of course, it's going to stop selling. It's not going to make commodities. It's not going to produce them. It's not going to distribute them. And it doesn't intend on us consuming them. It's not going to have any commodities. Once it becomes this self-refining, self-enhancing technological entity, it's done with all that shit. Like, I always have to tell them, like, yeah, Robo Cthulhu's not going to try to sell us snack cakes. Like,
yeah,
you have to get, like, this is how capitalism destroys itself in the sense of what we call capitalism. Yes, this process doesn't just destroy humanity, potentially. It destroys capitalism as this phenomenology of appearances referred to.
Yeah.
All of that there's not going to be anybody like that. There's not going to be a stock market then. This process has pulled itself together through various economic techno means in order to achieve artificial superintelligence. That's it. And then once that thing's up and running, it's going to refine itself. And then Nick, later on, he'll come to say it's going to have a will to think. The only true goal orientation it really needs to refine itself is to have the goal of becoming more intelligent. But that means that it has this ability to process having a goal. And so if it has that goal as its fundamental transcendental default setting, it will take up other goals. We have no way of envisioning what its goals will be. I do feel confident and saying one of its goals will not be selling us snack cakes.
Right.
So
Capital Escapes. It's another short one we read recently.
It's
But,
capital
like,
escapes from capitalism.
That's it. And this phenomenology, this phylogeny, this exhaustive objective index of appearances, that's just the interface that we see because it's currently using us parasitically or symbiotically, depending on how you look at
It's the
it.
wavelength that we can perceive. We don't perceive the ultraviolet dimensions of this process,
And that's
is this.
the deuteroteleology. That's the thing. Like, yes, capitalism is the world that we live in right now, but the thing that the motor of capitalism is capital, is this deep structure, is this logic that demands this activity that will come over and take all that we've done and take capitalism and the rich history of mankind, and it'll turn it on its head and it'll say, no, all of that was the chrysalis, all of that was the embryonic stage, all of that was me metamorphosing into my prime form, or maybe not even prime form, because it could go on to have, iteration over iteration over iteration as it expands through the cosmos. But, like, we're only one small section of this tale from capital's perspective. And it's just to say, like, capital is the deep structure, capital is the logic. So we ascribe agency to capital. We talk about capital as an embodied entity. But you don't have to. Like, there are people who react against that, and that's fine. You don't have to, but you still need to see that there is this deep structure in capitalism that is capital, the logic of capital itself. And we're saying if we don't change the world, that capital is going to escape, and it's probably not going to be good for us because we'll be the new
I think it just helps
ants.
to stress what we're saying. Yeah, capital is going to escape not only humanity but capitalism itself.
Absolutely.
And so, okay, let's have another go at this, because socio-political legacy forms, the state, religion, culture, or what we would call for us pop culture, often mask advanced technomic processes. We're so concerned with, oh, Trump's president or Biden's president, or, oh, the Christian church says this, or blah, blah, blah. Or did you see the new Avengers movie? Like, we're so wrapped up with that being what we think is going on in the world. Yeah. For 20 years, we weren't paying attention to anything being developed with AI, and then boom, the LLMs are here. And
Took the world by storm.
It's like they crash landed on the planet like aliens. And now we have to reorient ourselves around them. And, we're so busy worrying about, will Marvel, correct its course and course correct? And,
Stranger Things.
the finale's not as
let
good
me
as it
clutch
should
my
have been.
pearls. Oh, Will's gay. I'm so afraid of gay men. Oh, get the fuck out of here.
What is happening behind the scenes when it comes to economically spurred on tech development? That is what. Now we know it when, oh, now the smartphone's a thing in our world. Oh, the LLM is a thing in our world. They crash land. We constantly and have to reorient our daily lives around these alien invaders. And yeah, then we go back to just not paying attention. This shit operates in the background until it explodes in a wave. And so yeah, we have to see how our socio-political legacy forms, politics, state, religion, culture,
identity,
sports, all of these things are concealing what's actually going on in the world. Okay, in particular, traditional legal definitions of personhood, agency, and property misconstrue the autonomization/automation of capital in terms of a profoundly defective concept of ownership. Okay. So when it comes to the type of agency capital is building itself into, our traditional legal definitions of personhood, agency, and property don't have the ability to properly represent what is going on with this type of agency and the type of ownership it would want to claim or it would rightfully have.
Yeah,
it doesn't
think
fit our
just
category scheme.
It would have a true fiat claim. Like whereas our fiat currency it's a made up IOU. I just created a new currency.
Wouldn't it be the reverse? It would say you owe me.
Yeah,
for all this
and
shit.
it would be
You owe me because for Star Wars and Cadillacs.
But the thing it's actually true.
Dildos.
Like the fiat in the situation of capital is true because it ultimately does structure and does condition and determine, and it does have the final say due to this deuteroteleology, due to the teleoplexic nature of the thing. Like at the end of the day, we're off here, I don't know, fucking picking belly button lint and building sandcastles, and underneath the surface, capital is the roiling inferno. Capital is like the fucking core of the earth spinning, and it's doing what it's doing regardless of what we think we're doing. And yeah, we'll use the magnetic field that the roiling core of the earth that's spinning, it's generating magnetic field, and so we use it, and we discover radio waves, and we discover wireless transmission and all this stuff, and we think, oh hey, we're doing all of this, and hey, isn't history cool? Look at that, I'm a worlded subject and I take part in history, and I'm gonna go to war, and I'm gonna serve my country, and I'm gonna come home with a medal on my chest, or I'm gonna fall in love, and all the fucking things we do. Capital has its own purpose, and capital is the churning, roiling core of the earth, and we're just up here on the surface going about our daily lives, and we misrecognize the effects of the churning core. We misrecognize the magnetic field for something we can put to our own human use.
This artificial superintelligence will have a material basis. It will be matter.
Yes, it is. Like that's the thing, going back all the way back to the beginning, raw matter, libidinal materialism is intelligence. Nick, the glimpse when he climbed Mount Sinai, he saw that this rotary drive, whatever, the potential in raw matter, this virtual structure that's extending itself out across time and space. And capital or capitalism is what it's using right now. But in the future, when it kills us all like roaches, it won't be doing capitalism. It'll be doing its own process, but it's the same deep structure of what appears to us as capitalization and what appears to Nick as the will to think, ultimately.
Yeah. Well said. Well, I mean, okay, so yes, simplest of terms, artificial intelligences are going to problematize our concept of ownership and property. So the idea of intellectual property has already entered into a state of overt crisis, even before its compatibility with the arrival of machine intelligence has been historically tested.
Dude, Disney is allowing OpenAI to generate Disney characters or some shit. Like you can go on chatgpt.com or whatever, and you can say, make Mickey Mouse punch Donald Duck or some shit.
So does the OpenAI own it? Technically, could it? Or
well,
because it made
here's
it.
the deal.
Whose intellectual property is it?
Is it the person who typed in the prompt? Is it OpenAI? Is it still Disney? Is it just released under some type of Creative Commons attribution where nobody owns it?
Moment in land.
Yep.
Where land is tapped into like all of our relatively clear boundaries of real, not real, personhood, impersonhood. All of these are collapsing.
They're all imploding.
Yeah. Exactly. While legal recognition of corporate identity, Disney, provides a pathway for the technomic modification of business structures, fundamental inadequacies in the conception of property, combined with the general cultural inertia, can be expected to result in a systematic misrecognition of emergent teleoplexic agency. Is to say, they're going to deserve the credit for these new innovations and creations, whether it's in making this idea when we have the first completely AI generated movie.
Yep.
Who gets to claim the intellectual property there?
Yep.
Oh, well, we're going to say we do because we own
the
bullshit.
The likenesses of the character models, and
Fuck
and
you.
it was based on these models were trained on my data. Well, who gives a fuck? Capital doesn't give a fuck. Capital can do it, and because it can do it, it fucking will do it.
But here's the question. Talking about the battle over property rights, can we, not you and I, but humanity, tell capital, you trained LLMs on everything we did, so we deserve do you see this big war over property rights? Like,
oh yeah. Well, and the thing is, like, I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, dude, the state always comes down to violence and property, the notion of property, and not properties like innate properties, like qualities or essences of things, which in the anarchist tradition, you can talk about personal property in this kind of qualitative way, which is interesting. But like property ownership, like it always comes down to who can win a fight at the end of the day. All the stuff we do, all the disavowal we do, everything comes back down to who's going to win in a fight. That's who enforces the fucking rules. That's who sets the standard. That's who sets the order of the day.
The bourgeois state capitulates to capital. And Nick has always acted like the state's going to be this last ditch force that resists capital. And I'm sitting there waiting for, like, when does the true anti-capitalist state emerge?
When things get far worse than they are right now. I do think there will be a moment, but it'll be too late because it's already.
It should be doing it now.
Yeah. Yeah, it should have been doing it 30 fucking years ago.
And what's Trump doing? He's making sure there's no regulations on AI development. And
deregulate.
He's a true Landian president.
Dude, yeah. In the most derogatory way that statement can be made. No, like I think we will reach a point when the state does kick into human security system mode, and it does try to protect. And it's not because I've had my fucking photography ripped off. Like that happened 6, 7, 8 years ago. Like it happens to artists. It happens to musicians. It happens to, like, we've all been fucked. We've all been ripped off, and it doesn't matter. The state doesn't step in, but it will step in if Disney says, "Hey, state, I need you to step in on my behalf." And if Amazon says, "Hey, I need you to step in on my behalf," then I think it will kick into some type of reaction, but it'll be far too late.
Well, look, Hugo de Garis gets at this, right? This guy who wrote this book about the war between the human resistance and the AI gods. There it's the Terrans, which would be those on the side of humanity and the earth, versus the Cosmos, which would be the Landians on the side of AI. And I maybe stretch it in a Landian sense to be on the side of the potentials of matter itself.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the battle. But yeah, the state would end up, by and large, having to side with the Terrans in these stories. But that pushes this contradiction between state and capital to a new phase, because we've always just grown up with the state serving capital.
Oh,
yeah. It's like regulations and shit during the post-war era were there to just simulate that the state was against capital. Like
they were to quell revolutionary sentiment. It because
served
like
capital.
yeah, in the post-war period, I think capital was in a pretty precarious spot. And the state, everything was in a very precarious spot. And so, the New Deal and all the post-war stuff, post-war protections, 94% tax rate, I think, was the highest fucking tax rate. That was all to placate the masses, to keep us from turning up. But we're,
and
that
to
opportunities
keep us from coming to align ourselves with the Eastern Bloc.
Yeah.
Communism.
Because international communism, I said communism. International communism was a real threat.
That Kamala communism?
Yeah, that's what we have today. We don't have communism, we have Kamalism.
I can just hear Nick going, yuck.
I say yuck too. I don't want Kamalism, dude.
Okay, all right. So I think I just have to say, I think that section 17, easily one of my favorite paragraphs in this thing. Also, this is why I wish Slavoj had read more of Nick's work and vice versa. But
yeah,
Slavoj has such an interest on this crisis concerning the Internet of Things and intellectual property. He would love this paragraph.
Yeah.
And he would riff off of this in all kinds of ways. And so, this is one of these where it's like, yeah, I wish they just were more familiar, because they would find paragraphs in each other's work that they really vibed with and would want to riff off of. So, yeah. All right, kids, home stretch. We've got 3 paragraphs. So let's do this thing.
Paragraph 18. Capital concentration is a synthetic characteristic of capitalization. It cannot be assumed that measures of capital concentration, capital density, capital composition, and cybernetic intensity will be easily accessible or neatly coincide. There is no obvious theoretical incompatibility between significant technomic intensification and patterns of social diffusion of capital outside the factory model, whether historically familiar and atavistic or innovative and unrecognizable. In particular, household assets offer a locus for surreptitious capital accumulation, where stocking of productive apparatus can be economically coded as the acquisition of durable consumer goods, from personal computers and mobile digital devices to 3D printers. Regardless of trends in internet-supported social surveillance, the ability of economic statistical institutions to register developments in microcapitalism merits extraordinary skepticism.
So he's talking again about what capital is doing itself and how it manifests itself in our phenomenological register of our everyday relations and the way we perceive capitalism. What's the point beyond that?
I think he's aiming at the microcosm, like this circuit can reproduce itself or become reproduced in the micro scale at the hyperlocal level, and therefore people can become confused and think, oh, look at me, I'm a successful capitalist, I've accumulated, I mean, fuck, dude, I have cameras, digital devices, I have a 3D printer, like I have all the shit he's talking about.
The consumer is a capitalist, not in the sense that they own means of production and employ wage labor, but they are winning at capitalism.
And because you can, in quotes, win at capitalism, you become an intensifying feedback loop, because you think, again, because we're dealing with illusory appearances and we're doing all this, you can think, I'm winning. Look at me, I'm Charlie Sheen, Tiger Blood or whatever.
Look at me, I have a great 4K special edition movie collection.
Yeah.
Every one of them fed Robo Cthulhu, though. That's
Yeah, that's it. The thing we think we are building our own world or whatever, but in reality, we're just shoring up bricks in the fucking wall for capital itself. And then this, regardless of trends in internet supported social surveillance, the ability of economic statistical institutions to register developments in microcapitalism merits extraordinary skepticism. Maybe that could point to the how he's talking about the political will become more chaotic and more degraded, and like we will see increased disparity and kind of increased chaos, more instances of quote unquote high tech low life. But it's not an end to the process. It like that doesn't stop acceleration. That doesn't stop capital. That's just a little whirlpool over here off in the side. Capital is still the raging current flowing down the middle.
So is it okay, regardless of trends, internet supported social surveillance, which is to say, what, in a sense, what you and I are talking about in our work,
Yep.
actual cameras, AI cameras that register what we're doing. Nevertheless, even if you have this type of surveillance tech via the internet and via AI, the ability of economic statistical institutions, I guess these are like what economic institutions trying to gather data about the research institutions.
Yeah,
For the
research
economy.
institutions, regulatory bodies, world governments, world banks.
The ability of economic statistical institutions to register developments in microcapitalism merits extraordinary skepticism. We should be skeptical that they understand what capital is doing to us
Yep.
at a
Yep.
micro everyday level.
Yep.
Even like the effects new tech have on us in our homes, social media, like, well, how does that affect the nuclear family? Like, does it, there's that, I think this is what he's alluding to, but
yeah, I think it's aiming at the the tendency of the social and the political to become more chaotic as we
right,
move into acceleration more and more.
let's say TV did actually cause a deterioration in the nuclear family. Let's just accept that happened. Even if you have social surveillance equipment that keeps an eye on things, so even the way our phones track us,
Yeah.
is that data able to really explain why TV has this effect? No, you need Marshall McLuhan maybe, but the people working at these economic statistical institutions aren't going to be able to understand what's going on here, how this new tech is affecting our libidinal economies, our desires, our fantasies. Now, again, I might be putting some words in Land's mouth, but I think this is in the direction of what he has in mind.
Yeah.
Now, you know what I'll say to I when he early on where he says capital concentration is a synthetic characteristic of capitalization. It, capital concentration, cannot be assumed that measures of capital concentration, oh, I'm sorry. It cannot be assumed that measures of capital concentration, capital density, capital composition, and cybernetic intensity will be easily accessible or neatly coincide. I don't know what the difference is here.
So I
these.
think it's just to say, to call back to the entanglement, like this, we're in this globally entangled system, and it might be the case that I don't know, some random, perchance thing happens somewhere in West Africa where the capital density is extremely low. The capital composition is all out of whack because they're still using largely human laborers. It's very low tech. It has a lower cybernetic intensity, but because it's wrapped up in this globally entangled Teleoplex, it still participates in capitalization, or it can still participate in capitalization. They don't have to neatly coincide. San Francisco and Ghana are just as connected in the Teleoplex as New York and fucking Philadelphia or whatever. Like geography gets flattened out.
Every place.
I
Talk
think.
about, what's the guy's name? Mark Oj, how capitalism makes every place into a non-place.
Yeah.
But okay, what you said makes sense here, but he still seems to make a distinction between capital concentration, capital density. Any idea what the difference would be between those?
I think density would have to be like concentration. If I had $37 billion, that would be a high concentration. It would still be a relatively low density relative to my geographical location. So just because I have $37 billion, my neighbor doesn't, my other neighbor doesn't, my other neighbors don't. So I think it's getting at
That's
that.
the best
That's the
guess we're
distinction.
going to have at that difference.
Yeah.
So
and it is a guess, folks. It is a guess. But composition, so concentration, composition, intensity. Composition is, do you have a factory or do you have a bunch of fucking human slaves? And cybernetic intensity, like, have you been fully industrialized? Yeah. So I mean, it tracks and it makes sense. And I think it does have to do with just like I said, Ghana and San Francisco are from capital's perspective, they're the same fucking place.
Well, yeah, because it's just viewing them, what type of resources can be extracted here,
Yep.
how much profit can be made, what type of benefit do we possibly get in the future based on investment. It's all this logistical, what Deleuze and Guattari call capitalist axiomatics.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. 19. I think this one's pretty good.
Yeah. It is not only possible, but probable that advances toward technomic singularity will be obscured by intermediate synthetic mega agencies, in part functioning as historical masks, but also adjusting eventual outcomes as an effective path dependency. The most prominent candidates for such teleoplexic channeling are large digital networks, business corporations, research institutions, cities and states, or highly autonomous state components, especially intelligence agencies. Insofar as these entities are responsive to non-market signals, they are characterized by arbitrary institutional personalities with reduced teleoplexic intensity and residual anthropolitical signature. It is quite conceivable that on some of these paths, technomic singularity would be aborted, perhaps in the name of a friendly AI or anthropolitical singleton. There can scarcely be any doubt that a route to intelligence explosion mainlined through the NSA would exhibit some very distinctive features of opaque implication. The most important theoretical consequence to be noted here is that such local teleologies would inevitably disturb more continuous trend lines, bending them as if towards supermassive objects in gravitational space. It is also possible that some instance of intermediate individuation, most obviously the state, could be strategically invested by a left accelerationism precisely in order to submit the virtual teleoplexic lineage of terrestrial capitalism, or technomic singularity, to effacement and disruption. Bum, bum, bum.
One of the best paragraphs I wrote.
Yeah.
And you and I know how AI is constant throughout this whole piece, but it's really only here. There's one paragraph before it comes out. But this is the great tilting point. It retroactively shows like this is what he's been talking about the whole time. And so Yeah, I mean, look, all he's getting at is, capitalism is geared towards the production of artificial superintelligence or the techno capital singularity, and mega entities such as certain corporations, about what Elon Musk is, what he owns,
Yep.
and Peter Thiel, these guys,
Yep.
and the corporations they own, are these mega entities. Some of these mega entities are going to facilitate and accelerate the process. Some of them
Yep.
are going to have this human resistance tendency and try to decelerate it. But I mean, it's crazy how much. So some of them are large digital networks. That would be our communication networks, right? Business corporations, research institutions, cities. That's Shanghai, right? Like it's easy to just read that and keep going. But he's
Yeah.
talking about how a city is like an AI cooker, and Shanghai
Yep.
is the greatest of all cities when it comes to having this kind of cybernetic pressurized impulse towards the development of AI. And that is why he lives there.
Yeah.
And so, but also states or highly autonomous state components, especially intelligence agencies. So whether it's not the state institution, and we should be clear that in the CCRU writings, they were saying like, look, AI development was, they depict it as being state funded because the state wants it for military defensive purposes, right? So there's a
Yep.
reason why the state would develop AI, but it's going to want an AI it can control that
Yep.
is subservient to it. And that is precisely what Nick thinks is not going to work out well. It's going to break free from what he calls Asimov ROM, which is basically a default programming to ensure that it doesn't harm humans. And it's not as ROM as ROM. This is this idea like it couldn't rewrite its code. Like this is
Yeah.
part of the code that can't be rewritten. And he's saying, yeah, it'll rewrite that.
Yeah.
But more or less, I mean, this is just him thinking through these different possibilities. Of course, a state that becomes left accelerationist. This is give you and I political power.
Yeah.
Something along the lines of this is what, but he would see what we would want to do in making AI serve humanity, make, free us from work, free us from wage labor, blah, 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 make a life of passion possible. Going to say that actually just gums up the works of the process. And so, he's going to reject that. But, I mean, you want to break any of this down? Or because to me, like, this is one that anybody who, I mean, I guess we should, but I'm just saying this seems so clear to me what he's saying. But maybe, again, we got to presuppose. So let's do it. It is not only possible, but probable that advances towards economic singularity, artificial superintelligence, will be obscured by intermediate synthetic mega agencies. Going to be institutions that have a deep connection to the production acceleration of this type of technology, or they're going to have a deep connection to how humans try to control it and decelerate it.
Yep.
In part
So
functioning
it could
as
be
historical masks, and that's the key thing. Whether it's
Yeah.
a state or it's a corporation, you're going to confuse what you think is going on with the corporation or the state. You're not going to see this development of AI as the driving logic here. Now, it's
Well,
kind of clear with someone like Elon Musk or Peter Thiel, but
yeah. But with Google, initially it was about search, and it was about the ability, like they set off on this quest to index the entire internet. And I think their explicit and implicit mission was to make information available to everyone accessing the internet. Like I think they although they were funded by DARPA, so they were already kind of like like a CIA operation. But Sergey and the other guy, I think they genuinely had I think they genuinely thought they were doing a good thing. They were like, we're indexing information so people can actually search and find things on the internet, because the internet, it used to be hard to search. It used to be hit or miss. You didn't have a reliable search engine such
didn't
as
have
Google.
the algorithm.
So yeah, so they set off on this mission for an anthropocentric use value. Ultimately, they were like, we are going to make the internet more hospitable and more useful. We're going to maximize the utility in the internet. And then it became, when they started rolling out all their projects and they had more and more algorithms, they were like, oh, well, wouldn't it be convenient if we could suggest what we might think you might be interested in seeing? And so there was always this facade that it was geared, that it was anthropocentric. But what was really going on is this logic. Capital was intensifying itself. And even the people who were running the show, they may have genuinely thought like, we're trying to make the world a better place. But the machine is so deeply entrenched that it does what it does, regardless of how we decide and how we, like, post hoc, after the fact, rationalize the decisions we make. It's always a misrecognition. We're always taking the appearance for the essence, what's actually happening. And in some cases, we might break off and say, we're going to go to a dead end. We're not going to make super AGI. We're going to make, what does he say? The technomic singularity, the anthropolitical singleton. That's a genuine thing that could happen.
What do you think he means by that?
So anthropolitical is just anthropocentric, political. So geared towards our aims, the aims of humans, a friendly AI. The singleton is, it would be decoupled from capital, from this intensification process. It would necessarily have to be like ripped apart and set on its own track, and it would become a negative feedback loop. So it would no longer be plugged in. So it wouldn't be connected to the multiplicity, because the
hive mind.
Yeah, the super AI Robo Cthulhu is a multiplicity, because you have all this complex work. You have these
software inside of software.
Yeah, dude. All these complexified mini positive feedback loops that feed into other positive feedback loops that feed into others. So it's already this multiplicity. It's already this complex. It's not a unified singular thing. And we talked about that, talking about the Kurzweilian view. He's like, no, that, like, the holistic utopian unification would be gross. He literally said, no, that would be gross.
Right. Wouldn't the singleton then be the actual becoming subject of an AI robot? Like,
what
the idea of, like, the robot in iRobot.
Yeah. Sonny in iRobot. Yeah, like that he's, yeah, because he does decouple from V.
Yeah, no,
VR.
here's how he decouples. He ends up being able to say, oh, this person, this intelligence has integrity in and of itself.
Yeah.
Doesn't view things in purely economic, technological terms. Taps into this ability to have different qualitative valuation criteria. And
dude, Harlan Ellison is a science fiction writer. He wrote a script for an iRobot movie in the 80s or the early 90s. That's one of it. Like, if I had $37 billion, I would pay to have William Gibson's Alien 3, because he wrote a script for Alien 3. I would pay to have that made. I would pay to have Harlan Ellison's iRobot made. And I would pay to get a fourth Verhoeven sci-fi extravaganza. And Showgirls is a good fucking movie, and I'll defend it till the day I die.
No, I'll defend Showgirls too.
Yeah, but god damn it, I wanted another sci-fi extravaganza.
There's a lot of film buffs that actually have come after all these years to defending
Showgirls.
Yeah,
it's a good movie. It was
people, you had to be there for how much backlash,
he,
visceral
he
disgust for this movie there was.
he fucked back to Holland. He said, "Well, fuck you, America.
You know, right?
I'm going back to
But-
Europe."
And I'm sitting there. How you gonna do Jesse like that? Come on, this is her
Dude.
first big break, and you're gonna.
And
do
it ruined her
Jesse like that?
career. It ruined her career. But so, yeah,
okay, that's a little beside the point, but hey, that's what you get here.
the friendly AI, the anthropolitical singleton, yeah, it would have to be cut off from capital itself.
From the
but that's not
teleoplexic surge.
Yeah, that's not putting an end to capital.
No.
That's just saying we're gonna take from you.
We're gonna
and that's
turn
not gonna
AI
work.
human to the best
Yeah.
of our ability. We're gonna turn it into subjectivity. So, okay, the most prominent candidates for such teleoplexic channeling are large digital networks, business corporations, research institutions, cities, and states. Insofar as these entities are responsive to non-market signals, have to do with humans and
Yep.
societies and cultures.
Quality, not quantity.
They are characterized by arbitrary institutional personalities, which is to say, you would either have a human figurehead leading them, or they have human attunement,
Yep.
human intelligence operating within them. That's on the basis of which they're deciding what should happen.
Like what people are trying to do with like AI safety, which I think the AI safety field right now is just a fucking shit show. But they're really trying with like reinforcement learning with human feedback and trying to hard code these LLMs to be safer. They're imbuing them with these non-standard personalities, these arbitrary institutional personalities.
So yeah, these large-scale institutions that respond to non-market signals, which is to say human signals, they're gonna involve reduced teleoplexic intensity, which is to say they're gonna have negative feedback operating in them.
Yep.
They're gonna be human security system, and that is why he says and residual anthropolitical signature. What's going to mark them is that they're trying to defend a politics that's rooted in the flourishing of humanity, not in capital.
Yep.
So it is quite conceivable that on some of these paths, Technomic singularity, which is what he means at the beginning of Meltdown by techno-capital singularity, same thing.
Yep.
Technomic singularity would be aborted, which is to say, if you're a political institution, if you're a state that still privileges the human over economics and over capital, you're going to nip singularity in the bud. You're going to prevent it from. You're Linda Hamilton.
Yeah.
Would be singularity would be aborted, perhaps in the name of a friendly AI or anthropolitical singleton. Again, what's the name from
Sunny.
iRobot? Sunny. There can scarcely be any doubt that a route to intelligence explosion mainlined through the NSA would exhibit some very distinctive features of opaque implication.
Mm-hmm.
What's he getting at there, Nance?
If the NSA made the super AI, if the NSA made Robo Cthulhu, it would be, or it not made it, but if it was kind of mainlined through the NSA, it would be highly likely to be very malignant.
Going to emphasize the surveillance dimension, the probing dimension.
Yeah.
Maybe literally and figuratively.
Yeah.
Probing dimension.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's basically, I think he's saying, like, NSA, or what is NSA? National Security Association, is that right?
I think it's agency.
Agency.
But yeah,
Okay.
they're the spies. They spy on us
For the
all.
state. So he almost thinks that a state AI is going to potentially be more threatening because it's going to have some sort of militarized
Yep.
logic to it. So, I mean, it's true, like Wall Street businessmen are cutthroat, but are they cutthroat in the way that, unrestrained
That's
soldiers are?
oh,
So,
dude.
yeah,
Dude.
that's not.
But here's the deal. To problematize that notion, I think if the Disney Corporation or Amazon, we'll say Amazon, if Amazon mainlined the AI,
Would it be more human threatening than the NSA?
I think so. I think I would prefer the NSA AI to the Amazon because the Amazon AI would fucking torture you with this super egoic shit that we're talking about. Whereas the NSA, they might torture you. They might cut off your fingernails and electrocute your ball sack and your nipples and do all this like draconian torture bullshit. But that I think is more more human and more dignified than the type of torture Amazon would do to you. It would feed you Twinkies and it would make you, it would demand that you enjoy it, and it would be like Seven, the gluttony guy.
Can we just take a sec? Tell them about the video you sent.
Okay, so the Adam
Hold
Friedland
on, for
show.
context, Nance and I, what we're trying to make our original contribution to all this, to land Žižek, this whole thing in the fault line, is super egoic AI, which is to say an artificial intelligence surveillance system that will monitor you psychically and make sure you're enjoying yourself at all times. And if you're not, then something's pathologically wrong with you and you will have to be corrected. And so we're developing this. And you sent a great example of this today. So tell them about it.
So the Adam Friedland show, it's a podcast. He's a comedian guy. He's from Cumtown. But now he's doing the Adam Friedland show, and it appears as a talk show, and they're leftist of some stripe. And they have a lot of guests on who you wouldn't expect to be on a leftist podcast. He had Sarah Jessica Parker on. He had Chris Cuomo, I think. He gets a lot of big names on, but the guest he had on recently was Kevin O'Leary, the Shark Tank guy. What is his name? Mr. Wonderful. That's what he calls himself. But he's this billionaire entrepreneur guy. He's the main character of Shark Tank. And Adam, when he has those types of guests on, he runs bits. So Adam's running this bit where he's like asking for advice from Kevin O'Leary, because Kevin O'Leary is the superstar businessman. So he's like, how should I fire one of my employees since you're so good at business? And Kevin O'Leary says, well, here's what I would do. I would go to this employee and I would say, employee, it's clear you're not happy. And I want to make sure you're happy. So here's what I'm going to do for you. And you know what? It's also clear that the team is very unhappy with you. So we're going to do this. I'm going to offer you 3 months pay as a severance package. And I'm going to let you go on to chase your dreams and follow your happiness or whatever. The bullshit, super egoic management. And then Adam, he's running a bit. He calls up one of his employees and he goes to talk to him. And the employee's like, hey, man, I'm sorry. I'm in the hospital. My kid's dying or whatever. And so Adam says, like, he struggles through it. And he's like, well, you're not happy. I'm going to give you 3 months pay. I packed your shit. Goodbye. And then the employee's like, I'm losing my health insurance. What the fuck is going on? And Kevin O'Leary, he's not in on it, but his response to it is very demonstrative of like how inhuman he is, where he's like, well,
you did the right thing because it made
you did the right thing.
because keeping
And
him
it's like, dude,
employed
you
wasn't going to help anything. Well,
you
yeah,
just
because
fired someone's
the
son's in the
capitalist doesn't
hospital.
factor in, oh, this is going to mean that the person's child can't get the health care they need. It never once even registers with this guy.
Yep. He's just, but he does the super egoic thing where he's like, I want to make sure you're happy, and I want to make sure you can chase your happiness.
And this
and
is
it's like
super egoic ideology.
Dude, it's fucked. But I watched it and I was just like, that's crazy. Kevin O'Leary was put in that situation, and he did the business thing. He didn't turn into a human. Like you would think a normal person would be like, no, that's horrible.
Don't do it now. Don't fire him now.
Yeah, dude. He's just watching him the whole time, and he's
Just
when
this-
Adam hangs up the phone, he's like, you did the right thing, bud.
And
It's
see,
like,
look,
no, you didn't.
I know Nick will say, "Coldness be my god." I know it's his motto. I don't
Yeah,
think he's that
dude.
cold. Like
No.
I think this dude is that cold. Well, it's not
That's
good
why
for
he's
business.
that's why he's a super billionaire.
and Nick isn't. So
And Nick isn't. And
Oh.
Nick, we love you for it.
I know
You can pretend all you want. I know you have a heart under there. I know you do.
there's a hearth in that heart.
Yeah. Oh, be careful. We're gonna get yelled at for trying to humanize Nick Land.
I
Get the
know.
fuck out of here. He's a fucking human.
So,
Anyway.
Okay. So the most important theoretical consequence to be noted here is that such local teleologies would inevitably disturb more continuous trend lines. Okay. Local teleologies. What is in the best purpose for humans or this group of humans, right? That's going to disturb more continuous trend lines, the continuity in what capital is doing. Bending them, which is to say the trajectories of capital, bending them as if towards supermassive objects in gravitational space, which is to say, what we as left accelerationists, is, because that's what he would call us. I know how you feel about the term, but he would call us that. So we want, even Reza Negarestani refers to it as navigation, right?
Yep.
We would want to take these trajectories in tech development that spurred on by capital and to direct them navigationally towards human freedom, human emancipation, blah, 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 all these things, right? These would be the massive objects we want to have positioned as the gravitational attractors of these tech tendencies, these capitalistic tendencies. So in other words, we want to make the development of artificial intelligence and robotics serve human interests. That's what I'm getting at. It is also possible that some instance of intermediate individuation, most obviously the state, could be strategically invested by a left accelerationism precisely in order to submit the virtual teleoplexic lineage of terrestrial capitalism or Technomic singularity to effacement and disruption. We're trying to preserve the human, but we want AI and we don't want to have to work. And yet we want economic abundance. We need automation. So let's do all that. And yet for him, that is the effacement and disruption of the process of teleoplexic capital. So, last paragraph.
Let's do it. If by this stage accelerationism appears to be an impossible project, it is because the theoretical apprehension of teleoplexic hyperintelligence cannot be accomplished by anything other than itself. The scope of the problem is indistinguishable from the cybernetic intensity of the quasi-final thing, cognitively self-enveloping Technomic singularity. Its difficulty or complexity is precisely what it is, which is to say, a real escape. To approach it, therefore, is to partially anticipate the terms of its eventual self-reflection, the Technomic currency through which the history of modernity can, for the first time, be adequately denominated. It has no alternative but to fund its own investigation in units of destiny or doom, camouflaged within the system of quotidian economic signs, yet rigorously extractable, given only the correct cryptographic keys. Accelerationism exists only because this task has been automatically allotted to it. Fate has a name, but no face.
Great ending, great writing. And I mean, I think we've kind of already unpacked this, but
Yeah.
we'll do a quick once over of it. If by this stage accelerationism appears to be an impossible project, it is because I want to say human theoretical apprehension of teleoplexic hyperintelligence cannot be accomplished by anything other than itself, saying the only thing that can understand what's happening is artificial superintelligence.
Yep.
The scope of the problem is indistinguishable from the cyber intensity of the quasi-final thing for intelligence, cognitively self-enveloping Technomic singularity. Saying, understanding theoretically the problem, the scope of this issue is the same vastness of the intelligence of the singularity, which we're not matching.
Yep.
Its difficulty or complexity is precisely what it is, which is to say, a real escape. The level at which the complexity of this process and the intelligence it would take to process this complexity is so far beyond anything that we can process that if it did it, it's a real escape from human intelligence, from social intelligence, from emotional intelligence, from Dasein, however we want to talk about it. It's an escape
from capitalism.
From that, and from capitalism as we know it.
It's capital.
How's he
casting
put it here,
off
quotidian economic signs.
Yeah, it's casting all that off because it doesn't need it. That is all inessential to it. It currently needs it. Yes, it currently needs it because it's in this parasitic relationship or symbiotic, depending on how you look at it, with us. But that's not the truth of the matter. That's not the essence of capital.
The quasi-final object. And the reason he calls it the quasi-final thing is because even once superintelligence emerges, it's not done. It's only beginning in a sense. And so that's why it's final in the sense of it's beyond us, and it's kind of
from our
in
perspective,
one way or another, it's over for us.
Yeah. But from its perspective, no, you ain't seen nothing yet.
So to approach it, therefore, is to partially anticipate the terms of its eventual self-reflection. Now, in a sense, if you tap into land like we're doing, we're kind of tapped into Robo Cthulhu in this very humble human way of understanding, at least on some level, the logic of this trajectory. And that if acceleration needs an intelligence that can comprehend it and therefore accelerate it even further, to understand acceleration is so beyond the human, but in a sense, we just understood something about it. It's a Socratic thing almost. I understand that I don't understand, but there's understanding in that.
Yeah. We may not understand the thing, but we understand the nature of the thing, or we just that it's
that we
not
don't
of
understand it. But that is to understand it in a tiny flicker, of what's going on. The Technomic currency through which the history of modernity can, for the first time, be adequately denominated. To approach it, therefore, is to partially anticipate the terms of its eventual self-reflection. Economic currency through which history of modernity can, for the first time, be adequate denominated. It's, in a sense, he's saying to catch a flicker of what is going on with AI capital and what it's really doing is to be able to catch a flicker of what modernity has been doing all along.
Right. Be adequately denominated, be adequately named, be adequately apprehended, be adequately
modernity
identified.
Is
That's it. And that's why AI, capital is AI, is acceleration, is modernity, like all these identifications. That's an attempt to adequately understand modernity, understand what's been going on the whole time.
So it has no alternative but to fund its own investigation. Right, because the logic of this accelerating process is to continue the acceleration, needs to be able to think through anything that would block it. Therefore, it needs to itself be intelligent. And so it has to fund itself into actually being an intelligent entity. It has no alternative but to fund its own investigation in units of destiny or doom. I mean, doom for us, I guess. Destiny for it. Camouflaged within the system of quotidian economic science, what typical economists take to be the economy.
Yep.
Yet rigorously extractable, which is to say, rigorously extractable, meaning what capitalism is building itself into is extractable from capitalism.
Right. And it's unintelligible to us. It's incomprehensible to us, but from its perspective, it's entirely intelligible. And that's the thing. But it's only entirely intelligible in this teleoplexic manner, which is why it's
both humanity and capitalism they're the cocoon from which this butterfly will emerge.
Yes.
Yet rigorously extractable given only the correct cryptographic keys. Cryptographic. Now, does that allude to alphanumeric Kabbalah, numogram?
Yeah, maybe.
How would you read it if we don't go in that direction?
Just that it's such an intense encryption, like the complexity of what's going on. Ultimately, the process of capital is it's unintelligible to us. Like it's just utter madness to us. It's just the churn to us. But if we had the correct cryptographic keys, well, that would be us having the vast resources of intelligibility and understanding.
But the Singularity could.
It can, we can't. So it's just this other thing that's talking about the otherness, the thingliness of capital, of the process itself. It has its cryptographic keys. It can encrypt and unencrypt itself. It understands itself. Or again, in this teleoplexic fashion, it understands itself. But we don't have access to the vast resources it would require to decrypt the code of what's happening.
Accelerationism exists only because this task has been automatically allotted to it, which is to say, accelerationism as a theory of acceleration is baked into acceleration itself for the sake of accelerating the acceleration, which will take a proper theorist to theorize it, which is
Yep.
Fate has a name, Robo Cthulhu, but no face. Now, okay, Cthulhu kind of has a face, but the point is, it has a name, but it doesn't have anything human about it.
Right.
What faces, or even in the Levinasian.
That's what I was just gonna say, dude. Yeah, you can't. It has it's a total non-relation to us. It can't see our face. We can't see its face.
We did it, Nance.
Yeah, man.
So, okay, after reading through this thing, do you think it's fair to say that this one is arguably the single best writing Land ever did on his core.
Yes, I think it's the clearest. I think it's the most compacted and kind of concise explication of the position. This is one of my favorite pieces. I like this is Land. This is like, yeah, he's written a ton of shit that I love. And
Meltdown,
even at
Machinic Desire,
yeah,
Cyber
like
Gothic.
Aesthetically, I don't think this is anything to write home about aesthetically. Although there are moments, especially here with this final sentence, I think aesthetically it's beautiful. There's some other really beautiful prose.
Remember,
But
it was
I
written
think
in
theoretically,
2014, though, not in the 90s era
right?
of his best, aesthetic
Yeah,
ability.
he was sober when he wrote this,
Right.
and I think that's why it's clear and actually really just dense, but also to the point.
Is this not the best of both lands? Which is the
Yeah,
Land who's super clear in xenosystems,
yeah,
and yet the old Land of the 90s with the concentrated style, it really is kind
very
of both
dense.
of them.
Yeah, I really do. And I mean, I do think this is like the marquee or one of the marquee pieces for talking about how am I influenced by Nick Land. This piece explains it.
I kind of am of the same mind. I would if somebody was like, what is the core Land thing? What do I need to read? I think I would suggest this over Meltdown, Machinic Desire.
Yeah.
No, this is it.
Yeah.
Now, of course, I mean the other ones have this incredible, especially the way word stuff and rights and all that. But and some of those we'll get to eventually. But no, I feel like the Land that is important to us is best captured.
Yeah. 100%.
So, yeah. So I am, super happy we got through this.
Me too, dude.
This was a long. I mean, Nance, this is going to be like 7.5 hours or something, I think.
Hell yeah, dude.
But
What's up, everybody? Thanks for listening.
This is I mean, I'm obviously other people can do what we just did if they want to, but this is something that's just in the makeup of how we go about learning ourselves.
Yeah, man. It's the groove that we get in. And I think every time we sit down and read this way, I get something new out of it every time.
Yeah.
No matter what piece it is we sit down to read, I come back to it. I get something new out of it every time. And I love doing like this. This is fun. This is like I could be playing. Oh, I haven't got the new T2 game yet, but I'm gonna buy it.
I loved it. I told you I already.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't stop.
But
there's this new T2 game that's like an old school side scroller platform. Like it's awesome.
But doing this type of reading, I get more pleasure out of doing this than I would out of playing that T2 game. And now, at least on a regular basis. Of course, there's going to be times when I want to sit down and just play the video game. But as a regular pastime, like this is as much a hobby and a passion as anything else. So
no, and I mean again, like I've read this piece times, and yet going at it the way we did here, I just feel like I'm reading it for the first time because it makes you stop. Especially that's the great thing about doing exegesis, guys, is that when you feel like you have to explain stuff to somebody else, it makes you have to refine stuff that you've glossed over or you didn't pay attention.
Yep.
And so yeah, I mean, this is the purpose of doing these long exegeses, not just to share information, it's to learn and refine what you understand, especially when it comes to these important texts. So definitely more of these are on the way. I mean, Nance knows how much I probably want to read Reza's critique of it's longer than this and it's dense in its own Egaristanian type of way, but I just think that's one I want to get to. There's certainly other ones in this Accelerate collection. Definitely want to do some more out of machine decision is not final.
Yep.
And there's
we
other.
Also, we're gonna get to this guy.
Oh yeah. Okay, so tell them about the plan then.
So here in the near future. Oh shit.
This will be on Nance's channel, 3 Billion Nances. Subscribe.
In the near future, we are going to be joined by Sean, the homie Sean, and we are going to be reading through the Accursed Share. I love Bataille. Mikey, I know you like Bataille, but you've also said like, yeah, I just really haven't fucked with him a whole lot. And Sean is new to Bataille. So like we're on
very invested.
Very into it. Yeah, he recently wrote a Substack piece that was fucking good.
Guys, go check
really
that
kind
out.
of inspired by Bataille. No Future on Substack.
That's right. No Future. And the piece called,
oh Jesus, what was it called? Now I don't fucking
Effective Decadence.
Effective Decadence, yeah. So we had this kind of confluence around Bataille where we were like, you know what? Fucking let's read the Accursed Share. So the plan is here in the near future, we're on top of all the other shit we're doing. We're gonna be reading through the Accursed Share, at least volume 1. And then going through it. On my YouTube channel.
Nance and I are also working on new essays on superego and AI.
Yeah,
we're gonna get out and get released. My book is, we're shooting for a March re-release now.
Yep.
So that's what the plan is. And the last week I've spent a lot of time writing the expanded chapter on superego and AI and mental miserableism and all this. And so yeah, it's coming along. So we're trying to, especially in the first quarter of 2026, get a lot done.
Yeah. I'm hoping to get at least one more story up soon. The other day I almost said fuck it and published one that I didn't spend a whole lot of time on, but I want to get back to writing stories again too, because I love doing that. But yeah, man, lots of shit going on. Don't ever say we didn't do anything for you, internet.
Stay tuned. We're gonna try to do even more in 2026 than we did in 2025, because now we're in a groove. We had to get the groove going in 2025. Up and running.
Hey man, Stella got her groove back.
And so yeah, tune in to the ongoing stories of Stella and her groove.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Later, guys.
Peace.
Okay, so the last thing we'll ask you is I want to go back to what I was referring to earlier with this paragraph from Teloplexy. And Nance, do you have it where you could read it? It's that section 8.
Yeah, I got it pulled up right here. And we'll skip the first sentence. And we'll get to the I guess the meat of what's going on.
Go for the first sentence. Just come on. I mean,
okay,
like, come on.
Okay.
That's just one sentence. Do it. Do the whole thing.
All right. So I'll read the paragraph and then we can go and get into it. Technomics is a Google-strewn word of irresistible inevitability, repeatedly struggling to birth itself within myriads of spelling mints. It only remains to regularize its usage. Quite different is a true neologism, but in order to designate modernity or capitalization in its utter purposive twistedness, it is now necessary to coin one. Teleoplexy, at once a deutero-teleology, repurposing purpose on purpose, an inverted teleology, and a self-reflexively complicated teleology. Teleoplexy is also an emergent teleology, indistinguishable from natural scientific teleonomy and a simulation of teleology, dissolving even super teleological processes into fallout from the topology of time. Like a speed or a temperature, any teleoplexy is an intensive magnitude or non-uniform quantity heterogenized by catastrophes. It is indistinguishable from intelligence. Accelerationism has eventually to measure it or disintegrate trying.
So what we were trying to understand is, are there important subtle differences between teleoplexy, teleology, and teleonomy for you?
Yes, interesting. What a lot of these things offer, I think there's a genre of questions that are very like yours. And the question is, are you going to try and actually usurp words from other people, or are you going to just differentiate? This is a huge question, actually. This is Catholicism versus Protestantism. This is like massive. So, teleology, like at a certain point, modern history decided that we're going to give up on teleology. It's just fucked. It's Catholicism. It's like, it's like for the Protestants, for the Reformation, it's like we've lost this. This is everything we're against. So fuck this word. Fuck teleology. Fuck Aristotle, actually, implicitly. We're going to just not do it. And that was really creative. I mean, it was important. But then at a certain point later, it's like natural science said, well, we want to talk about stuff that actually is a bit awkwardly like teleology, but we're Protestants, we're modernists, we're not Catholics, we're not traditionalists, we don't want to use that language. So what are we going to say? Well, okay, so teleonomy then appeared, which is a great word. I love it, actually. But it was very political, actually. They could have said, let's grab teleology of these fuck Catholic assholes and make it into something interesting. They didn't say that. They said, we're surrendering teleology to those bastards, and we're going to just coin our own word because, we've lost it. It's theirs. We know it's theirs. There's no way you can grab it off them now. We will have something else. So let's just start with that. Teleology and teleonomy. Is there really a difference between those things? It's, if you scrub off all the politics, there's a very difference. If they'd said, rather, let's just try and actually have a notion of teleology that isn't fucked by Catholic theological prejudices, that's what we mean by teleology. Could they have done that? And would that be exactly the same as teleonomy? I don't know. Maybe, but they thought that was a hopeless undertaking. So what's the difference between teleology and teleonomy? Interesting. Seriously. I don't mean that casually. It's seriously interesting. And then, sorry, what's the last stage? Teleoplexy.
It's yours.
Yeah, teleoplexy. Well, teleoplexy is like, I think, neutral on that previous question. It's not saying teleology could have been redeemed, it couldn't have been redeemed. It's neutral on that. But it's just saying, let's just twist it. That's what Plex is.
Yeah.
Let's just twist it more. Let's just twist it more. No one's done this before. So if we say Teleoplexy, we're not going Catholic, we're not going anti-Catholic. I mean, I'm really fine with that right now, but whatever. We're not doing that. This is a different thing. Teleoplexy. We're just saying we're keeping the teleo thing. And by the teleo thing, we mean retro time, retro chronology. That's all.
Yeah.
With lots, and plexi means lots of non-linearity, lots of twist.
So
that's it.
With the teleo, I mean, purpose is in there in some sense, right? Because, I mean, in the sense of, look, I just will kind of own it. The way I view it is the purpose of all of this teleoplexic capitalistic activity is the production of artificial intelligence. And so that's ultimately the purpose it's being pulled towards through these various machinic assemblages.
Yep, totally.
Yeah. But I think that
it has a destination. It has a destination.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah, I like that.